Good morning from Barber Motorsports Park. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Tom O'Gorman and Brendan Kaczmarek, and we're ready for the second and final day of the very first Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour at this gorgeous, this spectacular Alabama circuit. Yesterday, more than 250 competitors got their first taste of Super Tour racing here at Barber, and today they get another chance to conquer a track where elevation, blind corners, and limited passing opportunities demand patience, and where George Barber's beautiful landscaping and unmistakable sculptures provide a backdrop unlike anything else in American motorsports. But there's also a sense of urgency today. This is the first Super Tour race before the Mission Foods SCCA National Championship runoff, and for many of these drivers, the next time they face competition at this level, a national championship will be on the line. So today is about trophies, but it's also one final opportunity to test, to learn, and to find those last few tenths before the biggest race and races of the year. So with Tom O'Gorman getting ready for his qualifying session here in just a little bit, I want to welcome back to the booth Brendan Kaczmarek. Good morning, Brendan.
Good morning, Greg. Super sub. The Roberto Moreno of amateur sports car commentary.
That's absolutely
the finest
right.
Roberto Moreno reference you will hear this side of the Mississippi, I'm sure.
You are absolutely a team player here, Brendan. Thank you so much for all you do.
Greg, I do want to add one point to what you said earlier.
Please.
It's not just the final day of the first weekend here at Barber. It's the final day of the 2026 Hoosier Super Tour.
That is absolutely correct.
We don't wrap up the points championship today because, of course, the runoffs are part of the Super Tour points championship. Right. However, as far as this touring series goes, this 9-race championship goes, this is curtains on the season. So let's make it a good one, huh?
That is my goal, not to screw things up for everybody this weekend. Anyway, all right. So today,
you upset Bill earlier.
Yeah. Well, and the timing gods, Brendan, are already after me as Mr. Waiting for Data is 20 cars deep in the field. All right. So let's set the stage for today, the second day and final day from Barber. We're going to start this morning off with qualifying, where each of our 7 race groups are going to have 15-minute qualifying sessions. And then at about a little bit after 10 o'clock this morning, we're going to race mode. We'll have 7 races on the day. First race will be probably around 10:20 this morning. And much like yesterday, we'll have a few groups that are running their sprint races and groups that are running their feature races. We're going to start off, first 3 races are going to be those 25-minute sprints for our racers like Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, who are out on track, where coming into the day, the fastest driver, by the way, qualifying here will help set the grid for those races today, but both yesterday's race and qualifying also help set the grid. And coming into this session, fastest Spec Racer Ford driver on track. He finished 3rd during yesterday's race from Granger, Indiana, in the Hallett Motorsports DFC Seeds machine, Jackson Deal, and he finished 3rd behind Peyton Long and Tyler Stevens from the Hallett Race Shop as well. And I didn't realize that Jackson was actually part of that team yesterday, Brendan, but then a 1-2-3 as Tyler Stevens took the win amongst a field very, very deep. I think 42 cars in the field setting qualifying times.
Yeah, a strong team gets stronger. I mean, I think you can make a case, if we have a standing yellow over at turn number 1, I think you can make the case it's probably the best thing going in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 competition, on the national level anyway, at the moment. That shop run out of Jennings, Oklahoma. Peyton Long, Tyler Stevens, of course, and now with Jackson on board.
Right.
Yeah.
And Stevens and Long currently your points leaders in the Super Tour.
I mean, they're the ever-presence, right? They've done just about the entire season, a few races on the West Coast notwithstanding. Be interesting to see how that comes together in a few weeks when we get up to the runoffs. We saw Asad Ekadimbayev kind of come to fore on the West Coast.
Right.
We've seen Caleb Schrader.
Caleb Schrader, of course, who is, I believe, our defending national champion.
Absolutely, yep. A little wide there at the chicane. We should have timing up now for producer Zach. But anyway, let's see what today holds. Brian Schofield, yesterday, good race early on, but seemed to either lose the rear tires on the car or just did not have the setup correct at all. That car was a demon And it's not often you can see that from trackside cameras, but it was very, very obvious in the heat of the day, well, increasing heat of the day late yesterday morning, just how evil that car was for Brian.
Yeah, indeed. And so, Schofield, who early on led yesterday's race, ended up dropping all the way back in the end to fifth position. But when we go and look at the lap times and where things play out to set the grid coming into this qualifying session, he was actually the 8th fastest driver. Now, Schofield, Brendan, is probably, if not one of the most aggressive, but probably the most aggressive drivers, especially in the opening laps of a race. And if he gets the setup today, gets it right here in qualifying, and more importantly during the race, I'm sure we'll see him towards the front of the field early on for the second race. Now, again, our Spec Racer 4 Gen 3s, they had their feature race yesterday, the 35-minute race. Today's race for them going to be a little bit shorter, going to be 25 minutes. And, we're already about halfway through our qualifying session. These are only 15-minute sessions. Let me do this, Brendan, let me make a call to the grid for our next run group. Attention in the paddock, Formula F, Formula V, Formula 600. This is your first call to the grid. Please head to the grid. Race group number 2, Formula F, Formula V, Formula 600. Please head to the grid. All right, so I know, there we go. Now we've got our timing scoring up on the screen.
That's from yesterday.
Oh, well,
so no, we don't.
Okay, well, let me give you a rundown of where we currently stand here in the order of things. Fastest driver on track right now is Tyler Stevens. He has turned in a 1:35.845. That is 2/100ths of a second off of the provisional pole time that Jackson Deal set yesterday. Teammate Peyton Long probably at a 1:35.924, 79 thousandths of a second back from there, and then Jackson Deal a little over a half second back in third. Keith Grant currently is your 4th fastest driver. He's out of Germantown, Tennessee, a 1:36.721, and then Jim Lebecco in the 198 car out of Chagrin Falls, Ohio, at a 1:36.724. Unfortunately, Tomo is the one who normally can merge all these times together, and he's getting ready to go out in the race car. It's the reason we have Tom here, to do simple math that old men like me can't do. But we'll try to make sense of things when this session ends. But now that we are a little bit more than halfway through, why don't we take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll take you all the way to the checkered flag here in our first qualifying session of the morning from Barber. Don't go away.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Shopping for tires used to really ruffle my feathers. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack made it easy to identify the right tires. No more searching high and low, I got the best deal. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose a mobile installer. They brought the tires to my neck of the woods and put them on, right here in my driveway.
You're all done.
Thank you. When it's time for new tires, trust the experts. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Welcome back to Barber Motorsports Park. It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. It is Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 qualifying. First of 7 qualifying sessions here this morning before we go racing. Fastest driver on track, Tyler Stevens, out of Bixby, Oklahoma, in the Hallett Race Shop, a 1:35.845 that he set on lap number 2. Currently stands as the bogey time that all of our drivers are looking to beat. It is the fastest lap set so far this weekend. Then at a 1:35.826 from yesterday, Peyton Long, he hasn't quite gotten down there. He's he's about 400ths off of his best lap time from yesterday, but he still stands as your second fastest driver. Big mover here this morning, Dexter Suba, driving the number 89 machine. He's out of Hollis, New Hampshire. Came into the day, trying to see where he actually finished yesterday, or he came into today 14th fastest, and he has now turned in a 1:35.927, and that is good for 4th fastest. All right, and we've got a car.
Schofield?
And that is Brian Schofield, indeed. He had a lot of issues with rear grip yesterday, Brendan, and he goes off coming over the crest of the hill over at 13.
I think there's a car in the gravel trap just before there as well, Greg. Maybe it was the doubles. No. I think it was just an artifact there on Flactronics. That car was evil yesterday. It doesn't look like it's any better.
Not any better this morning, exactly. No. And, he had a lot of issues both there and in the final sweeping right-hand corners over at 15, 16, and 17 coming onto the front straight. And, that does not bode well. And currently, looking to see where he stands, he is 13th fastest in the session with a time of a 1:36.8. And that is good for... he is actually running a little bit. He's actually running off his times from yesterday. That would be good for 14th fastest overall. Luckily for him, he came into the day 8th fastest. We'll have to see how much some of these other drivers move. Jackson Deal now retaking provisional pole at a 1:35.815. He came into this session as the fastest driver on the track. And at a 1:35.825, so he picked up 100.
Yeah, he did. He actually was already the provisional pole sitter. So,
right.
Because nobody had bested his time from yesterday. So as you say, exactly 100th quicker than he ran yesterday in race 1. Presumably doing that with a little bit less traffic here this morning. It's a not insignificant improvement, bearing in mind his previous margin was 1,000th of a second.
Right.
So it's already 10 times bigger than it was, but 100th is... potentially easily overcome. I think we've got a replay of the Schofield spin up at turn number 13 here, Greg, from producer Zach. Get a look at that. Schofield has already brought that car into the paddock, so he's going to call it a session, obviously, with less than 1 minute left on the clock.
Exactly. Let's take a look.
Blue and white number, or blue and gray number 61. Oh, just dropped the wheels.
Yeah.
Got a little bit wide there on the exit. Now, what we weren't able to see is whether or not that car was yawed at all, but before it got to the top of the crest.
Or if it was just a question of maybe turning in a little early for a blind exit.
For sure, but either way, when that car gets unlighted over the top, if you've got 2 wheels off the backside of the curb or the car is even a little bit sideways, it's just going to keep doing what it's already starting to do as it gets unloaded there. And anyway, that number 61 ended up going around. Carried on, that creates a couple of problems for Brian. Number 1, obviously, he's not improving his time from this morning. Number 2, it's now very obvious that car isn't any better than it was yesterday. And number 3, now he's probably got 4 decent-sized flat spots on those tires.
Yeah, exactly.
He's going to have to carry into a 25-minute race today.
All right, sounds like we might have a local caution now actually coming out of, actually it was briefly going into the museum turn, and the checkered flag is now out on the session here, Brendan, as racers are working through their final flying laps here. And 5-minute warning has also just been given for our next group. So let me quickly make a call to the grid for them, and then we'll try to make sense of what we see here. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group 2, Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 600. Please head to the grid. Formula F, Formula V, 6 and 600. Please head to the grid. Your session is next. All right, so as racers are coming through, and I'm looking here on the last lap here, Brendan, Tyler Stevens retaking, or now taking, provisional pole at a 1:35.497. So that is almost 4/10 clear of the provisional pole time that that Jackson Deal had just set. And on the last laps, things getting pretty hectic.
It's actually the whole top three, Greg.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Stevens, Long, and Jim Goffrey all going under that 1:35.815 that Deal had said earlier on the final lap. So good and meaningful improvements from both. Well, 2 out of the 3 anyway.
Right.
Hallett Motor Racing Circuit.
And then Goffrey out of Jupiter, Florida, who came into the morning as 4th fastest driver, will now move from the outside, possibly the outside of row 2 to the inside of row 2.
And I think that inside-outside matters. You can go 2 wide through turn 1. You can go 2 wide through turns 2, 3, and 4. It means if you're on the outside here at 1, you're also going to be on the outside by the time you get over to turn number 5. Let's see if they're able to hang on to those positions, because it could cost them another row's worth of spots, or Jackson Deal another row's worth of spots if he gets hung out to dry in that passing zone over at turn 5.
All right, and so it looks like Deal will start on the outside of row number 2. Then Dexter Suba, and I'm not going to go and run down the whole field here because we've got to get ready for our next group, but Dexter Suba had a 1:35.927, and that would be enough to put him 5th. And then Connor Grant at a 1:36.2. That should allow him to leapfrog, I think, Cliff White and Carter Cole as well, and put him on the outside of row number 3. All right, let's take a quick break and get ready for our next qualifying session, our first of 2 open wheel qualifying sessions this morning here at Barber. Don't go away.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Race Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Barber Motorsports Park. Next up, it's Formula 6, Formula F, and Formula V for their 15-minute qualifying session this morning, Brendan. And let's take a look here in Formula F. Ted Theodore Burns, your provisional pole sitter, coming into the day with a 132.353. Over in Formula 6, Stephen Jondahl at a 135.652. And in Formula V, Andrew Whitston at Enina, Wisconsin, a 143.494. And as quickly as this qualifying session starts, Brendan, we are going to a black flag, going to bring all of our racers onto the pit lane, as I believe we've got a car off track, and going to try to pick up where that is.
But it is a substantial portion of the car.
Oh, yeah.
Some piece of bodywork. Potentially, is this up at turn 4? Based on what I'm seeing on the security cameras? Yeah, we think it's over at turn 4.
Okay. So coming out of the carousel on the short chute before they hit the bridge, and unfortunately, I don't think we have it.
Well, we don't have it, but I think we're going to find out who it came from pretty quickly here.
When they come down the pit lane,
because
exactly.
It'll be what looks like the back of a Formula V or a Formula F that just no longer exists, at least in a way that's attached to where it came from. Looks orange or yellow.
Well, it's certainly not the 96 Formula F of Nathan Down.
No, it's the, is that the 57? Yeah, Chris Smith in the Formula F. You can see the whole engine and attenuator set up at the rear of the car completely exposed.
Oh, yeah, look at that. Okay.
Yeah. Difficult to see, but he is 4th in line. Chris was 4th on the grid, 136.140. I don't see any reason that car couldn't continue here, and it looks like Chris is likely to actually just send it without the rear bodywork.
Yeah, and it may affect him a little bit. So Smith in a Van Diemen out of Lexington, South Carolina, and he came into this session as the 3rd fastest Formula F driver with a time of 136.140. And yeah, I mean, at this point, I don't think he'd want to risk either dropping a little bit further back in the order, and take a gander. Miles Crabb had a 136.333, less than 0.2 off, and so if you're Smith, you certainly want to go and protect that as much as possible.
One of the things I want to watch here, particularly down in the FV field, Mike Lawrence in the number 36 actually set his quickest time that sets the grid to this point anyway, in the race yesterday, 144.129. Now that is a little over a half a second slower than Andrew Whitston, also Steve and Zach, a couple of tenths quicker than him as well. But those 3 drivers all set their quickest times at qualifying yesterday morning. So that tells me is Mike Lawrence is picking up time as the weekend goes on, as he gets a little bit more familiar with the track and the layout, gets a little bit more comfortable with how to use the curbs, where he can push the car, or he can't push the car for that matter, and driving within the limits of what the car will give him. Let's see if that carries over into this morning. Maybe low fuel load. Not sure it'll be a fresh set of tires. I don't think this is a particularly high-wear circuit, but he's in this drafting group that he ran in most of the race yesterday.
Right.
So, chance for Mike to improve his qualifying time there. We'll see the same probably towards the bottom end of the FV field as well. Remember, Bill Stasinski hit trouble late yesterday, did not improve his qualifying time in the race.
Right.
Maybe a chance to do that again this morning, again on low fuel, and maybe a fresh set of tires. Let's wait and see. But we're down to 10 minutes remaining here with that quick stoppage, so we're going to be working on a short timeline here.
Exactly. Not a lot of time to get things done. And actually, Brendan, as we were looking at the bodywork missing from the back of Chris Smith and how Miles Crabb was within about 0.2 yesterday, perhaps not having that rear bodywork is going to open up a little bit bigger hole in the air for the number 8 machine, and being able to keep a little bit closer on track. And he's trying to suck right up to the back of that car now as they come down the front straight and go into 1.
So the good news in this Things Without Wings group is that there's no airflow to clean up, or airfoils at the rear of the car where you need that clean airflow.
Right.
So having all that dirty kind of turbulent air at the back, it'll add a little bit of drag, but it's not like it's ruining your rear downforce.
Right. Like I said, it's probably more an advantage for the car following, if anything else.
So, yeah.
All right, so we've got now, about 6 minutes elapsed. Let me make a first call to the grid.
there.
Yes. And going around. And was that Steve? Is that Steve Whitston?
I think Steve had just gone through shot, but let's wait and see.
Oh, is that?
No, I think it is.
Yeah.
No, it is not.
Or is that Zach?
Confirmed.
Is that Zach Whitston in the blue and yellow, 127? Lots of haze.
No, slow 18 there on
Yeah.
Kaczmarek. It is Steve.
It is Steve Whitston.
Wow. You
Wow.
don't see that very often either.
All right, real quick, Brendan, let me make a call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock. Race group number 3, Spec Miata and SMX, please head to the grid. Spec Miata and SMX, please head to the grid. All right, so let's take a look now as times are starting to come in. And currently, your fastest driver on track in Formula F is Nathan Down at a 140. Theodore Burns now with a 133.706. That's the first flying lap to come in. Nathan Down comes across the line at a 34.1. And so a little bit off of his best time from yesterday, which was a 34.008. Chris Smith in the 57 at a 37.39. And so, again, considerably off where he was yesterday. But, again, only a single flying lap now as our Formula F racers come across the line over in Formula 600. We'll see in a few moments when Jondal and Friest come across where they stand. Over in Formula V, and again, these are out lap times. Zach Whitston at a 144.475. Andrew with the spin. Probably it wasn't Andrew who spun, it was Steve, a 144.72. Hunter Phelps Barron at a 44.76.
Yeah, that 144.7 for Hunter Phelps Barron, not an improvement as things stand. Needed about half a second to pick up a spot on Mike Lawrence in the number 36, but haven't quite gotten there just yet. With now a little more than half of this qualifying session done and dusted. Zach Whitston with the quickest time down in FV as things stand, still more than a second off of the time that Andrew set yesterday. Andrew is your provisional pole sitter down in Formula V, despite Steve taking the win yesterday. Was yesterday afternoon by the time we got to race number 2. And of course, the shorter race to come this afternoon. No improvement either for Ted Burns in the number 81. 133 flat is the current quickest time there. However, Nathan Down did sit on a 134.0 set during race 1 yesterday. Number 96 this morning, a 133.4, so improving more than 6/10, or more than 5/10, excuse me, on his provisional qualifying time. Does still sit second on the Formula F grid. Chris Smith improving. Not improving.
Not
as well.
improving.
Yeah, just a 137 to this point. Stephen Jondal and Timothy Friest, the only two F6s to set times this morning, and Jondal was already on provisional pole. Friest did a 139.832 yesterday.
And he's about 5 seconds off that right now.
Yeah, Greg, I wonder if this is just kind of installation and not quite a hardship session, but more of a systems check type of session this morning. The track is probably a little bit quicker than it was yesterday. We've put some more rubber down. We've obviously turned a lot of laps over the last 24 hours or so. Tire temperature, or track temperature, a little bit cooler this morning than it would have been in race number 1 yesterday.
Yeah, but I'm also going to say here, Brendan, that Jondal, who was, although we did not have many of the Formula 600s make it to the end of yesterday's race, Jondal, even in qualifying yesterday morning, was the class of the field with about 4.5 to 5 seconds on the rest of the Formula 6 racers. And so the gap that we're seeing between those two is pretty much in line with what we've seen so far this weekend. Friest's fastest time coming in was a 39.8. And again, about 5 seconds off of where Jondal was yesterday.
Down improves again, 132.706, and now he is beginning to threaten Ted Burns in the number 81. 132.3 is the provisional pole time there. 3.5 tenths. I'll tell you, Greg, he just found a little over a second.
Yeah.
In order to improve his time there.
And
There's
down,
some potential here.
yeah, and down goes Purple in the first sector on the next lap. We'll check here as he comes over towards turn 4 is where we'll have a time for sector number 2. And where he put down a 30, and both he and Burns are very, very similar in the first sector. A 32 flat for down, a 32.09 for Burns. In sector 2, down goes Purple once again, where Burns sets a personal best. And so they are within a couple hundredths of a second of one another right now as they get to the final portions of this track.
Let's try and pick them up going into 11 and 12. It's the white, red, and yellow Formula F that's going to be headed up over right here, center of your screen. We'll follow him up over the crest at turn number 12. He'll head into the right-hander at turn 13, then the long right at 14. Nathan Down has tripped the second sector.
And
Going
so
green, but not purple through the middle portion of the track. Let's see, onto the front straightaway here. He'll make the left-hander all the way out to the exit curve, but not over it. Comes across the line. And does Nathan Down improve?
Down turns
Yes,
in a
he
1:32.58.
Not enough. He needs about a quarter of a second, Greg. So he found an eighth of a second. That's even a useful measurement, or a useful fraction
Exactly.
here. But that's what it is, 0.126 on the last lap. So he's got about a third of the deficit that he needed trimmed away. 2 minutes 45 left on the clock means he's probably got another 2 laps if he wants them.
And he goes purple once again in sector 1, down to a 31.8, and that was about a half second faster than Burns's similar lap time. And I think Burns may be getting ready to bring the car in here towards the end of the session. And we've seen here where Burns right now about 0.3 off of what Down has done so far this session. I think we may see Burns putting in installation laps at this point.
I think you're right, but Down is not giving up on this. Pretty early back on the throttle through the museum turn there. Heads past our camera on the way into turns 9 and 10, gets the car rotated pretty well, maybe leaving a little bit of speed on the table in the right-handed apex at 10. Asking start to stand by with over 2 minutes left on the clock here, so this is intriguing.
All right, real quick, Brendan, as we watch that, let me make a quick call for our next group. Attention in the paddock, Spec Miata and SMX, please head to the grid. Spec Miata and SMX race group 3, this is your final call.
Let's pick up Downs here again, or Down as he comes off the final corner and onto the front straightaway. Does look to have decent pace through the final part of the lap. Does not improve. I'll tell you what, though, Miles Crabb behind him just picked up about a second on his previous best in this session.
Yeah, the number
136.524. Does not improve on his time from yesterday, however.
Right.
That was a 36.3.
So, Brendan, let's move over and look at Formula V for a moment here, because I believe we do have a new provisional pole sitter for today's race, and that is Mike Lawrence out of Charlotte with a 1:43.337. The provisional pole time was a 1:43.494 set by Andrew Whitston yesterday.
What did I just say earlier in this session, Greg? Lawrence was picking up time as these sessions went on. We could see that improvement through the first two, the qualifying session and the race session yesterday. We thought there was going to be a margin to improve there, and gets it done as they now take the checkered flag here on the front straightaway. Lawrence, I don't know if Zach or Andrew are even circulating at this point. Andrew certainly doesn't seem to be.
Yeah, and I believe that I saw Andrew Whitston in the 12 go back to the paddock. Zach Whitston now coming down the pit lane. Zach Whitston goes to a 1:43.459, and so he's going to leapfrog both Steve and Andrew as well. Again, Andrew not on track to respond. Third fastest today at a 1:43.619, and that 619 is only good enough for third fastest.
It's exciting stuff here, Greg. That whole top 4 has shuffled in qualifying. In the end, it actually might not end up being of significant consequence, in part because we saw those 4 battling and changing position constantly yesterday.
Exactly.
Right, so it may end up being that, okay, we're starting in a different order, but for the 25 minutes, 16 laps that we're going to run this early this afternoon, it's probably just going to be those 4 protagonists again anyway.
Exactly.
Either way, Great job from Mike Lawrence. Fantastic qualifying lap right at the checkered flag to steal the pole away. Excited to see what he and Zach can do from the front row.
Yeah, and let's finally look at Hunter Phelps-Barron, who did improve. He picked up about 0.4 of a second from either of his sessions yesterday. However, again, that's not going to be good enough to move him any further than 5th on the grid. And we saw during yesterday's race, Hunter Phelps-Barron just did not have the race pace that those four drivers ahead of him had. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for our second qualifying session. It's going to get hectic here, I think, in just a few moments, and we'll hopefully have something a little special for you coming up in our next race group, as we've got Spec Miata and SMX next here at Barber Motorsports Park. Don't go away.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes, production to GTs, prototypes to Formula cars. The Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, second day and final day of action here. And next up, it's Spec Miata and SMX. Coming into the morning, Brendan, our fastest driver in SMX, yesterday's race winner, Enzo Vidmontiene, with a qualifying time of 139.982. That is the bogey time. And then over in Spec Miata, yesterday's winner was John Salerno, also our fastest driver. Bogey time there, a 143.537. As it appears we're going to have a very, very congested and hectic track for qualifying once again. I thought perhaps we'd see some of these drivers maybe take the morning off to go and preserve their tires and save a session, because both in SMX and also in Spec Miata, Brendan, of course, drivers only allowed one set of dry weather tires through the course of an entire weekend.
Yeah, and not a whole lot of data to go off of here with those tires either, Greg. We've never been here as part of the Super Tour. We've already got a full day's running in pretty extreme conditions as far as heat goes yesterday. Let's see if we see any improvements. A lot of drafting and a lot of traffic yesterday. Maybe we get a couple of clicks faster in this morning's sessions. Frankly, I don't expect it. Additionally, you may have seen on our cameras, we've got a car dropping some fluid out trackside. Green and black SMX car that I think, well, I'm not going to guess on numbers here.
Okay. It wasn't the number one, however, as best we can tell.
No, it's actually the car at the tail end of the shot in the pit lane here. I wanted to say it was Emmy Kissick.
Yeah.
It is not. It's the 70.
All right, the 70 machine, that is, I believe, Jason Fichter.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
10th on the grid as of right now, was dropping some fluid from what looked to be the left rear of the car. But that car has come to the attention of the crew, and it doesn't look like it's left anything on the surface. So maybe a little bit of fuel or something like that, but it didn't look like it was oil or coolant. So potentially good news there. Certainly good news for us if we're able to keep this session green, bearing in mind just how long it takes not only to get these cars up to speed, Greg, find your drafting partners, and find some clear road.
Right.
57 cars registered for this group yesterday.
And as we talked yesterday, a lot of these drivers spent a good portion of their 20-minute qualifying session kind of jockeying for position, passing mid-corner, trying to find not only a clear piece of track, but also to get around drivers they considered to perhaps be not quite as fast as they were. And I think it was to everybody's detriment. So now, because this session is going to be based on the fastest lap times in Spec Miata and SMX, that's not the case. And essentially, they sent all these drivers out, not per class, but by raw best lap time, regardless of what class they're in. And this is an interesting sight here over in Spec Miata. You're watching Preston Pardis, many-time national champion, and Nick Leveroni going down the front straight all the way over driver's left, Brendan. I think both of them deciding to work together, find some clear pavement, and try to set fast laps, because as they came into this session here over in Spec Miata, let me see here, Preston Pardis was fourth fastest, and then let's see where Leveroni was 19th fastest in Spec Miata yesterday.
Yeah, Leveroni also had the advantage of having his STL races, of course, yesterday as
well.
That's
right, exactly.
So some additional track time to maybe get Nick Leveroni, get himself up to speed, as we have a very wide Spec Miata. Looks like maybe got it wrong on the brakes just over the top of that curb at 7A. Very easy to do if you're full in the brake pedal there, but gets the car out wide, out of the way, and carries on. Greg, we're going to try stretching the bounds of our technology here.
Sounds good.
Let's see what we can do for a DriverSeye Live first here, Greg. I'm going to do my best for this. If we can pick up the onboard from Tom O'Gorman, if everybody will just bear with us for a second up in the booth here.
Yeah, we're working on 1940s technology right now. So.
Tom O'Gorman, it's Brendan up in the booth. You have a copy?
I copy you. How's it going?
We're doing okay up here, Tom. Certainly better than you are as we watch you hacksaw at the wheel a little bit through the final sequence here. It's a short session this morning, Tom, and you've got all kinds of laps on these tires. Any opportunity for improvement this morning?
Yeah, I'd say so. Off the predicted timers. The hard part's going to be this traffic. So many of us out here. But the car's good. We've been working on some setup stuff. I've been so impressed with them getting these great. Seriously, I'm doing my best.
We're doing our best up here as well, Tom. You find yourself better in traffic working with the draft, or you think you're a little quicker out there in qualifying if you've got clear road in front of you?
I think clear road is going to be best for me. But I'm running a little overweight, which is my fault because my body's a little overweight. And losing some time on the exits and the corners, which keeps losing me the advantage.
See, that's good because
It's not ideal because that's not how Spec MX5 works, but it's fun either way.
Well, we're going to leave you to it here, Tom. Maybe we'll check in one more time before the end of the session, but good luck. See what you can do.
Thank you, guys.
All right,
Thank
there
you,
you go.
Tom.
Thank you very much, Tom O'Gorman, there for all of his assistance, and glad that we were able to bring that to you. You know, Brendan, he said he's a little bit overweight and it's affecting his performance. That's the same excuse I've been using all season long.
Tom is his own success ballast in this case.
Exactly. Rewards wait for Tom O'Gorman. All right, so let's check back in with the timing. We've got, of course, our brand new graphics package here showing you when drivers set their own personal best laps and certainly when they move up in the order. And it looks like Tom O'Gorman just set his fastest time on track here so far during the session. He came into today 11th fastest of our SMX drivers. He turns in a 140.996, and that puts him, let's see where he is now. I just want to compare to where he was yesterday, where he had a 140.81. So nice little improvement for him there. Or actually, it's about the same. More, I'd say we slowed him down a little bit on that lap, Brendan.
I think so. Elsewhere, here, Greg, SM provisional, the quickest time from this session is Skip Brock Jr. It's a 144.162. That is 0.3 clear of Logan Stretch in the number 89.
But still a little bit off of John Salerno's times from yesterday, 143.
Quite a bit off. That's
yeah.
0.6.
Yeah, so again, perhaps the traffic, perhaps the degraded tires after yesterday's race and yesterday's qualifying session as well, affecting the times as well, that maybe they've fallen out of the range a little bit. So for the moment, Salerno safe, and Skip Brock Jr. yesterday ran a 143.6. So again, not quite to where he was yesterday, but as I'm looking on track, where that blue and yellow machine is, he's got a lot of traffic to contend with on track at the moment, as many of these drivers trying to find some clear air. Second fastest right now in the session, Logan Stretch. And Logan yesterday was your third fastest Spec Miata driver at a 143.835. And so same deal, he's about 0.6 of a second off of where he was. Travis Wiley, third fastest. But again, right now, we're not seeing the pace from the majority of the Spec Miata field.
In general, Greg, I think we're about a half a second off this morning, even up in the SMX field. Enzo Vidmontiene, best time yesterday in qualifying. Everybody just about setting their quickest time in qualifying, other than Joey Andrews. It was a 39.9 from Enzo. This morning, it's a 40.3, so 0.4 of a second there. Skylar Cottrell in the 09. 140.1 yesterday. This morning it's a 140.5. So let's call it 4 or 5 tenths. But we've seen this all season, Greg.
Right.
Even in those SMX cars, you get that one good session, a couple of good laps first thing in the morning when the track is cool and everything's kind of fresh. And then the pace begins to drop away and you just get into this kind of plateau in terms of tire performance. We've also seen the second qualifying session get a little bit ragged. If we think back to the June sprints, it was treated just as much of a race, kind of a race practice, as it was an actual qualifying session. And in the end, nobody improved. Ended up doing some damage to cars and getting themselves in trouble with the stewards down in race control, over in race control. Today, I don't think we're going to see these improvements other than, you point at me.
Yeah, what I'm saying is Nathan Saxon right now went overall best in Sector 1, personal best in Sector 2. Currently, or was the sixth fastest driver in the session. He now goes to fifth as Jarrett Jones turns in a 143.54. Jones yesterday a 140.177 was third fastest of all of our drivers yesterday. Second fastest in the session, but still not improving.
Tomo made good on his promise, by the way, in that number 94, 140.5 personal best today. Qualifying time yesterday, 140.817, so we're up 0.3. We'll see what that means in terms of position, but it looks like it might get him up onto the first 4 rows of the grid, Greg.
Attention in the paddock, race group 4, Formula Atlantic and Continental, FE2, prototypes and prototype 2. Please head to the grid. Race group number 4, FA, FC, FE2, P, and P2. Please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next.
I wanted to make one other quick point. I'm sure it'll come up in the race anyway, even if we don't mention it now. Christopher Jarem had the big accident yesterday, leaving turn number 3. As we get a couple of slow cars here on the back straightaway. Ended up seeing the side of that incident yesterday. Jarem not only got into the tires, he actually made it into some hedges that overhang the Armco.
Oh, really?
In between turns 3 and 4.
Oh, wow.
And where that car got into the wall did a decent amount of work to the Armco over there, but also cracked the edges of some hedges that do overhang the wall there.
Oh, my gosh.
Looked like Christopher was okay yesterday, which is the most important thing. But even from what we saw being a big hit, it was even a bigger incident than we realized.
Yeah.
Christopher has not come to the track this morning. I assume that car will take no further part.
There was quite a bit of damage at the front of the car. Real quick, Brendan, one more announcement I got to make here. Attention in the pit lane, attention in the pit lane with the driver of the number 59, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Please see the race director in tech. Again, driver of the number 59, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Please see the race director is an impound. Please see the race director in impound. Driver of the number 59, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3.
Joe would like a word. Not to drive home this point or put too fine a point on it, I wonder if there's a conscious effort here to preserve some tire for this afternoon. We've already had the long race.
Right.
We've taken a decent amount out of the tires. We didn't have a lot of green flag running, unfortunately, in those 35 minutes. I don't think we're going to see improvements today, but I think there is a chance that those who are smart about the way that they handle this session could find themselves with some opportunities to improve come this afternoon. Normally we get the long race, obviously. That's not going to be the case. Let's wait and see, but I think there's a chance that those that are really intentional about the way they handle this 15-minute session could see some improvements and the opportunity to pick up positions a little bit later on when they go racing at, Greg?
When they go racing at
it'll be
12:40. All right, so just about to have the checkered flag come out with, there you go, checkered flag on the session. Brendan, a lot of the SMX drivers had brought their cars back to the pits early on here. Most of the Spec Miatas continued to circulate, but as we take a look, fastest driver on course in Spec Miata was Skip Brock Jr. at a 144.162, and again, not nearly enough to displace John Salerno as your pole sitter. So Skip Brock Jr. will start this race off on the outside of the front row in Spec Miata. Over in, and then Logan Stretch, who came into the day as he was third fastest in Spec Miata with a time of 1:43.835, second fastest in this session, but that is where he's going to likely start. And then Travis Wiley was third fastest today, fourth coming into yesterday after yesterday's sessions. And so that should be your front 2 rows. And I apologize, I'm not going to go through all these many racers here. Over in SMX, Enzo Vidmontiene was your fastest driver in this morning's session. Did not get down to the 139.982 from yesterday, but he is still going to be on pole for this morning's race there, pardon me, this afternoon's race. Jarrett Jones, second fastest today with a 140.354. That is not enough to displace Skylar Cottrell from the outside of the front row. Jones, who was the third fastest driver coming into the session today, that is where he's going to start on the inside of row number 2. Cam Eben with a time of 140.473. That is actually a little bit off of his times from yesterday, so he will not improve either. All right, that's going to wrap things up for Spec Miata and Spec MX-5 qualifying. Let's make a final call for our next run group. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for Race Group 4, Formula Atlantic and Continental, FE2, Prototype and Prototype 2. Please head to the grid. Race Group number 4, this is your final call to the grid. So let's take a break. We'll be back here with more qualifying action from Barber Motorsports Park. Don't go away.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Race Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Barber Motorsports Park. Next up, qualifying for our second open wheel group of the day. The big boys, Formula Atlantic, our fastest, one of our fastest classes here all weekend long, Formula Atlantic and Continental. Formula Enterprises 2, as well as Prototype and P2. Between the Formula Atlantics and the Prototypes, definitely the fastest cars you're going to see here this weekend. Fastest driver in Formula Atlantic coming into the session, Graham Jacobson, with a qualifying time of 1:19.184 in his Cahill Swift 016. And Jacobson was, let's see, because I believe he retired early yesterday. Did not even finish in the top 3 in Formula Atlantic, where Larry Howard was your winner. Oh, I tell you what, actually, there was the incident between Jacobson and Dudley Fleck, who is the second fastest driver coming into the day. That's right, the big, as they came together exiting the hairpin yesterday, Fleck with a 1:19.611. So we'll be watching. Those are the bogey times for Formula Atlantic. Over in the prototypes, Todd Vanacore, your fastest driver, and he turned in a time of 1:22.655. He was your winner over Jean-Luc Liverato yesterday, I believe, in the class. Oh, pardon me, Liverato was running in Formula Atlantic. Somebody slapped me. Daryl Schaff was your second fastest runner yesterday in the class with a 1:23.946, so about 1.3 seconds separating those two drivers. Over in Formula Enterprise, let's go to Formula Continental, where our fastest driver was Brandon Dixon with a 1:25.561. He was also your race winner yesterday in his citation. He's out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama. And then in Formula Enterprise 2, Steve Whitston is your provisional pole sitter coming into the session at 1:25.4. That's the time that everybody is looking to beat. He was also your race winner yesterday. His fastest race time was about a second and a half off of that qualifying time. Then over in Prototype 2, let's see here, we had Chris Young and Matt Strand as the two racers in Prototype 2. Chris Young, the fastest of the pair, and he turned in a 1:38.731. And so that is the fast lap time that we're looking for there as this session gets underway, and our racers now getting ready to complete their outlaps here and get racing underway. And good to see Dudley Fleck, who did retire early after that contact with Graham Jacobson. He now takes to the track, leaving the pit lane a few moments later than most of our other racers, but we'll see what he can do. At the moment, John McAleer, your fastest driver, at a 1:25 flat. And again, that is, again, an outlap. So we're going to see some times drop there in Atlantic, and Vanacore, same thing, a 1:25.1 as his fastest lap time. So in a little bit less than a minute and a half, we'll see our first flying laps come in here at Barber Motorsports Park. All right, let's take a look now as we are starting to see some times come in from our Formula Continental drivers at a 1:28.470. First flying lap now for Brandon Dixon. And Dixon yesterday, fast lap for him, a 1:25.561, so still a little bit off the pace here. In Formula Enterprise 2, a 1:28.807 for Steve Whitston. Again, came in as your provisional pole sitter. Matteo Naranjo at a 1:28.737. Tyler O'Connor at a 1:33.77. And that was a nice fight there for time between Tyler O'Connor yesterday and Matteo Naranjo. For about 3/4 of yesterday's race, the New England region driver and the driver from the Central Illinois region went at it, and at the end, I think O'Connor had about 3 seconds on Naranjo at the checkered flag, but the majority of that race, very nice. All right, going to the top of the leaderboard now in Formula Atlantic. In his Swift 016, Graham Jacobson now at a 1:22.194, so still about 3 seconds off his time from yesterday, and probably going to take another lap or so, as we've got a driver off now coming out of the museum turn there, the corkscrew.
That's definitely an FA car, Greg.
Yes.
I think it's John McAleer in the number 68.
Yeah, absolutely here, and he's faced counter race facing up the hill right now as we've got the local caution. And indeed, that is McAleer with the silver and orange entry, and he gets that car back underway now, and the local caution is withdrawn. Certainly going to affect his times, but this lap for a number of racers, we saw them come through the complex there. That's going to more or less invalidate this lap for them. Or not invalidate it, but certainly not an opportunity for them to set a fast lap, but might still be an opportunity here, Brendan, where a lot of these drivers still trying to get some heat in the tires and get everything ready.
It's a tough ask in this short a session, Greg. Downforce cars are set up to use the downforce.
Right.
Your tire temperatures, pressures, all of your target, let's say, setup information is based around the maximum performance of the car. but you have to kind of use the performance of the car to get the temperature into the tires, but the tires aren't going to hold if you try and fling it into a corner like the tires are already hot and
Such
sticky.
a conundrum.
It really is, but it means it takes 2, 3, 4 laps if the track temperatures aren't what we normally get in a race, this afternoon's race session up in the 120s, 130s. This morning, takes a little bit longer.
Right.
We're getting there, but you have to be really patient. John McAleer maybe tried a little bit too quickly.
Right.
Over there at turn 7, asked a little bit too much of the car under braking and initial turn-in. Looks like it ended up getting wrong over the curb or near the curb at 7A, and it ends up backwards next to the gravel trap. No harm, no foul there, obviously. McAleer brings that car into the paddock, but you wonder if maybe he just asked a little bit too much of that car too early.
Yeah, and we saw Graham Jacobson come down the pit lane, crew maybe making some slight adjustments, and they sent him back out.
Remember that Graham Jacobson was involved in contact late yesterday
Right.
with Dudley Fleck in the number 74. Fleck has gone out and put in just 2 laps this morning. I wonder if this is as much an installation type session
Right.
for both of those drivers, bearing in mind that contact late yesterday, trying to get those cars aligned properly and make sure that the performance is in more or less the window they expect.
Indeed. Attention the paddock. STU, STL, T3, and T4. Please head to the grid. Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under, Touring 3 and Touring 4. You're up next. Please head to the grid.
Want to draw some just a second's worth of attention over to P2. At the moment, only one car on track. It's Matt Strand in number 144.
Different car than yesterday.
I'm going to make an educated guess here, Greg.
Yeah.
I think that Chris Young is not racing that number 44 potentially all day today. Matt Strand is obviously not racing the number 11 that had massive mechanical issues in both sessions yesterday. I think what they've done is put Matt in the car that they know is good, and let's see what performance he can get out of it.
Right.
Matt's quickest time yesterday at any point, 139.606. Best time this morning,
133.095. Yeah, exactly.
Now, I don't know what the lap record is in P2. I suspect, knowing Matt as I do, that it might not be terribly far away from that number. If that's what a P2 time is supposed to be in a healthy car, I would believe it. Based on what Matt tends to do. I know you're pulling up the lap records.
Of course I am.
Absolutely. But I believe that car is what Chris Young ran yesterday. The number 44 just renumbered so that Matt could run it today, bearing in mind the number 11 kind of conked out when we got to yesterday afternoon. Larry Howard does a session best in Formula Atlantic, 121.337. That's 1.4 seconds off of his time yesterday. And again, just kind of wondering if maybe that we're not quite up to temperature yet. Just 9 minutes gone in this session. Matt Strand improves again in P2, by the way. Takes another second off of his best time. It's now down to a 132.034. If you're wondering, that's still 11 seconds off of the quickest time in prototype. However, Mr. Ginsberg, you have the lap record for P2.
P2, it's a 127.254, which oddly enough is about 0.6 faster than the P record.
Oh, interesting.
Currently. Yes.
That is really interesting, actually. Slow Formula Atlantic there. I think that is Larry Howard at the number 51, as a matter of fact. Looks like maybe he's gotten all he's going to get out of his Swift 016 chassis.
Yeah, I think that may be very well be the case with a 121.3.
Jacobson does a session best, 120.389. Still 1.2 seconds off of his quickest time yesterday. Howard comes through again, obviously does not improve. Maybe that's a cool-down lap, actually, because he's on it again. Let's wait for the red Formula Atlanta, or Formula A as it is now, I guess, to come around turn 3. There it is, back in the throttle early. Lets that car swing out wide towards the exit curb. Up and over the crest at turn number 4. Reappears just off in the distance. Holds it tight to the right-hand side rather than letting it swing all the way out to driver's left. Shortens up the lap just a little bit. And then early on the brakes down into turn 5. So you get back in the throttle early. Car swings all the way out to driver's right, but accelerating up through the gearbox all the way over that little crest at turn number 6. Back to the left here as you head into turn number 7. Does he use the curb in the middle of the corner? Doesn't really look like it. Maybe a little nibble with the left-hand tires over what is just pure painted concrete. No rumble strips until you get to the very back side of the curb. Are we flat out through 9 and 10? Sure looks like it there, Greg.
Yes.
Neither curb on the left or the right. Let's see what we do here at 11. Into the apex, hold it tight to the left, try and get back in the throttle early because you need that acceleration pointed at the sky up over the top of turn 12. over the concrete on driver's right, and then you start bleeding the pace away just very gradually through 14. Can't really get on the brakes very hard, and you lock the inside front, dances the car around through 14, back on the throttle hard at 15. Does he improve down the front straightaway? Larry Howard? No, he does not.
No.
It's a 21.7.
Yeah, and he was, although he had set a personal best, I believe in Sector 3, Sector 1, and Sector 2, a little bit off those times. Let's take a quick look over at Continental, where Brandon Dixon has a 125-156 in the books. And that is, let's take a look. Mark Stern yesterday, actually, no, let me take a look a little bit further up the order. And well, there we go. Dixon yesterday, 125-561.
25.1 this morning.
Yeah.
One of the few improvers.
Big improvement. And Charno, who just turned in his fastest lap of the session, 128.053.
Does improve from yesterday as well, Greg. It was
about
4 set in, actually, we don't know when that was set because the session cuts off. But anyway, it is an improvement from Saturday's time.
Right.
For Charno.
And again, those were the top 2 drivers, or the fastest 2 drivers yesterday. Then if we go and take a look at Paul Douglas, a 130.851, his fastest time in the session. And he improves as well. He's had a best of a 29.84 yesterday. So, or actually, I can't count, can I? So he hasn't improved. He's actually a little bit off of those best times. Let's see, the number 56 of Wade Richardson, one of our prototype class cars. He heads back behind the wall. It's like his race now, or his qualifying session done. And Jean-Luc Liverato talking to some of our race officials here on the pit lane. If we move over to FE2, Steve Whitston with a 125.881. And that's still about 0.4 off of where he was yesterday. But if we move a little bit further back, and I'm interested to see who would start beside him on the front row in FE2. Currently, Tyler O'Connor, he's our second fastest driver in the session at a 127.26. Both he and Matteo Naranjo, only about 0.02 of a second separating those 2 drivers in this session. As we came in yesterday, O'Connor had a 26.2 and Naranjo a 26.9, so neither of those drivers improved. So it looks like O'Connor will likely be your second FE2 driver on track. Over in the prototypes, Vanacore will continue as the checkered flag is now in the air, Brendan. Vanacore should be your pole sitter for the prototypes with a time of 2:25.458. Is that right? That is not right. Pardon me, a 1:21.099. That's where we meant to be. Still, again, improvement there. And
second and a half.
Yeah. And about still a pretty substantial advantage over both Daryl Schaff and Wade Richardson. Schaff just turning in a 122.223. So
that's a second and a half for him as well. So a lot of the prototype drivers with
finding speed
this morning. Yeah.
All right, and over in P2 again, as you mentioned, just the single driver, Matt Strand.
Yes, but that's Matt Strand in the 129s,
correct,
as opposed to Strand in the 32s and 33s. So that is what.
And actually, so that'll move him up. Let me see here where that might place him in the overall order. So with that 29.8, that's still probably going to put him 20th or 21st in the field. So again, but given that he's in a new car or a different car and was trying to get accustomed to that, probably doesn't drive exactly the same as what he was in previously. One, not a big surprise. Two, as the only car in the class that will be out for this afternoon's race, not a huge downside there. All right, that's going to wrap things up for our final open wheel qualifying session of the day. Let's make a final call here for our next group. Super Touring Under and Super Touring Light, Touring 3 and Touring 4. This is your final call to the grid. STL and STU, T3, T4 drivers, please head to the grid. Okay, we're going to take a break. We'll be back here with more qualifying action, as we've got 3 more qualifying sessions to go before we go racing here at Barber Motorsports Park and the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Stay with us.
Shopping for tires used to really rub me the wrong way. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack's tire decision guide made it easy to find the right tires. Talk about secret sauce. You might ask, well, you bought them, now how are you going to put them on? No problem. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose one that does mobile installation. A technician brought the tires right to my house. He's installing them now.
Almost finished, Herb.
Take your time. I'm just marinating. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Welcome back to Barber Motorsports Park and the 26 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, and now joining me here in the booth after his quite successful qualifying session, I don't know if he thinks that or not, but Tom O'Gorman back in the saddle here as we've got our Super Touring and smaller touring classes out for their 15-minute qualifying session. And as they now turn their out lap here before they start setting flying laps, let's quickly take a look at your provisional pole sitters coming today. Simon Foulweather, who we might have some in-car video from possibly here today. He's out of Birmingham, Alabama. He took the win yesterday in Touring 3 in his BMW 330 Ci, also the fastest driver all day yesterday in the class at a 137.529. Over in Touring 4, your fastest driver was Madden Workman in his Mazda MX-5. The Ohio Valley region driver turned in a 144.174. Had a great fight yesterday there with, I believe it was the number 59 machine there of Robert Spence. Then over in Super Touring Light, Your provisional pole sitter coming into the day, driver of the 199 Honda CRX, the Moss Race Team entry, Jose Osiris Pena. Bogey time, a 139.246. And in Super Touring under, Peter St. Pierre, what a race he had. Spun off course and had to fight his way all the way back from fourth, took the win. Also your fastest driver in the class at a 138.123. So welcome back, Tom.
Good morning, Greg. How's it going? What did I miss?
Nothing at all. Nothing at all.
No, I would say my session was fantastic, and I think that this is maybe one of the more productive qualifying twos that we're going to get this entire Super Tour season. We have way more cloud cover today.
Yeah.
It's noticeably cooler, and I think the track felt pretty nice. We're also in the window where drivers have learned the track. They got no test day. They got no practice unless they made time to come here on a different weekend. So people are a little more in the rhythm. The learning curve is shallowed out, so everyone's up to speed a little bit better. I wouldn't be surprised to see more improvements for more of these cars throughout the remainder of this morning.
Yeah, I mean, we saw in a couple of classes not a lot of improvement at the front of the field, but so far, you know, our small formula cars, the Spec Racer Fords, a lot of drivers finding time out here, even for the groups where there is a lot more track density, a lot more drivers out on course. And I know you had it rough as you were. As you were talking to us, you know, once again, we had almost the full contingent of racers out there, at least early on in the session, where, you know, we know from a lot of drivers had challenges setting new fast laps in Spec Miata and SMX.
Yeah, actually, that combination in Group 3 worked pretty well because the Spec Miatas are not really that much slower in general across the entire lap. Even on the front straight, I couldn't go from fully behind to fully in front of somebody in a Spec Miata. So it's fairly close. This is a much bigger spread of speed, and I think we're going to see that across the remaining two groups as well. So that's more difficult for more of these drivers than I had it, but still, I think an opportunity to improve as drivers finishing their first flying laps now, starting their second, and still kind of getting these race tires up to temperature. The driver who didn't need to wait is Peter St. Pierre. He already dropped about 0.7 of a second, and will move now to the overall pole. Is he? No, he just missed it by about 0.06 for the overall pole. He still starts second in the race group and in the front of that Super Touring start, but a good pickup there for him.
All right, and again, that is probably a good sign on for him. I believe was his first flying lap here today. Looks as though a number of our STL racers, Tom, have decided to pack it in for this second qualifying session. Danny Stain, who was out, I believe, out in your session earlier, he did not bring his STL specific race car with him. He's got the Spec Miata and probably felt he wasn't going to do much improvement. Oh, we've got a driver got it very wrong over at the hairpin and came down through the grass, did not get the car woed down, and usually pretty difficult when you are going through the grass, driver's left coming into that hairpin. But good job avoiding a couple of racers that were just ahead of him there, and I believe that's the 133 car that went deep of Benham Abernathy in running in Super Touring Light in what I believe is a Spec MX-5 car there, and luckily was able to keep the wheels rolling. Tom got it out of the gravel trap.
Yeah, I actually nailed that overshot just enough to drive straight through the gravel and keep on going. There's a handful of these Spec MX-5 drivers double dipping into STL as we see across the season. And the STL class is faster in a full prep car, but it's a great way to get double the seat time. But on this particular weekend, it's moving really fast. I mean, Benham was probably out there, 20 minutes ago, max? So,
yeah, exactly.
There's a whole lot of action there.
All right, so we talked about Danny Stain not bringing his car out. The STL pole sitter Jose Osiris Pena has not taken part in the session. A couple other SMX racers, Emmy Kissick, your teammate for the weekend, not bringing the car out, as well as, of course, Christopher Jerem, who we talked about, had that pretty lurid hit yesterday in the in the SMX race. Not bringing the car out. Also, Austin Hilliard in his Honda S2000. He experienced some mechanical issues yesterday. Didn't know if we'd see that car out, at least for qualifying. They may they've got some extra time now to get that car ready for the race.
Yeah, I actually picked up in the paddock that was a missed shift that got him rear-ended and turned. And it's so easy to do at the top of those MX-5 gearboxes. We're cornering hard right, In third, you have to grab fourth. It's so easy to slip it to second.
In second instead.
Unfortunately, a costly mistake. A driver who is having a very productive morning is Mike Taylor, who just picked up about a full second from his qualifying time, or his best time from yesterday. Unfortunately, it's still 3/10 short of the front row, but he will leapfrog Trevor Dejournay for, what is that, 7th overall, and now 3rd in class instead of 2nd, or instead of 4th.
Yeah, and so Taylor was your pole sitter in STL yesterday. Didn't quite have the pace of some of the machines up ahead as he finished, I believe, yesterday. I got to go check the finishing order now. I believe he finished 3rd in the race. Let's see, in STL, Leveroni and Osiris Pena fought it out for the win. And Pena, oh my gosh, some of those slides that Pena had through 15 were amazing to watch. So Mike Taylor finished 3rd in the race, taking the last step on the podium, and Dejournay at the line, I think, was only like 6 or 7 hundredths of a second back. Dejournay had made up a ton of ground on the final lap. And speaking of Mike Taylor, he's got the team on the pit lane right now, taking a look at the car directly in front of us, getting some tire pressures, and don't see much else going on there. We'll see if that car heads back out, as we've got about 6 minutes remaining. Tom, let me make another call to the grid for the next group. Attention the paddock, race group 6, GT1, GT2, GTX, American Sedan, T1, and T2. Please head to the grid. American Sedan, GT1, GT2, GTX, Touring 1 and 2. Please head to the grid. And it looks like Mike Taylor is calling it a session, Tom.
Got some nice improvements over in Touring 4. Madden Workman has improved his lap time from yesterday from a 1:44.1 to a 1:43.3. That's about 8/10 total. Robert Spence also sitting at least on the paper in front of me with no lap time from yesterday. They had a great race and a great battle. Yeah. He's now got a 43.7 on the board, so just under half second off between those two NCMX5 drivers in Touring 4. Madden Workman just going across the camera screen there in the black number 52. And I think Spence is 2 cars behind, flicks it in for 12 and 13. Big rotation. That's actually one of the STL drivers, but very similar car.
All right, we just saw Mike Taylor come in, the other STL Integra of Trevor Dejournay on the pit lane now as well. And I suspect probably the same strategy there. We're likely sending that car back to the paddock when it's done. Leanne Falk came into today at a 1:47.538 in her Touring 4 Mazda 3, and she is currently at a 1:50.3. So running almost 3 seconds off of her fast lap from yesterday.
About 4.5 minutes left in this session. It's pretty common, Greg, to see that this qualifying 2, it's difficult to improve. Most drivers are not going to splurge for more than one set of tires on these race weekends. That's probably the biggest reason, more than anything else. You take that one sticker cycle, that's when they're the fastest. Just is how it is, and otherwise you can be within a couple tenths or so, but it's tough to improve unless the track conditions are meaningfully better. But it's a great opportunity to work on the setup of the car. I know even with the basic setups that we can do on the Spec MX-5s, just some shock turns and ride height basically in alignment. We've been working on that all weekend, even for a guest driver who's in the not even in the top 10. So that gives you an idea of it. You know, it's a very productive piece of track time still to go work on maybe the setup changes overnight. What did they do? Are they working? As we now see Andrea King stopped on the left side of the racetrack between turns 13 and 14. In her BMW, still rolling under its own power. I wonder if that was either a moment that came to a stop or maybe a mechanical slip for a second. But it's back on the racetrack.
She gets that car back underway. I'll tell you what, I think we might have a replay. We can see exactly how she got over there, Tom. As I'm going to bring that up here in just a moment, as we've got a little bit over 3 minutes remaining on the clock. Here we go.
And up over the blind crest. You have no idea where the racetrack ends, and she gets it just a little bit wrong. The back end went early. Whoa, what a save to keep it off the wall.
Yeah.
That's an incredible maneuver there.
and you can't blame her for bringing it to a stop there and collecting her thoughts before she got back underway.
Yeah. Where's the steering wheel pointed? What gear am I in? Okay, I'm good. Let's go.
Yeah, don't just put your foot back in the throttle and drive it right back into the wall. All right, Madden Workman now is bringing his car back to the pits, and he finishes up. At the time, he's your fastest driver in Touring 4 at a 143.360. And that is an improvement from yesterday, where the fastest Touring 4 time was a 144.174. So he finds about 0.6 of a second. And Robert Spence at a 143.701. Again, we're not showing the lap times for him from yesterday. May have had a transponder issue, but we suspect that will put him second in Touring 4. And a great race between those two early on before they got separated with some of the faster traffic coming through. All right, looks like now with a little bit less than 2 minutes remaining on the clock, and likely see checkered flag here in just a few moments. We're getting word, Tom, that there's a little bit of a discrepancy. The clock during qualifying actually starts when racers leave the grid area, but our timing and scoring doesn't click and start until the racers come down the pit lane and cross right next to the start-finish line. So there's usually about maybe even a minute variation between the two times.
Since we mentioned Andrea King, we should also shout out she's picked up about 1.2 seconds today in qualifying relative to her fast lap from yesterday. Unfortunately, it's still a little further back from Ben Sedler, who would be the next car in her crosshairs, but now only 0.3 back. That could be a good race shaping up between the Global MX-5 Cup car and that BMW E46. Some race time a little bit later. And these drivers are all going to have their longer race today.
Yes.
So that is also something to consider. You've got to go an extra 10 minutes.
All right, checkered flag is in the air, and so these last flying laps will count for these racers. Michael Taylor, your fastest driver in STL, and I'm looking to see who may still be on course. I believe Trevor Desjardins, who also retired back to the pit, second fastest, 139.657 and a 143.16. Again, not meeting the time set by Osiris Pena and Nick Lavaroni yesterday. Over in Super Touring under, Peter St. Pierre with a 137.597. And he, let's see, yesterday turned in that 138.123. So huge improvement there for Peter St. Pierre. Second fastest in this session from Ray Philibert at a 144.726. Still quite a bit off of St. Pierre's times. Philibert yesterday was your third fastest STU driver, or 142.783, so he does not improve. Second fastest STU driver yesterday, Zach Hillman, in his BMW 330. Zach turned in a 142.224. Hillman did not bring his car out for qualifying, nor did Peter Federlin in his Toyota Supra. Over in Touring 3, Javier Sanchez in his GR86, fastest of the session at a 147.54. That is still about 3 seconds off of Simon Foulweather's pole time from yesterday. And Sanchez yesterday ran in the 139.3s. So not an improvement for him. And as you mentioned, Andrea King has picked up quite a bit of time, though. She was our second fastest driver out today in the class of Minneapolis, Minnesota. Native, a 143.499. And then finally over in Touring 4, I think we talked about Madden Workman being your fastest driver out on track. All right, that's going to wrap things up for Super Touring and our smaller touring classes. In just a moment, we're going to see the bigger touring folks, as well as GT1, GT2, GTX, and American Sedan. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Haggerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Haggerty, let's drive together.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Welcome back to Barber Motorsports Park in the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Tom O'Gorman and, of course, Brendan Kaczmarek as well. And next up, it's the big boys, the ground pounders, our big GT cars, GT1, GT2, and a big GT2 field here. I think almost 25 cars deep. Also GTX, although we'll have, oh yeah, there he is coming down the pit lane, Gary Crook in his Norma. So we do have our one GTX entry. Also American Sedan Touring 1 and Touring 2 taking to the track for qualifying, Tom. And Your provisional pole sitter coming into today is Adam Romito. Yesterday, our fastest driver, Tony Ave, going into yesterday's race was Tony Ave in his GT2 Porsche, and Romito, I think, started, about 12th in the field, somewhere thereabouts. I guess there's no replacement for displacement and horsepower, as Romito turned in a 128.975 to be your standard bearer in GT1. Tony Ave still had the second fastest time overall, and so he's got a provisional pole in GT2, a 129.443. Over in, GTX, Gary Crook was 17th fastest overall, had a time of 134.782, but again, he's your only GTX racer this weekend. In Touring 1, Wes Humphreys in his I almost said it again, BMW. It's a Mercedes AMG GT4. The Billy's Sports Grill machine out of Birmingham, so right outside the gate here. A 133.238, the bogey time in Touring 1. And over in Touring 2, Alec King, yesterday's race winner from Somerville, South Carolina, his BMW M2, turned in a 137.130. Michael Kamalian was your race winner in American Sedan. I think he was your only American Sedan driver to turn a lap yesterday. 141.064. That was 30th fastest in the field.
So, Greg, we heard over the radio right before that one of the cars had taken a cone from grid with them, and I found it. It's sitting in the middle of the racetrack.
Yeah, there it is.
There's two of them. There's multiple. So we also have one in the middle of the racetrack between turns 4 and 5, which is kind of amusing. But I will be honest, the grid and the paddock are just so packed. This is, they think, the largest event by participant number of drivers in a car.
Yes.
Barber has ever had, or at least for a club race. And the paddock is jammed, the grid is tight, but now there's some cones out there.
Yes, that was Frank Whitmoser in his GT2 Ford Mustang, and Tom is a multi-time national solo champion who spends all this time trying to avoid cones. Maybe you can give him some hints and tips after this session is over.
So if you see the drivers in this camera shot driving a funny line into the braking zone, that's why. There's basically a cone in the middle of the track there.
Yeah, matter of fact, as I'm looking at our camera shot, I think it's just before the crest of the hill, so a little hard to see on that shot. Yeah. So obviously Whitmoser now no longer dragging the cone for his. It's no longer slowing him down. All right, we've got of course fast laps starting to come in here. And the fastest driver on track right now is in the GT2 class, not one of the many TA2 cars that we have here, but it's Tiger Tom Patton. That being said, well, there you go. Whitmoser came across the line, reset, and had reset fast lap momentarily without being encumbered by that cone at a 138.4. Tiger Tom Patton then resets the lap to a 38 flat, and then Ian Barberi in his BMW M3, the number 74 car, 132.976. And so we know, again, that's 3+ seconds off of the times that Tony Ave put down. Ave's out on track. He's going to be, there's the Porsche coming our way right now, second car in the shot.
So a couple of drivers improving already. Ian Barberi, that was a good enough to move in front of Tom Patton from, sorry, I had to buffer for a second, from 10th to 9th in GT2. Then Robert Kaczmarek is going to jump all the way up to 8th with his improvement. Lonnie Hostetler just came through and picked up, that is almost 2 full seconds, put that GT2 driver all the way up into the top 4 in that number 31 machine. Again, super saturated racetrack, over 40 cars in this race group, over 30 of them on the track right now contesting this session. So just finding some space. This might be kind of a one-lap hero session as we watch the number 22 of Whitmoser have to deal with one of the GT1 cars coming up from behind Dane Smith, trying to get through. On the camera shot there, the white Mustang is GT1, the yellow one is in GT2. And that's the problem, is the GT2 car maybe a little bit more confident in the corners, and then watch the motor of this GT1 car open up, probably not even flat over that little kink over the crest. And Dane Smith has to deal with a lot more traffic than just the number 22 as well.
Yeah, and yesterday Dane Smith was your 8th fastest driver overall in his Ford Mustang. Started a lot further back in the field yesterday as he had gone dead stick and had some mechanical issues during yesterday morning's qualifying session. But again, here now over in GT1, second fastest driver on track for the Fayetteville, Arkansas native, a 129.288. Puts him as the fastest GT1 car at the moment. Still not clear of Adam Romito. Should also mention that Dane Smith is our only GT1 racer on the track right now for qualifying.
We also have a new provisional pole sitter in GT2. Frank Widmoser in that yellow number 22 has just cleared Tony Ave's pole time from yesterday by a little over 1/10 of a second and will now start on the front row will he start on the front row of the overall race group? Yes.
Yes.
He will now, so that's a disadvantage Tony Ave for the first time this weekend. Still with 8 minutes in this session, though, to get something done.
Sorry about that, Tom. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call for race group 7, E production, F production, H production, and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Race group 7, EP, FP, HP, and B-Spec. Please head to the grid.
Wes Humphreys over in Touring 1 has had his stamp on the class this weekend. He's found a 10th this morning in his Mercedes AMG GT4, working his way through turns 2 and 3 there. We'll see him into the braking zone in this camera shot in a moment. But he had about a dozen cars between himself and his next closest competitor, the Corvette of William Bolt. So that is just kind of adding insult to injury there, chasing personal bests.
Over in Touring 2, Alec King, the class of the field so far this weekend, lowers his provisional pole time for the class down to a 1:36.547. Rafael Assunção, who has been the second fastest driver today, this weekend, came into the session with a fast lap of a 1:39.645. He has also found a lot of time, drops over a full second down to 1:38.552. Yet still 2 full seconds off of Alec King's provisional pole time in the class.
Up at the front of the field, Greg, if things stay the same, we will have an all GT1 front row as Dane Smith found enough clear track to go down into the low 129s. It'll still be Romito at a 128.9. Now Dane Smith, 128.6. Now he goes to the provisional pole.
Yeah.
Leaping Adam Romito and knocking Frank Widmoser and Tony Ave, the GT2 pair at the top of their board,
back
to
to
the
row
second row. Also just noticed Jack Stanford jumping onto the board. I don't think we saw Stanford yesterday at all. He will be out today and has jumped into the 131 range. By my rough math, that should be somewhere in the top 5, maybe 6th at worst in GT2 once we combine these times. And then rolling out onto the racetrack, maybe for the first time, I'm not sure he was out there before, is the 02, John Atwell. Yeah, he's just getting out there for his first laps. He was in the top 5 overall. That's the white Mustang exiting pit lane there. And in second place when he had to retire the car for some sort of issue yesterday.
Yeah, so fast lap for Atwell this weekend, a 129.932. And that was second fastest in GT2 over the course of the weekend so far. We'll see how he runs this morning, see if he can displace Frank Widmoser, maybe move up to that second row for the start today.
Still seeing a lot of green sectors throughout the timing and scoring screen, which means personal best in that particular sector. I have to imagine traffic is maybe taking some of that away, but also mistakes can take that away. Is now a new fastest time in GT2. Frank Widmoser improves slightly to a 129.2, extends his provisional pole by a couple of hundredths over Tony Ave. Lonnie Hostetler will start third, and then we'll have the 02, I think, as you mentioned, of Atwell in fourth when we combine those grids. That'll be the top 4 in GT2.
All right, taking a look here, Steve Burkett out of Pfafftown, North Carolina, in his TA2 GT2 class Chevy Camaro. The car's been off pace most of the weekend, Tom. It came into today with a fast lap of 146.2, and just saw him coming down into the hairpin, doing, well, quite a bit off the pace of some of the other drivers on track. Burkett had just crossed stripe at a 150 and change, his fastest lap of the session. Still having some challenges with the Blue 6.
Nice. Keeping an eye on Touring 1, William Bolt just did himself a huge favor with a 135.7. It's about a 7/10 pickup, but it moves him from 22nd on the overall grid yesterday up to 14th in this session anyway. It's actually slipped just now to 16th as more drivers improve, but he's within 2.5 seconds or so of Humphreys, who, as we mentioned, has been pretty clean and clear of everybody this weekend. So that C6 Corvette moving slightly closer and closer to the AMG GT4. We've got a lot of T2 cars out there as well, Greg.
Yeah.
It's maybe a bit quiet for them because it's hard to keep track with 25 GT2 cars out there, but there are 8 of them. A bit spread out for the top 2, but once we get to Tim Moser, Christopher Miranda, Rafael Assunção, Amy Wilson, etc., they're all in the same second or so between a handful of Corvettes, Porsche Caymans, and BMWs. So we'll have to keep a closer eye on that race today as well.
Yeah, indeed.
The hard part is they just get spread out with multiple cars between them from back marker, or, slower cars in other classes.
All right, and as I mentioned here about Kupchak in the Blue 6 GT2 car, he takes the car now behind the wall. Matt Kopchak, who came into the day, as you were talking about Touring 2, 6th fastest. He came down the pit lane after putting in 4 laps. Crew took a look at the car. They just sent him back out. Right now, he's the 9th fastest in Touring 2 in the session at a fast lap of 142.707. We'll see if he can improve if what the crew's done takes any effect.
Not sure if you could hear the scream of the engines underneath our voices here on our microphones, but that was one of the 2 late models that are running in GT2. That's the Rooses. We've got the 88 of Roger Roos and the 189 of Bobby Roos, and they're running right outside the top 10 in that class, but they certainly stand out, especially on a road course. One of my favorite cars of all in iRacing, by the way. I would kill to drive one of those cars on a real track. I just love that. I know it's not supposed to be that way, but it is. It's just so awesome.
All right, our sole GT1 racer on track, Dane Smith, no longer on track. He takes the number 62 Mustang behind the wall with a fast lap of 128.640, and that is, as we mentioned, that is at the moment enough to put him on the front row, put him on pole with Adam Ramito. Best lap for him, a 128.975, should at the moment, I think, start right alongside. That being said, Tony Ave, comes across the line in his GT2 class Porsche Cup car at a 128.680. And so everything I just said, forget about that. That is enough to put him now right on the outside of row number 1, right alongside Dane Smith.
Yep, so that'll be the top 2 in GT1, nose to tail on the inside row, and the top 2 in GT2, nose to tail on the outside row when we come to the green flag this afternoon.
All right, so with a little bit less than a minute on our clock, again, a little bit of a differential there from when the clock officially starts for our racers when they leave the grid and when our timing starts here. We're likely going to see the checkered flag out in about, I'd say, probably about 15 seconds or so.
Ave purple again in Sector 1, starting off a fast lap. He's got roughly clear track, but he's got a Touring 1 Mustang in front of him into the sector where the handling cars just absolutely gobble up the lesser handling cars. We'll see if Ave can complete this lap. He was green in Sector 2 as well. This is really quick stuff. Can he find a low 28? Can he find a 27? That would be mind-boggling.
All right, checkered flag is now out. And the 5-minute warning has been given to our next group. We'll have one more qualifying session. And coming across the line, Tony Ave to complete his 8th lap. And there you go.
My goodness.
Is your mind now boggled, Tom?
I'm boggled. Color me boggled.
There you go. Tony Ave with a 127.886. He went purple in Sector 1, went personal best in Sectors 2 and 3, and now he will start this race this afternoon on the pole, assuming there are no infractions that come of this, but that will now move Dane Smith to the outside of the front row. It'll move Adam Ramito.
It sure won't, because I'm double boggled. John Atwell did a 27 as well.
Oh my gosh.
It's less than 3 hundredths of a second, a 27.9
wow.
for Atwell. Those two will start on the front row side by side now.
So we'll have the two GT2 cars in the front row, the GT1 cars then of Smith and Ramito, who did not go out for qualifying, was your fastest driver coming into today's session. They'll be on row number 2. We'll take a look at some of the other classes. I'm not going to tell you how far deep they are in the class. Congratulations, Gary Crook. You are still the fastest GTX racer at a 1:34.70. And now, of course, we'll have the GT cars starting up front. We'll have our touring cars and I believe American sedans back with a second class start. So Alec King will start on pole for our touring cars. He lowered the provisional pole time there for touring 2 down to a 1:36.258. We did. Let me rephrase that. No, that is not true. Wes Humphreys in his Mercedes-Benz AMG GT4, our T1 pole sitter with a 1:32.8, and then I believe William Bolt, and then Alec King should make up at least the top 3 in that second group.
You mentioned Gary Crook there.
Yeah.
The best news maybe is he didn't have to use his reserve parking spot over at turn 5. He's had mechanical issues, so with that full session, he dropped 4 full seconds, and now we'll move up into maybe the top 3 or 4 rows at the start.
All right, so that's going to wrap things up for our Big Bore qualifying session. Next up, it's the final qualifying session of the event, and then we go racing here. It's small bore production and B-Spec. And we'll see if there is any change in the order here, Tom, for those classes here in just a few moments. Don't go away.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, Precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrive the next day like clockwork. Tire Rack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Want to try SCCA racing but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes. Production to GTs, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Next on track for qualifying, our final qualifying session here this weekend at Barber. It's small bore production, E production, F production, H production, and B-Spec. And back with us, of course, is Tom O'Gorman. And we have Dorian Davis joining us once again for qualifying as our drivers are on their out laps. Let's take a look at the provisional pole times coming into the day. No E-production, oh, actually, I take that back. Our E-production provisional pole time, it's Mark Webber, took the race win yesterday at the qualifying time of 1:54.853. Over in F production, Stephen Powers in his Mazda, Jesse Prather Motorsports Mazda Miata out of Mesa, Arizona, turned in a 141.929 in H production, and most notably, second fastest driver on track yesterday in this group, Steve Sargis, as Tom reminded me, 10-time national champion in his Carbotech Triumph Spitfire, a 142.663, the H production time. He was our only H production racer yesterday. And then if we move over to B-Spec, Gail Corley out of Willis, Texas, in his X Factor Racing Goodyear Mazda 2, set the provisional pole time at a 1:51.527. And Corley was yesterday's race winner in B-Spec, and what a race that was. Oh my gosh. Chris Taylor finishing second in the in his Nissan Versa, and he was, let me see, not the second fastest driver, however. Eric Yeagle, who was mired back right in the mid-pack of the B-Spec race. He's your defending national champion in B-Spec, had a time of 1:51.682. So see if he and the rest of the B-Spec field can improve.
Yeah, that B-Spec field got shuffled during yesterday's race as far as fast laps are concerned. So to give you a rundown starting now, before this session is scored, Gail Corley would be your provisional pole sitter, Eric Yeagle second, John Robinson third, Rice Robinson fourth, Josh Schmidt fifth, Chris Taylor sixth, Miles Gertz seventh, Derek Ambrose eighth. And then Kent Carter and Chris Capaldi would round out the top 10, which means that yesterday's race winner, Corley, would be on the provisional pole, but the other drivers on the podium, Taylor and Gertz, would be way down there in, what do they say, 6th and 7th, yes. And there was a bit of drama with yesterday's race. If you watch, they ended up off-cycle during a full course yellow. The standard procedure for that would be that when we come to a restart, the Flagtronics goes blank and the flaggers pull their flags. Then you go back to green flag racing. Well, they're on the other side of the racetrack, and they turned the Flagtronics off, and they pulled the flags, and the B-Spec drivers started racing. Unfortunately, it was not published in the SUPs at the time.
Right.
How it was
in the supplemental regulations.
So the drivers who raced all year basically knew what to expect, but then all of a sudden there's no flags, and they know they're going back to green flag. What do? I came to the conclusion I would have started racing too. So we kind of called that a little bit funky in the moment, because it was a little funky in the moment, but now it'll be a little better organized. But that meant that when they started racing, they started racing.
They started racing, and there was no action taken, and the results and what we saw yesterday stood.
Yep.
So that is the story, as we've got our first flying laps coming in, and as they are, I think for interest and for Tom's ability to be boggled for a couple seconds. We'll talk about Steve Sargis's H production times, but I think for the most part we're going to be looking at B-Spec, where, by the way, John Robinson, Eric Yeagle, Rice Robinson, and Derek Ambrose have not come out for the qualifying session. Over in E production, where Don Tucker now is showing as being racing in E production. And I talked to Mark Webber yesterday, and I think there was some confusion. They had Don, I think, listed as being an F production car yesterday, and he actually had the car in E production trim. Neither of those racers have come out for qualifying. In F production, Ken Kennard is our sole F production racer out on track. And Ken, I don't know if the plan is for Ken to run this Mazda Miata at the runoffs. Of course, the last couple of years he's been racing in Acura Integra, the former Mark Carpenter championship-winning car, which Kennard has also won a championship in now. Yeah, we'll see that as the number 51 Miata now crossing the start-finish line to start another lap. So let's start checking and seeing where we are as Josh Schmidt. For the moment, not only is he your fastest B-Spec racer, but with a time of 1:59.74. he's your new provisional pole sitter.
He sure is. A really strong start for the Chevy Sonic driver. Miles Gertz also having a great start to the day. A 151.2 will move him all the way up from 6th to 2nd. Gail Corley is now back to 3rd and is on the racetrack, but struggling to break into a similar lap time range. Stuck down in the high 151s. Meanwhile, Miles Gertz resets the fast time in B-Spec, a 150.5. New pole sitter there.
All right, Chris Capaldi in his Mini Cooper now crossed the line at a 151.491. And so let's see what that does for him, because I think that's going to move him up considerably as well.
Yeah, that
should move him up to 3rd.
And he's in a Ford Fiesta this weekend, actually, a little discrepancy
that's right.
there, but he's having a really strong start. He's working with Kent Carter on the same section of the racetrack. That maybe doesn't mean he's working together with him, though.
Yeah, as they come down into the hairpin right now. And Carter's going to hook up and give a little love tap to
that's the teamwork for sure.
Yeah, a little boop to the back of the Fiesta as they make the run down towards the museum corner there over at turn 7A.
And that's sort of bump drafting, or whatever you want to call it, a little bit of a nudge, can be helpful to both drivers in some scenarios, especially on a longer straightaway, where the drivers are able to sort of combine their horsepower, sort of brainstorm and push faster down that straight, whereas the air resistance of the air over just one car can really slow it down, especially in these lower bore cars.
Yeah, at a track with longer straights, it really becomes the game in B-Spec. We've seen drivers team up. One essentially forfeits the national champion to help the other win in multiple years in a row over the past 5 years or so. Really over the past decade or so.
It looks like we've got a cone over there in the middle of the track coming into 16-17. One of our drivers just knocked it over. That's worth 1 point in bowling, so not too bad.
Is that left over from our big bore?
I have to wonder if it's migrated from turn 5 all the way over to turn 15.
Yeah, that a car ended up just picking it up and dragging it over. All right, over in H production, Steve Sargis just reset his fastest lap of the session with a 142.662, and that is, well, Tom, that is 1/1000th of a second faster than he ran all day yesterday. And again, trying to get down, he'd have to knock off another half second or so to put himself on the inside of the front row. But that being said, he had, and this is what you would expect. We think he's got a 1500cc motor in that Spitfire. The start of yesterday's race, he got bum rushed by the bigger displacement, barely bigger displacement Miatas, but much more torquey machines off the line right at the beginning. And by the time they came through the carousel, he had already sliced right back past them and on his way. So we'll see how things work out for him. But again, he's not showing any signs of laying back this morning.
Little mistake there from Chris Taylor in the Nissan Versa down at the museum turn. A brake lock up for the right front lets Miles Gertz get around. And Taylor is still not up to speed.
And that's so easy to do, just trying to build that gap on the person behind you. It's very easy to just get a little greedy there on that brake pedal, trying to slow the car down a little bit quicker than it wants to be slowed down.
Yeah, and typically in B-Spec, they have anti-lock brakes. I have to wonder if that was maybe a mechanical failure catching him out.
Attention in the paddock. Race group number 1, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Your race starting in just a few moments. Race group 1, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Please head to the grid now. Your race is next.
Steve Sargis in H production continuing to chip away at it. Literally tiny chips of time falling off. He's now down to a 42.552. That's a whole 100th improvement from the last lap. And I have to imagine that car with a the H production is the lowest displacement production class. So that is what the H stands for, or at least what the H has landed on. And that means he's spending a huge amount of time at wide open throttle on this racetrack. So finding improvements is going to be very, very difficult. He's probably dealing with less horsepower than the B-Spec cars, maybe surpassing 100 horsepower, but obviously very, very light, great handling car. He's going to be full throttle and just begging that timer to tell him he's picked up maybe 1,000th, maybe 100th up onto the front straight yet again. No personal best sectors this time through. I don't think he'll pick up any time, as he doesn't. 43.6 that time by.
Yeah.
and taking a look at Race Monitor, I'm seeing several of our drivers having not come out for this session. So given that our grid for this evening's race will be based on overall lap times throughout the weekend, we've had some drivers who have decided, hey, you know, I've put out a pretty solid lap. I'm not really that interested in using up more tire, using up more fuel. I'm going to spend the entire morning just getting my car into the position that it needs to be, getting myself into the position that it needs to be for our second race.
Yeah, and I think, you know, as we look at B-Spec, you know, certainly in the production classes, probably is not going to make a big difference because we do have a split start. The B-Spec racers will start behind all the production cars regardless of the times that we have here. You know, but certainly Eric Yeagle, who came into today, regardless of his race results from yesterday, is the second fastest driver, would have started on the front row, or had a chance to start on the front row, and forgave that by not coming out for qualifying today. Also, Rice Robinson, who had a very strong race yesterday, where Robinson finished. He finished fourth, but for quite a long time was in a position to for a podium finish in his Mazda 2, possibly putting himself at a disadvantage going out for this final race.
Yeah, B-Spec has certainly been turned on its head. It was Corley, Yeagle, Robinson coming into today. Now it's Gertz, Schmidt, Capaldi. It was also Mazda 2, Honda Fit, Mazda 2. Now it's Honda Fit, Chevy Sonic, Ford Fiesta. So we've got a big shuffle there.
Truly quite the shuffle. And spending some time out there in the paddock talking to some of our B-Spec drivers, the difference in the chassis that are available to these drivers is pretty significant, even to the point that some of them are four-door vehicles, some of them are two-door vehicles. So you do have a lot of variety out there, but the BOP tends to keep the cars pretty close, but there are a lot of different styles and flavors of driving you can do in this group.
Right, and they move cars quite often. You know, you'll see the same drivers in different cars sometimes 2 or 3 times a season, which means everybody has a vested interest in keeping the class very balanced. Obviously, maybe you have a moment, I would say Chris Taylor maybe having a moment where he's noticed the Versa going to be very competitive because of some updates. But in general, the whole class collaborates on that in a way that nobody really wants to see one car just run away.
Right, and actually, and we've seen Taylor this year in a Mazda 2. Mm-hmm. We've seen him in a Chevy Sonic as he ran one of the I don't want to call it the backup car from Josh Schmidt, but ran that at Watkins Glen, and then of course in the Versa here today.
And you know, yesterday we talked a little bit about gearing and how it's not only the engines that make the difference between these cars, but the gearing. And I've talked to some drivers who've said that they'll choose a different car based on the track they're going.
Sure.
You know, this track has a lot of undulations. It has a lot of less of a straightaway focused track, whereas somewhere like Road Atlanta, a lot more straightaways. You might want a car that's more adept in just plowing down a straight road.
Well, and I remember, Tom, we saw that when we had the national championships at Virginia International Raceway with the Honda Fits in particular, because of the difference between the 5-speed transmission in the older Fits, the 6-speed in the newer Fits, and one was a much better fit for the course out there.
Behind you, Brendan just rolled his eyes, the biggest I've ever seen.
Yeah, I figured.
Incredible.
We're nothing but a bunch of puns here.
What'd you call me? No, I'm kidding. Checkered flag is out for this session, so this will wrap up qualifying this morning, day 2 at Barber Motorsports Park, but also for Group 7 here in B-Spec and production, excuse me. B-Spec shaking up big time. Production, some productive laps, some improvements there as well, especially for Sargis.
Yeah, so whereas we came into the day with Gail Corley and Eric Yeagle on provisional pole and on the outside of the front row in B-Spec, it's now going to be Miles Gertz and Josh Schmidt. Gail Corley will drop to third, so he'll start on the inside of row number 2. And let's take a look at Capaldi and his Fiesta. Turned in a 151.491, and so that is going to put him on the probably the outside of row number 2. With Chris Taylor then in the Versa, 151.980. And with that 151.9, that is, he's still going to probably find himself, I think, fourth, actually, I guess fifth in the class. But again, big mix change up there in B-Spec. Not much changing, of course, in E-Production. or F production or H production as well for what will be our final race of the day. But next up, we go racing here at Barber Motorsports Park. It's going to be, 40-something racers for Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. And so we're gonna take a little pause here, and we'll be back in just a few moments as those racers take to the track and we go racing here at the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Barber Motorsports Park for the second and final day of racing here just outside of Birmingham, Alabama. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Tom O'Gorman and Brendan Kaczmarek. And our first race of 7 today is Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, where we had 42 racers set qualifying times. Let's run down the starting order. Starting on the pole today, driving the number 105, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 out of Bixby, Oklahoma, representing the Hallett Race Shop. He was yesterday's race winner, Tyler Stevens. Starting next to him, in the 104 car, his teammate, Peyton Long. Then we got Jim Goffrey. He's in the number 58 machine. He's going to start on the inside of row number 2 with Jackson Deal, who finished 3rd behind Stevens and Long yesterday, starting 4th. Dexter Suba, driver of the number 89 Ford, will start 5th today, with Matthew Horst in the number 41 car, starting 6th. Cliff White, 3-time national champion in Spec Racer Ford Gen 2, driving the number 156 machine. He'll start 7th, with Carter Coate starting 8th. He's in the 125 car. Brian Schofield will start 9th today. And this is a driver we're going to be watching all race long. He had a great start yesterday, but definitely some setup issues hampered him both yesterday during the race and also in qualifying this morning. Connor Grant will start 10th right alongside in the 79 machine. Richard Stevens will start 11th. He's in the number 05 car, and he will start right alongside Jim Lebecco's 198 machine, who starts 12th. Liam Snyder, former Formula Enterprise 2 national champion, drives the 127 Spec Racer Ford. He starts lucky 13th today. Keith Grant will start 14th. Stephen Coates, driving the number 93 car, will start 15th today. And on the outside of row number 8 is Todd Vanacore. He's a former prototype class national champion. He drives the number 119 machine. Tom Burt will start 17th. He's in the number 45 car, with Grant Heinig starting 18th in the 27. Charlie Rogers will start on the inside of row number 10. He's in the number 21 Spec Racer Ford, alongside Ryan Stark, who starts 20th. He drives the number 19 car. Starting 21st, driving the number 56, it's Sean DeCold, who will start right alongside Craig Jansen. And then in row 23, we've got the 00 Scott Monroe, TJ Preble in the 16 car, as the lights are now out on the pace car. Jimmy Coate Jr. will start 25th today. He's in the 120 car, with Scott Ross starting 26th. He drives the 65 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Edward Cavalier will start 27th alongside Wade White in the number 59 car. Tim Preble in the number 20 machine starts 29th, and rounding out your top 30 drivers on the outside of row 15, it's Steve Zamatis. He drives the 4 car. Nick Heinig is in the 73 machine. He is starting 31st, with Russell King. Just saw him a little while ago in a touring car. He will start 32nd in the 12 machine. And then Russell Oakes starting 33rd. He's in the 43, with Matt Strathman in the 118 car starting 34th. Then we got Keith Clay in the 6 and Frederick Haas in the 158. They start 35th and 36th as the drivers come onto the front straight. Starter looks over the field, and Tom Green flag is in the air in the 104, the 105. Tyler Stevens and Peyton Long, they're side by side going into turn number 1, with Goffrey and Deal nowhere to go as they come through turn 1. We've got a couple drivers dropping into the dirt on the outside of turn number 1, but it looks like everybody's made it through safely. And as they come through the carousel for the first time, it's Stevens and Long. The purple 58 of Goffrey slots into third position, with the yellow 92 of Jackson Deal right behind.
That was Dexter Suba and Carter Coate, who had a little dirt drop that started the rest of that dirt storm back at turn 1, but everybody's clean and clear through turn 5. As we start this shorter race today, Greg, it's only 25 minutes. Got to make it happen quick. And the top 2 from the Hallett Race Shop doing a nice job to break away exactly as they would have hoped. Tyler Stevens at the point. Oh, big rotation. Is that going to be a spin from Jim Goffrey? I think he might have gone around. Indeed. He needs to hold the brakes. Everybody trying to get off the racetrack. One other car, Richard Stevens, may be around as well.
Yeah, I believe that is Stevens that went over towards the grass as well. And I'll tell you, Tom, typically we tell our drivers to lock them down. Is there another car back here? No, that's just part of the fence. We tell the drivers to lock them down, be predictable.
Yeah.
Probably the best thing that driver could have done was put it in reverse and back the thing off the pavement as quickly as possible with all those other racers coming through.
Ducked the landing, but got a bit lucky. The rest of the field gets through without much delay as well. Has it broken up the top group? It has slightly. The top two definitely breaking away. Jackson Deal trying to repeat yesterday's feat of keeping up with these top two, and then the top five are really effectively gone from the rest. The rest of that top five are going to be Matthew Horst and Carter Coate.
Yeah, and Schofield now moving up in the 6th position. Tom, hopefully they've been able to make some adjustments to that car, maybe get the rear end of that car a little bit better under control here as Dexter Suba, big loser there on the opening laps. He falls back to 7th with Stephen Coates, Liam Snyder, Connor Grant, your top 10 after a single lap. And there are two distinct groups here right at the front of the field. We've got our top 5 with Stevens, Long, Deal, Horst, and Coate, and then a second group with Schofield leading that group, Suba, Coates, Liam Snyder as well. And then a big line is we've got a driver quite a bit off pace coming out of the hairpin here on the opening lap. And actually getting word that he did spin coming through the hairpin.
Well, the top two are no longer at risk of breaking away. They did a really nice job, did the 3rd, 4th, and 5th place cars and the rest to get back towards that lead 2. So now we have a proper top 5 battle for the race lead. It's still Stevens, Long, Deal, Horst, and Coate. Horst in the orange, Coate in the silver. Then it's the gap back to Schofield you mentioned. If they got that car a little more planted, I wouldn't be surprised to see Schofield be able to get himself and maybe bring the rest of the top 10 into this battle, especially if there's any side-by-side action. Although yesterday we saw making a pass was very difficult. We really only saw a couple drivers accomplish it, and it was around the outside of this corner of all places.
Yeah, exactly. Coming through the final corner. Onto the front straight. Now, Tom, I did have, and it looks like they've got that clear. We are going to a full course caution. I believe we have a car off.
Oh, goodness. Brian Schofield did not get the back end planted yet.
No,
no. Huge tank slapper, but that's not the caution.
Yeah, exactly. I think we have the 165 car off over by the hairpin, out of our view here. Oh, there it is. Yep, there it is right there. Well, when I say it's out of our view, here from the booth. But there he is right up against the wall there again. That is the 165 machine, and that has brought out a full course caution. And so that is Bart Morris out of Bellefontaine, Ohio. And again, only completing 1 lap. Now, we also had Scott Ross in the 65 machine. I believe we had him a little bit off pace on the opening lap. And there, I think that may be him up against the Armco as well. There on that shot coming out of turn 8 and making the run down to the S's.
Well, on Flagtronics, though, that's the 27 of Grant Heinig. If we trust that label, it looks to be that car.
I would.
Stuck off to the left side of the racetrack, exiting the museum turn. So 20 minutes left to go in this race. We're 16 laps. It'll probably be on time at this point, Greg, and I think it should be a relatively quick cleanup, other than the driver over at turn 5 did hop out of the car. They're going to need him back in likely to get it out of the way.
All right, so safety car does have the field here. And fastest driver to this point, Matthew Horst in the 41 machine. Behind Deal. And, again, Tom, as you were saying there, Schofield in that blue and silver number 61 car, they still have not been able to tame that car. And yesterday he did a hell of a job holding on as long as he could, as he sat in 4th position for a very long time with a lineup of cars behind him, and lost a couple positions on the last 2 laps or so, as he just could not tame that beast. So we'll see. He's kind of in the same position right now, currently sitting in 6th here in this group.
And minimal options when you're in the cockpit in the race with these cars is pretty much just brake bias and your own driving inputs that you can tune. And the tough part here at Barber, it's a great camera shot to see it, as the car enters a lot of these corners under compression, that loads the tire more and adds grip. And if it adds grip to the wrong end of the car, that can really hurt you. We saw it yesterday on STL with Pena as the car is just loaded, and all of a sudden it snaps. It looks like Schofield fighting with something similar. Of course, these mid-engine sports racers, that's part of the beauty of the mid-engine handling package, is they continue to rotate and help you drive and rotate the car towards the exit of the corner. But if then you gain grip and it just pulls the back end around, it wants the heaviest part to be in the front at some point.
So what do you do, for example, at turn one where the turn drops away from you? Do you try and get your braking done early and just try to get back to the throttle, maybe even right around turn in, which is again going to be difficult as you have a lineup of drivers right behind you that their option is to come right underneath you.
Exactly. You got to back the brake point up, back up the point where you hit the throttle, and pick up the throttle early to try to stabilize the platform. You're right. Other drivers might be able to carry entry speed more, but also ultimately you can't get on the throttle any sooner to a point. So you almost have to have a bit of a muscle memory plan to straighten your hands up and counter that extra rotation that Schofield is struggling with. And you can only do so much assuming of what's going to happen. You have to deal with what actually happens at some point. And that seems to be what he's struggling with.
All right, so while we've got the field under full course caution, Tom, and I know this is a short race, why don't we go take our break, and when we come back, hopefully we'll be able to bring you all the way to the checkered flag for our first race of this final day here at Barber Motorsports Park. Don't go away.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance. What's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Live from Barber Motorsports Park, our first race of the day. It's Spec Race 4 Gen 3. We are under full course caution, Tom, due to we had incident over at the hairpin over at Charlotte's Web as another car off course, and we've got emergency services teams trying to clean those up right now. But I think we've got a replay. We can take a look at what happened to bring out this full course caution over at the hairpin.
So coming down into turn 5, again, that braking zone elevation change downhill into it makes it so easy to make a small mistake. We're looking for contact between one car spins and maybe another car with a separate incident. Watch for the blue car coming over the crest now. One's going to go left. Yep, just a simple
brake lock-up.
Actually, two completely isolated spins, but that looks to have damaged something in the suspension of the car that ended up stranded.
Yeah,
and that's what we're on hold for.
Yeah, indeed. So we have a rollback there to that they're not going to be able to tow that car back to the pits. Again, likely some suspension damage on the car. We also have another car off track as well, the number 27 car. That said, we also just had a driver, Matt Morris, in the number 85 machine at Dublin, Ohio. He brought his car down the pit lane, took the car back to the paddock. And so Morris, who had been as high as 31st, I believe that's where he started, he looks like he's decided to call it a day early.
Hopefully everybody watching at home, hello to the couple hundred of you out there joining us for the racing action late this morning and into the afternoon. I just noticed the graphic updates here. They've been awesome this weekend. The last one said missing for a driver. Last seen at, I thought it was a, what do they call that when your phone goes, Amber Alert.
Amber Alert.
It was very Amber Alert-y for a moment.
Well, you know, we do have a couple drivers under 18, so I mean, there's a possibility there. Yeah, so again, if you like that, go ahead, smash that thumbs up button. And if you haven't already subscribed to the SCCA official YouTube channel, now is the time, because we're going to be bringing you coverage of the SCCA National Championship runoffs come October, as well as a number of other events leading up to that non-road racing. And so this is going to be our last race, or our first and last race of the morning, Tom. We are going to be taking a slightly early lunch here today at Barber, as they do observe quiet hours here at the track. And so, whereas this race started at around 10:20, our next race, and that'll be Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 6, scheduled to start right around noontime Central Time, 1 p.m. Eastern. And we want to make sure that you stay with us and join us for an entire afternoon's worth of racing here from Barber Motorsports Park. We'll have 6 more races after the conclusion of this one here.
Pull the curtain back for a second, hearing on our Flagnet radio, they're slowing the pace car down in hopes to be able to resume this time as our stranded car over in turn 5 is up on the rollback. Crew is crawling in the cockpits of their trucks. We may get back to green flag racing. If we do this lap, it'll be something like 9.5 minutes to go, which is maybe best case 6 or 7 laps, maybe 5 even, depending on how quickly they get back to racing. Tyler Stevens is your race leader and has controlled since the green flag over his teammate Peyton Long. These two are now tied on Hoosier Super Tour points with 4 wins and 2 seconds to their name each over the last 17 rounds.
Please don't ask me to do
17 rounds. This is the 18th of the season. Jackson Deal is 3rd, Matthew Horst 4th, Carter Coate 5th, Brian Schofield 6th. Then we get to Dexter Tsuba, Liam Snyder, Stephen Coates, and Connor Grant to round out the top 10. And indeed, lights out. We're going racing, Greg.
There you go. As a matter of fact, you can see on the shot there as the emergency services team drives through the grass with that car all strapped down, and the lights should be extinguished on the pace car here momentarily as the field comes through the final corners. And there you go. Pace car on the pit lane. Safety car on the pit lane. Turning the field back over to our pole sitter today and race leader, Tyler Stevens. As they come through the final corner, starter will look over the field. And, of course, no passing until the green flag comes out. But unlike car racing, you can make passes before you get to the start-finish line. And green flag is now in the air, and we are back underway. And already a little bit of a gap from Stevens, Long, Deal, and Matthew Horst back to Carter Coate in 5th. Coate not getting on the throttle, maybe with the same reaction time as our top 3 racers did, and or top 4 racers for that matter, as they come through the carousel now.
Stevens went early and protected. You saw him in the middle of the straightaway. He didn't even need to do that. He was clear of everybody else. I was doing a hardship lap earlier this morning, Greg, just a little peek. I heard a lot of these cars on the rev limiter into turn 1. That might be why it's so difficult to pass into turn 1. It's not worth the shift. Even with the sequential gearbox, they're basically just riding out the top of whatever gear they're in.
Rather than go up and then almost immediately back down as soon as they roll off the throttle.
So that makes it tougher to pass in that specific spot. Already a difficult corner to make a pass in. Now we're coming into maybe the best section of the racetrack to make a move. Flat out through the kink at turns 10 and 11. Right here, trying to stay off the curbs. Those curbs feel huge in real life. And then the draft kicks in as soon as you get the wheel straight.
And we saw a lot of passing yesterday right here at this section of the track coming down through turn 12. Nothing early on here. And I say early on. Again, the short race, only 25 minutes to start. We now have less than 9 minutes remaining. And so this, of course, it's going to end on time, certainly not on a lap. Now, yesterday in the race, Tom, we saw a lot of hesitancy from Peyton Long to upset the apple cart and try to make a move early on with Tyler Stevens. And Jackson Deal didn't necessarily seem to have the pace, especially coming out of the final corner of the top 2 racers. But we're starting to see exactly what we had yesterday, which is the top 3 racers starting to break away from the rest of the field.
Yeah. And I'd argue Deal seems a bit stronger today, though, for the lead. Peyton Long finds a way up the inside exiting turn 2 and turn 3. The teammates side by side with Long just a bit of deficit as overlap down into turn 5. Stevens is going to get pinched the short way. Look at this, an over-under for Jackson Deal from 3rd. Stevens maintains the lead. Peyton Long now has to deal with the 3rd place contest.
All right, and there is still overlap right now between Stevens and Long as they come down towards the stadium. I keep calling the stadium. I'm thinking about Coda all of a sudden. To the museum corner here, and as they come down through that corner and through the corkscrew there, swapping positions between the 104 and the 105.
All that excitement for no change in position, but again, Peyton Long seeming racy. He's got a big bump draft actually on the back of his teammate coming into turn 12 here. So a push this lap. Maybe it won't be a push on that last lap, though.
No.
As they've continued to maintain the deficit back to Matthew Horst and Carter Coate.
Oh, yeah.
Messy ride for Todd Vanacore, just getting the left sides in. There's been so many cars off there. I can attest from our qualifying session that they're pretty pitted out there as well. The terrain is really getting bumpy if you go off the racetrack over at turn 13.
All right, and much like we saw yesterday, a little bit of a stack-up happening now behind Brian Schofield, running 6th, about 6 or 7 car lengths back from Carter Coate ahead. And Schofield, again, under braking, Tom, rear end, starting to dance around on him quite a bit as he unloads the rear of the car there.
Things have stabilized here at the front in the top 10 or so. Still some little duels back and forth around the rest of our 40-car field. If anything, the mover this lap might be Matthew Horst in the orange machine back in 4th. He's closed up just slightly to the top 3. The last time we saw them on camera, at least, they're down in the museum. Turn, a spin and a contact over at turn 5 for the cars just outside the top 20. 2 of them still stuck.
Yeah, and Tom, I was just going to say that we had a lot of a couple cars off there now, a lot of congestion going into turn 5, right around 20th or so in the field. I think we had Russell Kings, Matt Strathman, Nick Heinig, Russell Oakes, Tim Preble, all in that pack, and 3 wide practically going into Charlotte's Web, and now with multiple cars alongside the wall there, drivers right. And trying to get the numbers on them right now. If we can, it looks like the 21 machine is one of the cars there alongside the road. And that is Charlie Rogers.
So the big effect this might have, Greg, they just stood the safety car down, which is probably a good sign for getting to finish the race. But turn 5 will be under local yellow. Turn 4 is not, so you can't initiate a pass effectively starting now, where we see them on the cameras. And that takes away a pretty good passing opportunity. Peyton Long's going to roll out of the throttle pretty early, and Jackson Deal almost gets into the back of him, in fact, as these guys are still racing for everything they've got. Sure enough, Matthew Horst has joined the battle for the top 3. It's now a top 4.
All right, so
these four stranded cars.
Yep, and so the cars that we have over there, the 21, the 5, the 118, and the 73. And I guess as long as they've all, I think, reported to the we've got corner workers down responding to both of them because they split. We've got a couple of them right before a flag station, a couple more right after a flag station. And as long as the drivers stay in the car, Tom, we should be able to stay green. As soon as one of them tried to get out, and I think that's one of the reasons why they sent the corner workers to them as quickly as they did.
Yep. Great call there. Great management of keeping this track green. Over in the YouTube chat, Dave Campbell shared with us, first of all, Carter Cody, and there's three generations on the racetrack for the Cody family. Carter, Jim Jr., and Jim Sr. all in this race right now, which is so cool. You don't get that many other places other than SCCA, but onto the front straightaway with maybe 2 laps to go, maybe 3 if we get lucky. That math is going to be really, really close here for our top 4. Now down into turn 1. Look at the action in Tyler Stevens' car as he loads up through turn 1, the back end dancing around, but he keeps it moving quickly. He does appear to be the slower of these 3 cars, though, Greg.
Yeah, indeed. And, I saw this yesterday where Peyton Long was on almost every single lap taking a quick little look, and I don't know if it was to try to keep the car cool, but was always taking a look to the inside of Tyler Stevens coming through the carousel. And now once again, as they came down to the hairpin, made about a half a car width move over to the left. Stevens went and covered that, and in doing so, didn't really give Jackson Deal any place to go either.
Right. It does dissuade the car behind. It also gives you a nice sight line for the cars if the car in front is in your way. These are obviously pretty small cars, but you're sitting down at the bottom basically with your butt on the ground. So getting a sight line is helpful. Kind of pick up your brake marker, etc. The top 4 running away further and further from Carter Cody. Brian Schofield a little bit further back from there, 5 car lengths or so, and then a nice big train starting behind Liam Snyder. That's a great battle starting for about 7th. It could ignite at any moment.
All right, as they come in, the big sweeping right-hander through the final corners here on lap number 11. And, we saw this here also coming through turn, I guess it's 14. Tyler Stevens typically running a little bit wider through that corner and still able to get the car rotated and around for the final corner. As our race is now starting lap number 12, and we are getting word that they are on the penultimate lap. They'll get the white flag next time by, Tom.
Yeah, so they got about 20 seconds of buffer there to get this extra race lap. Not sure if Tyler Stevens would want this extra race lap.
Yeah, maybe not.
Control it. Oh, look at this. It's still local yellow down at turn 5, but our top 3 are getting a little bit racy. Jackson Deal initiating a pass into that safety zone and has now created overlap on the exit. That's risky maneuvers there. But he's trying. He's going for it. A spin in the background. That's for Connor Grant, I believe. Sitting in the middle, dead stick at turn 5.
And we've got that car now back underway through the grass, and looks like the waving yellow will be rescinded here in just a moment. But Tom, that still begets the question here: is Jackson Deal pulled right alongside Peyton Long going through the hairpin under a caution period there still? And it looked like he pulled right alongside, literally with inches of separating the noses of those 2 cars. Whether or not that gets called in, I haven't heard anything over the radio yet.
Yeah, luckily that's not our choice to make, or our decision to make, but Jackson Deal did complete the pass. He's now running in 2nd spot. The yellow machine has separated those 2 Hallett Race Shop teammates that have been so dominant all year long in the Hoosier Super Tour. Coming to the white flag, Stevens, Deal, Long, Horst. Another spin in the background as things get hotter and hotter. Liam Snyder goes around at turn 14. Oh, look at all of them pushing so hard through turn 1.
All right, and we are getting word now that the 198 car has pulled off. That's Jim Lebecco, and his race appears to be done now. Going through Charlotte's Web, it is Jackson Deal with a great run from the outside. He's going to take over the lead with 1 lap, or less than 1 lap remaining, Tom.
around the outside, almost too easy. And a little bit of contact as Peyton Long goes defensive on Matthew Horst for third. Dissuades Horst. That was awkward stuff coming into the braking zone at the museum turn. And Greg, I've been in a position before where I let somebody pass me under full course yellow because it was clear they wanted it and I knew I'd get it back. I have to wonder if Tyler Stevens is in the same mind space.
Yeah.
Because he made that pretty easy to happen around the outside. Again, not our decision to make. I have no idea what they're going to call, but Jackson Deal is on the road to win this race with a couple corners left. Look at the back
Very
end dancing.
Loose. Wow.
Oh my goodness. Through turns 12 and 13. Holds on to it. Peyton Long goes agricultural. Opens the door for Horst coming to the final corners.
And Horst maybe checks out or checks up just a little bit to let that car back on course just ahead of him as they come through and onto the front straight. Very loose as Deal gets the car to rotate back around through the final left-hand turn. And as they come to the line, taking the checkered flag, here it is Jackson Deal out of Granger, Indiana. Margin of victory, 35/100ths of a second over Tyler Stevens. Yesterday's race winner, Peyton Long, will take the last spot on the podium with Matt Horst finishing in fourth. Carter Cote will finish in fifth with Dexter Suba. Keith Grant, Brian Schofield on the last lap falls back to eighth. Then Stephen Coates will finish ninth. Liam Snyder, even with that spin, Tom, here with one lap just before starting the final lap, he'll round out the top 10. Todd Vanacore finishing just outside in 11th. Tom Burt, Scott Monroe, Ryan Stark, Sean DeCold, Craig Jansen, Steve Zamatis, Connor Grant, Jim Goffrey, and Jimmy Cody Jr. Falls back, looks like, to 20th place, dropped a number of spots there on the final lap.
What an entertaining race. Spec Racer never fails us, and that was awesome to kick off our racing for the afternoon. Going to put us on ice for a second, though, for lunch break, but I cannot wait for the rest of this.
Yeah, it should be great. So, again, next race here scheduled to start right about 12:05 Central Time. That's 1:05 Eastern Time. It's going to be our first of two open wheel races, Formula F, Formula V, Formula 600. We had a great Formula V race yesterday. I'm looking forward to seeing that continue on. And then we'll have 5 more races after that one. So stay with us. We'll be back in just about an hour with more racing action here from Barber Motorsports Park.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic. I think they kind of cater to the whole crowd of people. They got the SUVs for the soccer moms and stuff like that, but then you got your Miatas and your Speed 3s for your car enthusiasts. So I think they cater to all crowds, and so I think that's something that everyone can get behind.
In terms of maintaining equipment, I mean, running a prep shop, I mean, day in, day out, we're maintaining cars for customers all over the country. Mazda, hands down, is probably the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none in terms of specific competition parts availability, pricing, access to their technical knowledge and base. It just feels right. You feel connected.
So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support, contingency support as well. All of this is done through our website and the team support program and the Parts 800 number. We have 2 main ways that customers can acquire parts from Mazda Motorsports. It's through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. You know, simple information, prove that you're a racer with a race result. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives basically 5 days a week.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform. You know, a lot of guys would run double stints just to get time on track. They're super reliable, don't break. And Mazda Motorsports has some of the best just support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else. So they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
There's nothing else like this. There's no other big class that has the highest quality of drivers in it. And it's really attracted the right level of people. The other aspect is I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and so it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
It's one of those things that once you get hooked into it, it just never leaves. Really helps understanding where they come from. It helps the communication between customer relations. You can very much understand their needs of the day. May not necessarily be the same each day, but you know how to adapt to it, and you know how to best serve the customer is really what it comes down to.
Yeah, then they'll drive off without the cone. Nah.
right. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That'll do it. I got it. It's only been how much fun. Yeah. It's just a regular Ford bike. And with all that stuff on it, it's even darker. And they have solar powered fans in it.
And welcome back to Barber Motorsports Park and the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We got a full afternoon of racing on the docket for you here today. First up this afternoon is going to be Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 600. First of two open wheel races here today. And let me find our starting orders. We're going to have a split start. We're going to have our Formula Fs and Formula 6s in the first group. We'll have our Formula Vs hanging back a little bit behind. Only a single pace car, though. Let's run down the starting order. We had, let's see here. How many drivers did we have? Well, quite a number of drivers. Ted Theodore Burns, your pole sitter today, driving the number 81 Formula F Piper. He's going to start right alongside his Formula F competitor, Nathan Down, who's in a Swift DB6. That's the number 96 machine. On the second row, we've got Stephen Jondal. He's our Formula 6 pole sitter. He drives the number 38 Red Devil. And alongside him, Chris Smith, driving the number 57 Van Diemen. Then we've got Miles Crabb in his Citation F1600. That is the number 8 machine. Starting in sixth position, that'll be John Benson in a Swift DB3, another Formula F car. Then we've got a pair of Formula 6 drivers. Aaron Ellis driving the number 43 Ellis AE16 will start alongside Jeff Jorgensen driving the number 0 Phantom Mark 1. Then we've got Timothy Friest, also in Formula 6. He's in a KBS Mark 7. He starts 9th alongside Steve Meyer in a Formula F class Swift DB6. That's the number 48 car. Glenn Tilke driving the number 98 Red Devil in the Formula 6 class starts 11th, while Carl Meyer starts 12th. Carl is in his Scorpion F600. That's the number 3 machine. Then we got Mike Lawrence. He is our pole sitter today in Formula V. He's in a Protoform P2, and then he's got a whole slew of Whitstons around him. Starting on the outside of the front row is Zach Whitston. He's in the number 127 Protoform. Andrew Whitston will start 3rd. He's in the number 12. And then Steve Whitston will start 4th. He's in the number 18. Hunter Phelps Barron will start 5th. He is in the number 113 Mysterian. He's going to start right alongside Simon Hughes, who's in a warmer EV3, the number 110 car. Then Bill Stasinski in his Vortec will start 7th. That's the 21 machine, alongside Anthony Henderson in his Vortec. And then rounding out the Formula V field is Ron Whitston, and he will start in the number 5 Protoform. He starts 9th here as the pace car now brings the field right to us here through turn 13. Pace car heads to the pit lane, turning things over to Ted Burns. And of course, we've got Brendan Kaczmarek here on the call with me here this afternoon. As they come onto the front straight, the starter is going to look over our Formula F and Formula 600 field, and if they like what they see, the green flag will fly, and there it is. Green flag is in the air, about 25 car lengths behind are our Formula V racers now as they barrel down towards turn 1, and they are 3 wide in Formula V, Brendan, coming down the front straight as things look very, very calm comparatively with our Formula F and Formula 600 racers up ahead. As Burns, though, looks like he's given up the lead to Nathan Down in Formula F. Stephen Jondal sitting 3rd in that first group as our Formula Vs now chase behind.
Yeah, all change back there in Formula V there, Greg. 127 is Zach Whitston, gets the lead off of the start from Mike Lawrence through the first couple of corners. Now Steve Whitston is going to look around the outside of Mike Lawrence as well, exiting turn number 5. That's the yellow car there you see to driver's right, left side of the shot in the background. Looks like he's got second place away. So 1st to 3rd from surprise pole sitter Mike Lawrence. Remember, took that pole position right at the checkered flag of the qualifying session. I think it's Nathan Down now in second place up in FF, who is right up onto the rear exhaust pipe of no, I'm sorry. It's Down in front, Burns into second.
Right,
so,
they swapped right on the lead, right on the start there. So the yellow 96 is Nathan Down, your leader. Ted Burns running, and now Ted Burns takes a quick look to the inside as they come through turn 13 and through the final sequence of corners. They're side by side, and as they come onto the front straight, Down is going to hold off yesterday's race winner to complete lap number 1, but they have already broken away from the rest of the Formula F field. Steve Jondal, our Formula 600 leader, splitting Burns, Down, and then Chris Smith in the 57 car, who is sitting in 3rd. Smith having found the rear bodywork of his car apparently after qualifying this morning.
Yeah, it was returned and reattached, so all good things for Chris Smith in that multicolored, brightly colored number 57. Down in Formula V, Zach Whitston leads Steve Whitston, 127 from 18, as the lead changes hands again at turn number 5. Job is not done for Ted Burns, however, who's a little bit wide on the exit. Early to the throttle for Nathan Down. They're going to go side by side down the little back straightaway here towards turns 7 and 8. Down to the outside, Burns to the inside. Is that enough to give Burns the lead?
No, it is not. And so, yesterday, Brendan, Ted Burns took the win in Formula F pretty I don't want to say any race is easy, but he made it look easy, had walked away from the rest of the field very early on in the Kelly Moss Piper. Nathan Down, obviously the best of the rest. He was very close to qualifying yesterday, but just did not have the race pace. And here early on, a very good job defending against him, against Ted Burns. The question is, with this 25-minute race here, yesterday they had a much longer race, whether or not he's going to be able to defend for that long. As they come out of the final corner, though, not just the defense, but he opens up almost 12 car lengths now on Ted Burns as they make the run down to turn 1.
Yeah, I'm not sure where that margin came from, Greg, but it was all at once there as we saw them loop onto the front straightaway. Lock up from Steven Jondal, and that was after a big protest from that car when he turned into turn 11 on the last lap. So hustling it reasonably well, driver number 38, but the car doesn't appear to be all that happy, at least at the moment. Back up at the front, however, Nathan Down all at once there, pulling out that 1.3 second gap, and it did appear to be a slower lap that time from Ted Burns, as we have a car off over at, or had a car off over at turns 14 and
15. And then I'm also taking a quick look here at the battle for second right now, or probably the battle for third in Formula F. Chris Smith, John Benson going into turn 5 side by side. John Benson now in the blue number 7 car takes over third position, drops Chris Smith back into fourth with Miles Crabb probably about 10 car lengths back from there.
Back to Formula V here just quickly. If we can pick him up on camera, Zach, headed down towards turn number 7, just up over the rise in the background. You will see 4 Formula Vs that started on the first 2 rows. You will see a 5th Formula V in the background as Mike Lawrence goes into second place. That is Hunter Phelps-Barron. We said in qualifying this morning, Greg, I thought it might be the top 4 in some order.
Right.
The qualifying order wasn't really going to matter that much. Props to Hunter Phelps-Barron, who has not only managed to stick with this top 5, but is shuffling around inside that top 5 as well. Sits in 5th at the moment, but doing a really, really nice job to stay in the draft, be smart, be predictable, and be patient.
Right.
All that changing at the front. There goes Mike Lawrence to the lead. Zach Witston second, Steve third, Andrew fourth. All changed once again, multiple times a lap. I think this is going to be our quintuplet to the end of the race.
There we go. And the big thing here is yesterday during our race, Hunter Phelps-Barron finished 5th, but he was not able to maintain the pace that the top 4 drivers here had, and finished about 20 car lengths, actually more than 20, about 30 car lengths back. But as long as the racers just ahead of him continue to fight, and we had now going into turn 1, Steve Witston and Andrew Witston wheel to wheel at the entry to turn 1. That's going to keep the black number, black number 113 right there in the fight.
Steve was really early in the throttle there, up over the top of turn 2, pushed him way out wide to the exit curve, and has given Mike Lawrence and Zach Witston at the front of that field a little bit of breathing room, measured in car lengths, mind you, not in seconds. But it's actually going to be a good run from Zach Witston up to the inside at 6, will become the outside at turn number 7 for the yellow, red, and blue number 127. Steve Witston is going to go to the inside with Mike Lawrence.
What
try
a
and get
run.
both of them. That's late and a tough spot to try and get the move done. Shuffle Zach out wide. So that's Steve Witston to second, Zach Witston back to third, Andrew and Hunter Phelps-Barron 4th and 5th, while Mike Lawrence continues to lead.
All right, and they're coming up on the 98 Formula 600 of Glen Tilke. Looks like they are about to get that pass made. And yeah, that was a very, very late move. It's interesting to watch Mike Lawrence coming out of Charlotte's Web, out of the hairpin. He's like that very wide line and wide exit, and it's hurt him. And now as they come through turn 12 and down the hill, he's getting bum rushed by a bunch of Witstons, it looks like.
Steve has made a little escape out the front in car number 18.
The yellow 18.
Mike Lawrence got shuffled out a little bit wide, now falls to third with Zach Witston in the 127 into second.
And
Hunter Phelps, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, and Hunter Phelps-Barron now in 4th, as we see Andrew Witston, who was, I believe, did Andrew finish 3rd yesterday, falling almost 10 car lengths back from Hunter Phelps-Barron and Mike Lawrence. Interesting to see the number 12 car back there, a former national champion in his own right.
Sorry about that, Greg.
All right.
Up the front of the Formula F field, let's take your attention there. It's Ted Burns who leads now from Nathan Down in the number 96. So Ted able to catch back up after losing about a second or so a couple of laps ago. Now Nathan Down back to the front.
Yeah, was just saying as they come across the line. So Burns reset fast lap, but he's almost a full second in arrears now as they head up the hill. So, of course, Down had opened up that very large advantage just 2 laps ago, and Burns, I don't think, has been able to eat into it. Now, we're also watching, and they're quite a bit further back, the battle for third right now in Formula F. And they're going to be, where are they? They're that far back right now, aren't they? John Benson, Chris Smith, about 15 seconds back. They're coming down to the hairpin right now as the blue number 7 of Benson leads Smith into the hairpin. And again, they swapped positions about 3 laps ago. And as they roll back onto the throttle coming out of Charlotte's Web, about a car length is all that separates them.
Sorry about the confusion there at the front of Formula F. My timing is saying something different than everybody else's timing, which is intriguing, but it is absolutely Nathan Down who still leads in that number 96.
All right, and just a quick update on Formula 6. Steve Jondahl now working lap number 6. He's got about 20 seconds on Tim Friest, and this plays out about right. We saw during yesterday's race and during both yesterday's and this morning's qualifying, Jondahl had about 5 seconds a lap on the rest of the Formula 600 field, and as we're working lap 6, all right, he's now got, well, considerably more than that. Is I think Timothy Friest might be trying to pick up if we see him on track. I'm showing him now dropping down into 3rd position with Glenn Tilke up. Nope, it looks like just a transponder issue here. So Friest maintains 2nd position, Tilke running in 3rd. So apparently the same person who's jacking with your timing here, Brendan, doing it for me too, except in Formula 6.
It's back to normal now. I don't know if I just got a little behind there. Formula V, meanwhile, it's Zach from Steve from Andrew, Mike Lawrence in 4th, and Hunter Phelps Barron back there in 5th. There goes Steve Whitston to the inside of Zach. Move done. Mike Lawrence kind of shows the nose a little bit. Here comes Andrew up the inside of Zach. I think we can safely omit the last name at this point, Greg.
Yes.
Rely on the first name.
So are we going to a first name basis for Hunter Phelps and for Mike as well? Or
we might be able to.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty safe. Margin begins to grow a little bit for Steve Whitston with all the racing behind him. Remember, these Formula V cars are going to be quicker in a straight line, quicker in a straight line in the draft. Tend to hold each other up through the corners if you get too much side-by-side action as well, but doesn't take very much up these relatively short straights but very steep inclines at Barber Motorsports Park to start getting that margin back. That being said, Greg, this is, I think, the biggest gap we've seen for any of the leaders that we've had through the first stanza of this race. And certainly at this point, it's doing well, or it's good things for Steve Whitston with, let's call it, 4 car lengths in hand over Andrew and Zach, Mike, and Hunter, 4th and 5th.
Yeah, and we'd seen during yesterday's race where Andrew managed to break the draft and open up a pretty substantial lead, maybe even almost twice as much as what he has right now. However, the race ended under caution, and so he was able to maintain that lead and building up the early lead as much as possible. Turned out to be advantageous for him as we look a little bit further back.
Well, actually, before we do that, I think that's a little bit of smoke, and that's more than just the V-puff out of the back of what I believe is Hunter Phelps Barron.
Yeah.
And now being reported by the Corner Network as well. So that's trouble for your 5th place runner. Meanwhile, the battle for 3rd in FF is headed up over the crest of turn number 6. They work past one of the Formula Vs, one of the yellow Formula Vs, and that is still, it's Chris Smith ahead of John Benson.
Yeah, exactly. So what happened is they came up on Steve Meyer, they came up, on, I believe, William Straczynski in the 21 machine. Coming out of the hairpin, and Straczynski was almost middle of track. They split him, and coming out there, it was Chris Smith in the white 57 able to get back by Benson.
Yeah, that's not Bill Straczynski, because Bill is in his own little battle here with Anthony Henderson. I think
you're right.
Ron Whitston.
Yeah, possibly the number 5. Yeah.
But worth drawing attention to that battle for 6th place in Formula V, because Bill Straczynski able to get by Anthony Henderson on this lap and move himself up into that 6th spot. I don't think he's going to, it's not a done deal. That actually absolutely not a done deal.
Yeah.
They head into turn number 1, And Anthony Henderson out of Chattanooga, Tennessee, drafts right by Bill Stasinski. Job is done. He'll slide a little bit wide, but easily recovered. Just a little bit slower to the apex in turn 2. Early in the throttle. And they head out of 3 and up the hill with Bill about let's call it 2 car lengths behind Anthony Henderson.
Yep, and now that battle for third in Formula F with Chris Smith and John Benson directly behind. All right, so as we're halfway, actually a little bit more than halfway through this 25-minute race, Brendan, why don't we take a quick break, thank some of our partners and sponsors, and when we come back, we'll take you all the way to the checkered flag here at Barber Motorsports Park. Don't go away.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes, production to GTs, prototypes to Formula cars. The Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
It's Formula 6, Formula F, and Formula V here at Barber Motorsports Park. And with 8 laps complete, Andrew Whitston is your leader in Steve Whitston now, your leader in Formula V, with Nathan Down leading in Formula F from pole sitter Ted Burns. Stephen Jondal, your leader in Formula 6.
3 wide twice in the space of 1 corner there, Greg. It was the relatives Whitston, not all brothers, the relatives Whitston around turn 1 on the way in. Andrew thought about it up the inside and looked like he might have been able to get the move done. That was not the case. They're going to go 3 wide again into turn number 5. This time it is Andrew up the inside from Steve. Zach sits in 3rd, and I was going to make the case, Greg, that I think we're starting to see a separation of the 3 Whitstons at the front, and then Mike Lawrence and Hunter Phelps Barron in 4th and 5th. That's not the case anymore.
No.
All that racing between the Whitstons at the front has allowed Lawrence and Hunter Phelps Barron back up into this fight, and it's a lead set of 5 once again. Incidentally, earlier we saw in the same shot we had Nathan Down and Ted Burns, who lead overall and in Formula F. Kind of in that same space of the track. They've now checked out as they lapped the Formula V leaders. It is still Nathan Down who leads from Ted Burns by just 0.2 of a second. And I get the sense, Greg, that I think Ted Burns is just kind of biding his time here. He might be quicker than Nathan Down, and certainly over most of the weekend, up until the very end of qualifying this morning, has been the quicker car and driver. My guess is that he knows there's going to be an opportunity to make a move sometime in these last 7.5 minutes, roughly 5 laps. Let's see what he decides to do here. But it's not, I say it's not an imminent thing. They're headed towards turn number 5, Greg, and it's Ted Burns towards the outside, Nathan Down to the inside, doing some robust defense side by side into turn number 5. I think Ted Burns is going to try and get the overlap here, but even if he's successful, it'll put him on the outside for 7. No, they're single file headed up over the crest at turn number 6, and they'll be that way down towards the museum corner.
Yeah, and as they came down in the 5 under braking, Ted Burns to the outside a lot later on the brakes, and I think he had designs on maybe going and taking the rim shot and going right around Nathan Down. Down kept the car and went deep enough into the corner that he didn't really give Burns anywhere to go at that point, other than Burns to maybe even overslow and pull back behind, as we now have that battle for third in Formula F going through our Formula V leaders.
Yeah, but being really sensible about it, Greg. Initially, it looked like Smith and Benson were going to try and go together. That's not the case. No. Chris Smith in the 57 got them over at turn number 5, and props to John Benson in the number 7, who's done a really nice job to not stick his nose, I'm not going to say where it doesn't belong, but maybe where it's not necessary to be. At some point, though, you got to go.
Yeah, I mean, much to the detriment of his race, because he's just now given up maybe another 15 car lengths to Smith ahead that he's going to have to make up once and if he finally gets through this Formula V field now as they come down through the chicane.
We've seen this in so many other places. In so many other ways at Barber Motorsports Park. It's such a tight and twisty track. Even though you carry a lot of speed through most of these corners, these straights aren't very long, the braking zones aren't very long, and what you end up with is faster classes of cars being mixed up with the slower cars for longer.
Right.
And especially when you get bunches of them, like we had the top 5 in Formula V, at some point you've got to make the move, but there's no way you're going to get all 5 at once.
No, certainly not.
It could be half a lap, like it just was for John Benson, till you can get through it. And
you get 2 by 2 by 2, and then finally
to break up the battle, and nobody likes to see it, and you hope it comes back together. We'll see if that ends up being the case. But the reality is John waited really as long as he could, and as you said, to the detriment of his race, before he was brought back into, or allowed to get through the rest of the Formula Vs. Did so cleanly, but now he's, let's call it, 4 seconds behind the number 57 of Chris Smith.
Exactly. And so what that's allowed to happen, at least in Formula V now, Andrew Whitston with about 12 to 13 car lengths now on Zach, on Steve, as well as Mike Lawrence. Your pole sitter today in Formula V, and Hunter Phelps Barron, they are all in line. And I should also mention, sitting right back behind him, that is Glenn Tilkey's Formula 600 car. And he's got probably the best seat in the house. He's just laying back and getting great video work of these drivers ahead of him.
It's been this way for the better part of this race.
Exactly.
With Glenn Tilkey. Just not playing a role in things, letting them do their battle, stay out of it. You know, if he gets the opportunity to go by or something happens, I'm sure he'll take advantage of that. But he's not been obviously quicker than the Formula V battle, and is doing the sporting thing here for sure.
Correct.
It's not always what we see. Credit to Glenn for doing this, but being patient and just kind of letting the proper in-class battle play out rather than being a part of it.
All right, as they come onto the front straight, once again, maintaining that advantage is Andrew Steve in the yellow 18, currently running third, dropping a wheel coming out of the final corner. Maybe loses a little bit of momentum, but he had built up a little bit of a buffer now between the 2 black cars of Mike Lawrence and Hunter Phelps Barron behind.
John Benson in the number 7 ends up calling it a day here from P4. Retires that car into the paddock. Down leads from Burns at the front of the field overall, and up in Formula F, 0.4 of a second, which is right around what it's been essentially all race long. In that order, interestingly. So for all the shuffling, as Andrew goes wide in the number 18, coming out of, the number 12, coming out of turn number 5. That allows Zach up the inside. Steve is looking to potentially pounce around the outside and head into the museum corner. That number 8 Formula F there in the background is Miles Crabb. Decides to get 2 out of 5. We'll try and shoot by the other 3 here on the short run up to turn number 9.
Attention in the paddock, Spec Miata and SMX racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. Spec Miata and SMX, please head to the grid. And a big change here. No, maybe not a huge change, but on the prior lap over for the battle for the lead in Formula F, it was Nathan Down with maybe a half a car length on Ted Burns. Now it is, as we watch him come into the museum turn here, and a little bit of step out there from the back of Nathan Down's Swift. but he's managed to build up all of about 4 car lengths now, maybe giving him a little bit of buffer as we've got 2 minutes remaining on the clock, and I'm fairly certain that they will see the white flag this next time by.
Believe it or not, Greg, we're actually going to do it on laps anyway. It's 16 laps, scheduled distance, 2 to go, as you see in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. I'm going to revise what I said earlier. I thought Ted was just being patient here in waiting for Nathan Down to leave a door open or maybe make a little mistake. I think Ted is pushing that number 81 pretty hard to stay with Nathan. You could see the protest out of the rear of the car headed down into turn number 8. Tried to hug the apex where the road really falls away as they take the white flag here. And when it did, it just snapped the rear of that number 81 sideways. 96 does a little shimmy there at turn number 1 with the back end of the car stepping out. Their nose to tail, 1.3 seconds is now 1.3 car lengths, Greg.
That's it. And so both these cars looking very loose, and the drivers having to do quite a bit to adjust for it, as Burns very late on the brakes, once again going into the hairpin. He's been the late breaker here, but as late as he gets on the brakes, he's later back to the throttle, and then Nathan Down able to motor away once again, coming out of Charlotte's Web as they come over towards the museum turn. Burns, though, now right under the gearbox of the yellow number 96 as they come down the hill, and you see there almost every single lap there. I think that one corner is perhaps the Achilles heel for Nathan Down. The rear end really steps out on him.
Yeah, same with Ted Burns, though. The cars, neither of them look particularly happy there. There's not a ton of grip. Remember, there's no aero there, obviously, as well. Tough place to not have a happy car because it's the longest flat-out run on this 2.3-mile layout as the Formula Vs begin their final lap. It's Zach, Steve, Andrew, and then a margin back to the last 2, Greg.
And Steve takes a look on the inside of Andrew as they came through the first corner. But let's jump back to this battle for the win in Formula F as they come onto the front straight now. And it is Nathan Down. Ted Burns had just run the fastest lap of the race, but it's not going to be enough. And as they come to the line, Nathan Down is your Formula F race winner here this afternoon at Barber Motorsports Park. Ted Burns will finish second. Chris Smith, we're assuming, will cross the line in third as Steve Myers will finish a lap down. Let's jump back over to the battle in Formula V, where it is currently Zach Whitston in the lead in the blue and yellow number 127. He's got Steve in the yellow 18 right behind, and then Andrew Whitston third. They've opened up a bit of a gap now to Mike Lawrence, our pole sitter today, as well as Hunter Phelps Barron. They've got one of our Formula 600 racers in between. I think that might be, is that Stephen Johndal sitting right between them there as they work through. And now as they come out of the S's, Andrew Whitston moving right alongside Steve Whitston.
Yeah, 3 wide on the way into turn number 11 here, but props to Steve Johndal in the background, who's going to let this play out however it will amongst the Whitstons at the front, Greg. It's Zach, Andrew, and Steve are side by side, and that might be all Zach Whitston needs to hang on to the lead through 14 and 15. We'll see them again as they come off the final corner, but 2 or 3 car lengths might just be enough, Greg.
All right, and as they come out of the final corner now, it is in the lead. It is Zach Whitston in the 127, then it's Andrew, then it's Steve. And as they come to the line, there it is. That is your finishing order just off the podium. Right at the very end, Hunter Phelps Barron manages to sneak past Mike Lawrence by 36 one-thousandths of a second. Simon Hughes will finish in 6th. Over in Formula F, as we mentioned, Nathan Down, Ted Burns, your top 2. Chris Smith will finish almost 40 seconds in arrears. Miles Crabb will finish 4th. And then Steve Meyer will finish a lap down in 5th. And over in Formula 600, Steve Johndal will take the win. Timothy Friest is your second place finisher, and Glenn Tilke will round out the 3-car podium.
Before we wrap up here, Greg, I know sometimes the small formula cars or the unwinged formula cars don't get the love that maybe they could or should. Sometimes it only takes a handful of cars to make a race. We saw a couple of great races today. The front of Formula F, 2-car battle the whole way through. Awesome race. The Formula 6s, all really smart, really heads-up driving, allowed the Formula F and V battles to play themselves out. Great racing in Formula V. Multiple battles, the top 5. Bill Stasinski and it ended up being Anthony Henderson tumbling down the order at the end. But that battle as well was really good right the way through. Fantastic racing from the small formula guys.
Yeah, indeed. Wonderful battle there and a lot of heads-up, conscientious driving across the field. All right, let's make a final call to the grid for our next race group. Spec Miata, Spec MX-5, please head to the grid. Your race starting in just a few moments. Spec Miata and Spec MX-5, please head to the grid. Your race is next. Okay, going to take a quick break. We'll be back here with more racing action. And my gosh, we're going to have a lot of cars here in our next group. Here at Barber Motorsports Park, it's a 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Don't go away.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
It's time for Spec Miata and Spec MX-5 here at Barber Motorsports Park. We had quite a number of drivers. I think somewhere along the lines of close to 60 drivers at qualifying times. I'm going to give you the big movers and shakers here in both classes. We are going to have a split start. We've got our Spec MX-5 racers at the front of the field behind a pace car, and then we'll have a second pace car with our Spec Miata racers. Let's run down the SMX drivers first. Driving the number 195 machine, yesterday's race winner, Enzo Vidmontieni. Starting right alongside, finished second during yesterday's race, driving the number 9 Mazda, it's Skylar Cottrell. Then we've got Jarrett Jones, he's in the number 86 machine, he'll start third, with Michael Riccio starting in fourth. Nathan Saxon in the number 6 Spec MX-5 will start fifth, with Cam Eben starting in 6th. Camden Gruber will start 7th. He's in the number 24 machine. And Tom O'Gorman, who will once again hopefully be able to bring you live here on the broadcast, he is starting 8th. William Wallace will start 9th today. He's in the number 52 car, with Michelle Square driving the number 75. She starts 10th. Jason Victor will start 11th. He's in the number 70 car. Wes Duchek starting right alongside in 12th. He drives the 40 Mazda. Mitchell Lowry will start 13th. He's in the 21 car, with Benham Abernethy starting 14th. He's in the 133. And then we got Lincoln Larson. He starts 15th. And Gavin Vaughn starting 16th. All right, let's move over to the front of our Spec Miata field, where John Salerno, yesterday's race winner, driving the number 34 Mazda, will start on the pole, with Skip Brock Jr. starting right alongside. He's in the 61 car. Logan Stretch drives the Burgundy number 89. He's going to be third to the line, with Preston Pardis, many-time national champion, right alongside, driving the white number 32. Then we got Travis Wiley in the 78 car. He'll start fifth, with Jim Drago, two-time national champion, driving the number 2 car. He will start in 6th position. On the inside of row number 4, driving the number 44 car, it's Bobby Gossett, and right alongside Bobby Gossett will be Vinny Barata in the number 58 machine. Brett Kowalski drives the 15 car. He starts 9th, and rounding out your top 10 is Chris Rawlings, driving the number 35 Mazda. James Newell is in the 73 car. He starts 11th alongside Danny Stain, driving the number 39 car. John Hamner will start 13th, with Austin Farr 14th. Henry Banks will start on the inside of row number 8 in the number 0 Mazda, with Lucas Jensen right alongside. Nick Leveroni will start in 17th position. He's in the number 92 Mazda, with Jackson Kimbrough starting in 18th position. Then we got Ellie Gossett. She's going to start 19th. She's in the number 77 car, with Cole Lucas right alongside. Cole is driving the number 11. Ryan Kipke in the 18 car will start 21st. Alessandro Boas will start 22nd in the 196 car. And then we got Cliff Brown. He's got the number 1 on the door. He starts 23rd, however, with Henry Taylor starting 24th. He's in the number 10 machine. And then 25th, Matt Davis and Robert Garrison starting 26th, as the pace car for our first group heads to the pit lane, turning the field over to Enzo Vidmontieni. His initial outing here at the Super Tour, he takes the win on day number 1 in the 35-minute sprint race. This is scheduled to be 25 minutes or 16 laps, as the starter looks over the field, and green flag is in the air, and already jumping to an early advantage is Vidmontieni. Skylar Cottrell holding off Jarrett Jones as they come into turn number 1, and then stacked up right behind them, Cam Eben and Nathan Saxon, as our Spec Miata racers now get the green flag, and they will head up the hill. And so far, so good, so clean, with the exception of, well, a couple cars running a little wide there, a little further back in the pack. I mean, you can't see it. It's like Days of Thunder, and it looks fine to me, Brendan.
Yeah, Skip Brock Jr. gets the nose on the number 34 this weekend, as it is. That's John Salerno. But remember, he'll be to the outside when they get to the braking zone for turn number 5. If he's not able to get the move done, I can see out our window here, Greg, that move is not done. Salerno at the inside of Skip Brock, but Brock is able to come back.
He's got overlap there.
Soon. Yeah, gets good exit speed, and where you basically have to be single file through 7 and 8 here as you head down the hill. Looks like it'll be Skip Brock Jr. who gets the proverbial hole shot, Greg, headed towards 7 and 8.
Yeah, and a little bit of a touch there between those two cars as Brock gets pushed wide. Can he hold on and keep the pace as they come down through the corkscrew and onto the back straight here? And he can. And that is a move that he couldn't make at the start of yesterday's race, where Salerno ran from the drop of the green flag all the way to the checker here. So Skip Brock, your initial leader. Now as they make the run down into turns 11 and 12. And a little bit further back, it is Jarrett Jones, Nathan Saxon. Cam Eben picks up a spot. He's got Camden Gruber right behind.
Car off there at 13. He's going to gather it up. Really nicely held. However, we've got to change for the lead up in SMX, Greg. It's Skylar Cottrell, who I think for one of the very few times this weekend has unseated Enzo Vidmontiani from the point at the front of the field overall and in SMX.
That is the case. Jarrett Jones, Nathan Saxon running right behind now as they head out of the carousel and make the run under braking down into the hairpin. And Cottrell had about 3 car lengths before they went under braking into Charlotte's Web. And as they dig out of the corner, he opens it up maybe to about 4 car lengths. Now a little bit further behind, we've got Nathan Saxon under attack from Cam Eben, the number 6, the number 66, Camden Gruber right behind them as they come now into the corkscrew.
Just a quick note, Greg, we've got a standing yellow over at turn number 1. It's for a spun SM car. It's Robert Garrison in the number 06. The car is spun to driver's left and is up against the tire wall where the pit lane rejoins the circuit. It looks like this is going to end up being a full course, and there it is.
And there it is. Full course caution as we'll have a safety car deploying, the big Dodge Challenger deploying, I believe, from the pit lane here. Going to pick up our leader in SMX, Skylar Cottrell. And they are currently heading now over towards, there we go, coming down. Well, that's actually our Spec Miata field. So the SMX race is a little bit further ahead. They're going to be coming out of the final corners here in just a few moments. Actually, there we go, coming onto the front straight now, and we'll see the safety car deploy and pick up the pink number 09 machine. And so in SMX, it's Cottrell, it's Vidmontiani, Jarrett Jones, Cam Eben, Nathan Saxon, your top 5. And as the field freezes in Spec Miata, and they are now coming through the final quarters, actually across the starting line now, completing their second lap. Skip Brock Jr., your leader, John Salerno, the pole sitter, second, Logan Stretch, Travis Wiley, and Preston Pardis, your top 5.
With any luck here, Greg, this should be a short yellow, or could be a short yellow, right at the stoppage point of the 06. Exiting turn number 1 is an access road, and you can actually tuck the car and go into the side of the paddock, if that makes sense. Up a pretty steep gradient there, but there are emergency vehicles that are staged quite literally right
there. Exactly.
And as long as it doesn't need to be loaded on a flatbed or anything of that sort, they can get it behind a wall, maybe 1 or 2 laps under full course yellow, we get this thing back to racing. Bearing in mind, again, it's Sunday, but it is the shorter race for this group, just 25 minutes or 16 laps to get it done.
All right, well, real quick, Brendan, let's take our break, and hopefully we'll be back right before we go back to green flag racing. Attention in the paddock, race group number 4, Formula Atlantic and Continental, FE2, prototypes, and P2. Please start heading to the grid. Race group number 4, this is your first call to the grid. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be back with more action here from Barber. Don't go away.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Welcome back to Barber Motorsports Park and the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are still under full course caution here with our third lap being completed behind the safety car. Skylar Cottrell, your leader in SMX, Enzo Vidmontieni second, Jarrett Jones in third. Over in Spec Miata, Skip Brock Jr., John Salerno, and Logan Stretch. And Brendan, you know, this might be a good time to check in with our race reporter, not quite pit lane reporter, I'd say on-track reporter, Tom O'Gorman.
I'd call him the jack of all trades, but he's more of a Tom of
all trades, yeah.
At this point. Tom O'Gorman, it's Brendan Kaczmarek. How do you hear me?
Hi, Brendan. Welcome to the car.
Thanks for having us, Tom. Appreciate you being along for the ride here. Showed you back in 9th a minute ago. You're somehow up to 8th under caution, but we'll breeze right past that. Looked like maybe a bit of a messy start there. How was it from in-car?
You know, first of all, if you guys think it's off that broadcast, honestly, it was pretty tame for us here at SMX. One driver, I think he might have missed a shift or something, so we had to pass him in the turn one, but otherwise, it was pretty behaved. Otherwise, you know, I'm looking forward to getting back to green flag racing. I think we started taking it serious. We took the cool box out of the car, and we got about I'm not getting freight train quite as bad. I can be a little less perfect everywhere, and I think I get away with it. So I hope maybe a top 10. I don't know.
Now that you've got a couple of sessions, having shed 20 or so pounds, Tom, do you think you're a little bit more competitive? Can you feel the weight come out of the car? Bearing in mind, obviously, you're going to be bleeding away water weight as you go through.
It's a hot yoga session.
Exactly, right. No, I can feel it. And honestly, in a lot of other series, we used to run something like a 40 to 50 pound bumper just to make sure we would pass the scale. And I've realized here in SMX, you do the opposite. You really want to get it close to the top. Unfortunately, I'm kind of wearing the weight on my body that I should not have. These cars are good for like 200-pound drivers and under, I think. But I'm noticing just in the straight line a little better. I don't feel it, though.
What's the move on the start here, Tom? Is it get right up behind the car in front of you, being William Wallace in the number 52, or do you try and lean back and get a run?
Well, I want to stay as close as possible for the restart. I think I'm in a good spot to be on throttle coming out of 15. As long as they time it like yesterday. But I think I have enough to hold on for a top 10. But you never know. It's so easy to make one small mistake and you get stuck out to dry.
Well, it sounds like we're going to try and get back to green flag racing here, Tom, if everything goes according to plan. So we'll let you get back to it. Thanks for checking in with us, and best of luck.
Thank you, guys. Hi to my family at home.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad.
No.
All right, so they are once again trying to slow the safety car down. We should probably tell Tom we don't want him to run up into the back of William Wallace just ahead there as that happens, but in the hopes of being able to bring the safety car in this lap as they are still working to clear the incident. And we've just received word from race control. We will have one more lap under full course caution here. Again, a 25-minute timed race. And as the clock, of course, continues to count down, we've got just a touch over 13 and a half minutes remaining on the clock. And with 13 laps to go, again, this is 25 minutes or 16 laps. Looks like this is going to finish definitely on time here. So Skylar Cottrell, your leader with Enzo Vidmontieni and Jarrett Jones, the top three in SMX. And over in Spec Miata, it is currently Skip Brock Jr. with John Salerno and Logan Stretch. And, Brendan, this is, again, we had a portion of a race yesterday under full course caution, as well as we had, I think, a lap 2 incident in that race. And once again, we've got the front of our Spec Miata field. We had to start today with a fairly substantial gap between the two classes. Now when we go to restart, the Spec Miatas at the front of the pack are going to be right up behind a number of SMX cars that perhaps don't have the same ultimate pace. Now, Tom has talked in regards to speeds here. The SMX cars maybe get a little bit better dig out of slower corners, but their ultimate straight line speed isn't quite enough, and that could create quite a bit of variability there right at the front for Skip Brock Jr. and for our second place runner there at the front, John Salerno, our pole sitter, along with Logan Stretch.
Yeah, a lot of experience at the front of the SM field, though, between Skip Brock Jr., John Salerno, Logan Stretch, and the number 89, Travis Wiley, Preston Pardis, and even Bobby Gossett, young Bobby Gossett. Plenty of racing experience in these NA and NB Miatas. More recently, I think, in the MX-5 Cup as well.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, right now, the 44, Bobby Gossett, he's currently running second in the points in the Whalen Global MX-5 Cup, or I think now they just call it the Whalen MX-5 Cup, and dropped out of the points lead this past weekend at Virginia International Raceway, but without necessarily the number of years under his belt as, again, a multi-time champion. Preston Pardis just ahead of him, a two-time champion right behind him in Jim Drago as well, and Travis Wiley, a number of Super Tour wins and time under his belt as well. And so we'll see. Gossett has handled himself over the course of this season incredibly well, Brennan.
Yep, and with a chance to make some moves here on the start. Remember, it's not just that we're wondering what this is going to look like for the front of the SM field on the restart. The back of the SMX cars as well, with these fields not really being split, but to Emmy Kissick, Jake Faulkner, Jillian Fichter, and Christopher Jerem in what appears to be a backup car, going to have their hands full as well, looking backwards in the mirror with cars that you wouldn't necessarily expect to be crowding up all over your rear bumpers there. Everybody's going to have to kind of be up on the wheel and keep their heads on a swivel as we get ready to go back to racing.
Yep, and lights are out on the safety car. We're going to be going back to racing this time by, and we'll have about 10 and a half minutes remaining on the clock when we go, or a little bit less than 10 minutes when we go green, as Skylar Cottrell in the pink and black 09 car brings the field onto the front straight. Again, as soon as the green flag flies, you can pass. You don't have to wait to get to the start-finish line, and we can already see racers a little bit further back in the field, maybe even before the green flag comes out, pulling alongside, or 3 wide at some places here at the front of the SMX field. Now going into turn number 1, it stretches out to just 2 wide coming up the hill, Brendan. But already we saw on the start the Spec Miatas with Skip Brock Jr. maybe pulled the field back just a little bit before they went green, and he leads John Salerno now through the carousel, but they're still only about 10 car lengths back from the tail end of the SMX field.
Brock is going to go defensive here in SM down towards turn number 5. It was the reverse of this, remember, on the initial start with John Salerno to the inside, Skip Brock to the outside. It worked around the outside of turn number 5, or at least it paid off when they got to turn number 7. as they go 2 to 3 wide in the SMX field. There in the background is Salerno to the inside of Brock, and it looks like Salerno is actually going to get the job done headed towards turn number 7 in SM. Meanwhile, at the front of SMX, it's still Skylar Cottrell in the 09, Enzo Vidmontieni in second, everybody else in third place, Greg.
Yeah, there we go. As the Spec Miatas all now get in line behind new race leader John Salerno as they come down the center of the track and head down towards the S's over at turns 11 and 12.
It's an interesting restart, Greg. There are a couple different ways you can attack it. Number one, you can try and get your elbows out and just be more physical than the guys and girls around you and just literally trying to elbow them out of the way, stick a nose in where maybe they might not be expecting it. The other way is to try and be smarter than everybody else around you and catch somebody napping, as it were. I think in that case, everybody was trying to be the smartest one on the start, and it ended up being basically a no contest. Nothing ended up happening, but it has now because we have a change for second place in SMX.
There you go, as Jarrett Jones gets around Enzo Vidmontieni. Now, he just run the fastest lap of the session. Nathan Saxon sitting still in fourth as he has to hold off Cam Eben going up the hill. Camden Gruber is slotting in right behind. And so we did have a bit of a change here also is Michael Riccio. Great move here, sitting up now in 7th position. Tom O'Gorman now in 9th position behind William Wallace as he wasn't able to move forward. Michelle Squarick directly behind. And ever while the Spec Miata field closes in on the back of that SMX battle here, Tom's not going to answer me when I say that like he answers you for some reason, Brendan. But now making a move. We saw this fight yesterday, speaking of Tom O'Gorman, with Michelle Squarick as they were door to door going down through turn 7 and 8 and down through the S's there. This time O'Gorman to driver's right. Yesterday he was to driver's left. We'll pick that battle up here as our leaders in SMX with Skylar Cottrell. Now Jarrett Jones and Enzo Vidmontieni perhaps open up a little bit the briefest of gaps over Nathan Saxon and the rest of the field.
Remember, these SMX cars have been on the same set of tires all weekend long. We've already had a 35-minute race. Yes, a decent amount of yellow, but in the heat of the day yesterday, we're trying to do it again today with a 25-minute race plus the 2 qualifying sessions. We wondered if maybe that tire wear would start to show its ugly head as we got deeper and deeper into this second race of the weekend. And I do wonder if maybe those 3 have just been a little bit kinder on their tires despite how hard they've been racing all weekend long.
Yeah, so Vidmontieni, who just turned the fastest lap, tried to push Jarrett Jones past Cottrell going into turn 1, could not make that work for him. Cam Eben in the black 66 leads Saxon, Gruber, Wallace, Riccio now out through the carousel and onto the straight. And now as Tom O'Gorman falls back to 11th position in his battles with Michelle Squarick, Wes Ducek managed to sneak by. Ducek and Squarick come into the hairpin side by side, and I think Wes Ducek has managed to move up another position now into 9th position, displacing Michelle Squarick and pushing her back to 10th as we'll go on board now with Tom O'Gorman.
Yeah, I caught that charcoal number 94 out the window headed into turn 11 on the last lap, Greg, and it looks like he just kind of got swamped somewhere around turns 9 and 10, ended up with only 1 lane to choose, and it was the worst possible one right in the middle. Ended up losing a couple of spots in that shuffle, but balances the wheel there through the right-hander at turn number 10, and will set about closing this multiple car length gap up to Michelle Squarick in the number 75.
Ooh, and a big correction there coming over the crest of the hill that Tom had to dial in there as the rear end just started to walk around on him.
It's a lot of speed you're carrying into 11 and 12 there, Greg, and on these not slick tires, remember, these are DOT tires, approved tires essentially. The car is going to do some, let's say, funky things, some things that you might get on an older technology type of tire. Asking it to do multiple axis movements at the same time is a bit of a challenge. We get a second place change in SMX, Greg. Enzo Vidmontieni 2 seconds behind the Pig 09 of Skylar Cottrell. Jarrett Jones in the 86 back to 3rd.
All right, Cam Eben just turns in the fastest lap in SMX. He's part of that lead group along with Nathan Saxon with a big pause.
We've got a red flag, Greg.
All right, and Tom, Brendan, you're right. We are going to a red flag here at Barber Motorsports Park as we've got a car looks to be, and drivers out of the car, looks like a car that might have perhaps caught fire.
Yeah.
And so we've gone to a red flag, as opposed to what you see in Formula One, which is kind of the equivalent of our black flag. A red flag here in SCCA road racing asks the drivers all to come to a complete stop, a complete safe stop, usually on the side of the pavement, so that the emergency services teams can respond. And again, the driver is out of the car, and it appears to be the 121 car.
It is.
That is disabled over there on the side of the pavement.
Christopher Durham, Greg.
Oh, my.
Poor Christopher Durham. That's the second time this weekend his car has come to a stop with something other than what was the expected result here.
Yeah.
This time it's uncontained combustion at the front of the number 121. Driver's okay, out of the car, running to get a fire bottle as the EVs arrive on scene. But as you can see off to the right-hand side of our shot at turn number 5 there, Greg, that car is well and truly alight at the moment.
Yeah, and we do have the emergency services teams that have responded, and Jerem heading back to the car with a fire bottle to help the situation now.
Yeah, it's going to take a bit of work here, Greg, to get this under control. And unfortunately, we kind of lost control of the clock, or lost sight of the clock there. There's only 3 minutes left, Mr. Ginsberg, in this session. We spent so much time under that full course yellow that I think as things stand now, well, almost certainly as these things stand now, unless we've got some wiggle room in the schedule to get a green-white checker in, this may end up being how this ends.
All right, and I'm getting word from the chat here, Brendan, from somebody who probably should know, Henry Jerem 507. It says it's not Christopher.
Interesting.
Yeah.
It does show as the 121, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does indeed.
Yeah.
Show as the 121 car, which is what we have listed as being the driver. And actually, so again, we'll try and get the information there as to who that driver is. If it's not Christopher Jerem, but I'll take the words here as they're saying Christopher's in the pits. So
okay.
Yeah. So we thank you very much for that information and passing that along.
It doesn't do much to identify who that car actually is.
Right.
Over at the exit of turn 10. By the way, it's worth noting here, it doesn't look like that car has had an impact with anything. It's not like there was an accident there that led to a fire or anything like that. It looks like it was a pull-off into the what I think you might describe as the school course cut, or what was intended as the school course cut between 10 and 11. Just a pullover, and realized something was very wrong there really very early.
All right. I want to thank everybody for joining us here in the chat today. We've got Tim Adelson out from Gig Harbor, Washington. We've got Terry Hinsley. We've got the First Flash joining us here as well. So thank you so much for that. Again, breaking down currently our leaders here: Skylar Cottrell, Jarrett Jones, Enzo Vidmontieni in SMX, with Cam Eben, who had just turned his fastest lap of the race, in 4th position, with Nathan Saxon in 5th, Camden Gruber, William Wallace, Ricky Oduchek, Squarick, your top 10 over in Spec Miata. And Brendan, you have some more information for us?
Dude, it's the number. It's car 01, Greg. It's Cliff Brown. Out of Hoshton, Georgia. Was running 24th in SM before this happened. To be clear here, Greg, the information that we have from Flagtronics,
from a transponder on the car,
it says on the screen here 121 SMX,
right?
Which was very obviously Christopher Jerem, is listed as Christopher Jerem. So that's really the only information we had to go off of up here in the booth. Appreciate Henry Jerem pointing that out to us, but that is exactly what the case is. It is the 01, and it does, as we said earlier, driver is safe. Cliff Brown fans, family, anything like that, everybody's okay over there, but scary moments regardless.
Yeah, indeed. And it looks as though they have been able to extinguish the fire. They've got a roll back there. They're going to get the car loaded up and brought back to the pits. We have not received any indication from race control. And of course, they have a lot of work to do as we are still under these the red flag conditions. The safety car has been deployed.
One other point to make here, Greg, is we operate under a red flag. We don't see red flags very often.
No, very rare cars.
Especially in the Hoosier Super Tour. It's just not something that whether it's mechanical failures or incidents or impacts or whatever, we just don't get a lot of them. So when you see them, I can imagine behind the wheel there's a brief moment of panic
Right.
When something happens that you're not used to being exposed to. Amazing heads-up work. We had 57 cars entered in this group, and they're both spec classes, which means everybody is on top of each
one another
all the time. And when you see the red flag, you have that moment of panic. It's, oh my gosh, I got to stop, and I got to pull over to the side of the road and slam on the brakes and come to a halt. But do it predictably and do it in a measured way.
And actually not slam on the brakes. And,
Correct.
And so also as these racers work in such close proximity all the time, Brennan, and as you mentioned with these spec classes, whether it be Spec Miata or Spec MX5 Challenge, there are also a lot of hand signaling that is done between the drivers. They are actually in many ways communicating with one another on track, and
Constantly.
it usually means a hand in the air waving as you typically are looking through, not a whole bunch of open ground ahead of you. You are watching the track through the rear window of the car ahead of you, and having the hand up there signaling to let you know that something is up ahead that you need to slow down. Helps immensely, and as we can see here, these drivers did this so incredibly well. As the 01 car, having been loaded up, is being taken back to the pits. And we're just waiting, getting a little bit more information from race control.
Sounds, Greg, like it's going to be a double yellow to get the field pulled back together. As the pace car resumes down the hill here at turn number 5. Trell, Vidmontiani, and Jones is your top 3 there. And it looks like we're just going to try to get the field back into some form of order here, Greg. Remember, it's 0 minutes left on the clock, but it is possible in the case of red and black flags to extend the race to allow for a green-white checker. So that'll be up to race director or clerk of the course over here.
Yeah, and a matter of fact, right now I'm showing about a little bit under 4 minutes on the clock here as it had been reset, and I think that may be the plan, is to try to get a lap under green, basically a green-white checker.
It's got to be 2.
2 laps.
Yeah. Like everybody is more or less back in order, rounding
and
turn 5 and headed towards 7 and 8.
Yeah, that not only did the racers do a good job of coming to a nice complete stop, they also remembered where they needed to be in the order.
I mean, there's so much happening all at once, Greg, and that was kind of my point. Not that everybody needs to slam on the brakes,
right?
But you have to actively resist that. Resist the urge to panic and be smart about it. Now we're hearing it's double yellow and black, which means we'll be bringing the field behind the safety car into the pit lane. And I look over my shoulder for timing and scoring information.
Brendan,
as to whether or not we're gonna
so Brendan, I am seeing a black flag. Yeah, so this race is coming to an end.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And typically after a red flag, they're never going to go back to green flag racing. They're always going to bring them down and black flag the session. And what is going to happen now, and we're seeing on the starter stand, the starters are going to be displaying the checkered flag onto the pit lane. So with the lights on, the lights are going to stay on the safety car, and with the lights on, Skylar Cottrell should be following the safety car onto the pit lane.
And it looks like that will be the case. So if this race is going to be done and dusted here, Greg.
It is.
Skylar Cottrell.
Yeah, Skylar Cottrell.
In the 09.
Yeah, getting the pass bait, and we didn't get any pudding or whatever. Everything Mrs. Cottrell made for us in Road Atlanta.
No, we didn't. It was the bread pudding.
The bread pudding,
yes.
Exactly. We've got some great cooks in here on the Super Tour. We get cookies, we get bread pudding.
Specifically in SMX.
Yeah, I was going to say usually SMX drivers, in some cases Spec Miata drivers here. So Skylar Cottrell will take the win in SMX. Jarrett Jones will finish second. Enzo Vidmontiani, our pole sitter and yesterday's race winner, will take the last step on the podium. Cam Eben will finish 4th. Nathan Saxon, Camden Gruber, William Wallace, Michael Riccio, Wes Ducek, and then Michelle Squarick will round out the top 10. Tom O'Gorman will finish just outside the top 10 in 11th. If we move over to Spec Miata, John Salerno with that, and talk about timeliness, Brendan. Salerno, who got around Skip Brock with 2 laps before the lap before the red flag came out, he will take the win in SM for the 2nd day in a row. Skip Brock Jr. will finish 2nd. Logan Stretch 3rd. Travis Wiley, Bobby Gossett, Preston Pardis, and Jim Drago. Brett Kowalski, James Newell, Danny Stain is your top 10.
Can I just briefly say hello in the chat? Fire Ant 1, I have to assume is Mama Cottrell?
I believe so, yeah.
First of all, you will get more, but I'm not in Alabama this weekend. Are you going to the runoffs? Yes, emphatically yes. We will be at the runoffs. I want to make that very clear. We will be at the runoffs. Bread pudding or something even more delicious coming your way at the end of September.
Oh, thank you.
I don't know what could be better than the bread pudding. It was really good.
I tend to agree. And I remember the other wonderful cook of confectionery goodies, Rocco Pascarella's team. And Rocco doing incredibly well in TCR in the Michelin Pilot Challenge
Mama
this year.
Barroso as well.
That's right, Frankie Barroso's mom.
Yep, one of the most graphically gifted.
Yes,
I would say.
with portraits of Frankie on the cookies.
Well, we'll end this on a confectionery high note.
Yes.
Unfortunately, the race didn't end the way that we wanted here in SMX and SM. I think we probably deserved a little bit better to some degree. These things certainly. Yeah. Cars, ending up needing to be extinguished. These things do happen. Happy that everybody's okay. Happy there's no incident. Cars can be repaired for sure. Yeah. Yes, more racing would have been better, but so these things go sometime. Congrats to Skylar Cottrell. Congrats to John Salerno, the number 34 in SM. And we can wrap it up and call it an afternoon for the Miatas.
All right, real quick, let me make a final call for our next group, and then we'll take a quick break. Is it a confectionery high or is it just a sugar high?
It might be a sugar high.
Yeah, there we go. Attention in the paddock, final call for race group 4 from the Atlantic and Continental, FE2, Prototype, and Prototype 2. Please head to the grid. From the Atlantic and Continental, FE2, Prototype, and P2, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, as Brendan and I go searching out these beautiful Oreo BTS cookies, by the way, speaking of sugar highs, we'll be back in just a few moments with more racing action from Barber. Don't go away.
Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, parts support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Thanks for joining us all here today. We've got Formula Mazda 76 in the chat. Steve Shelton, thank you very much. And of course, our favorite chef, Ms. Cottrell. And also, Harry Sandy Dorito. Thank you very much. All right, let's run down the starting order for our next race. It's our final open wheel prototype race of the weekend. Formula Atlantic and Continental, Formula Enterprises 2, Prototype, and Prototype 2. Starting on the pole today, driving his Swift 016 in Formula Atlantic, it's Graham Jacobson. Starting right alongside, also in a Mazda-powered Swift, is Dudley Fleck. And that should be exciting as those two racers came together during yesterday's action, and neither finished the race. Larry Howard was our eventual winner in Formula Atlantic. He's going to start third today in his Swift, with Todd Vanacore, our prototype pole sitter, driving the number 19 Elan DPO2, starting in fourth. John McAleer will start fifth. He's in a Swift 016 in Formula Atlantic, as is Jean-Luc Liverato, who drives the number 5 car, starts sixth. Daryl Schaff is our second prototype entry in the race. He's driving the number 94 Elan DPO2. He starts in seventh, and right alongside, driving the number 65 Formula Atlantic Mazda FMZR, it's Bryce Corday. Jarrett Voorhees, also in an FMZR Formula Atlantic machine. He will start ninth, with Brandon Dixon starting seventh. He's our Formula Continental pole sitter in a Citation F2000. Brock Evans, Formula Atlantic, Formula Mazda MZR, and he will start 11th, with Steve Whitston, our FE2 pole sitter. He will start 12th. Aiden Shue in Formula Atlantic in a Mazda. He will start 13th, with Tyler O'Connor starting second in FE2, right behind the pole sitter. He starts 14th. Brianna Zemlock will start 15th in her Formula Mazda FMZR in Formula Atlantic. That's a 59 car, with Matteo Naranjo starting third in FE2, right behind the top two drivers in the class. He will start 16th. Stephen Thomas in a Formula Atlantic Mazda. He'll start 17th, with Chris Charno in his Formula Continental Van Diemen starting 18th. Then we've got Keith Jocelyn in FE2 starting 19th. Michael Frailer in his FE2 entry, the number 5 car, starts 20th. Then we've got Paul Douglas in Formula Continental, scheduled to start 21st in the 21 machine. Matt Strand in his Store WF1 is scheduled to start 22nd in the 144 car. That's a replacement for the car he had troubles with yesterday. Mark Stern will start 23rd. He's in the 01 Formula Continental Van Diemen. And then Russell Strait in FE2. And then we round out the field with row number 13, driving the number 56 Prototype Store WF1. It's Wade Richardson. That's the number 56 car. And Chris Young, also in a Store, scheduled to start 26. That's the number 44 machine. All right, as the safety car now bringing the field through the final corners here, going to head to the pit lane, Brendan, and onto the front straight. It's Jacobson and Fleck, our two Formula Atlantic Swifts, at the front of the field, and green flag is in the air. Dudley Fleck jumps out to an early lead, and then it's 3 wide going into turn number 1, as Larry Howard in the red number 51 machine pulls right alongside Jacobson, and Todd Vanacore was right in there as well. And as they come up the hill, Dudley Fleck is going to lead the field with, I think, Larry Howard jumping in the second now as they make the run down into, no, that was not, that is actually in Formula Atlantic. That's John McAleer in the silver 68 car, going into second position, with Graham Jacobson falling back to third, then Larry Howard in the red 51.
A good start from John McAleer. Good start elsewhere in the field as well, from everybody from about one-third point of the field on back. A lot of heads-up driving, some checking up, shuffling of lanes. You head through that really quick turn 1 on cold tires, cold brakes. Very nearly some contact, but everybody through unscathed, came out the other side, and it looks like we're going to get through lap number 1 here. So far, anyway, clean and green.
All right, so Dudley Fleck was your early leader yesterday in Formula Atlantic. Lost the lead to Graham Jacobson about halfway. And on that same lap, the two had a little coming together over at Charlotte's Web at the hairpin at turn 5. That allowed Larry Howard to take the lead, and he never looked back there as that race came to a conclusion. Over in the prototypes, Todd Vanacore was your leader in FE2. Steve Whitston took the win as well yesterday.
I don't think Vanacore took the start, Greg. I think it's
I was talking about yesterday's race.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, no Vanacore in prototype. It's just Daryl Shaw out in the front. Wade Richardson in second, but way back in P22 overall. So nothing but clear road for Daryl Shaw, other than the non-class competitors around. Brendan Dixon will lead the first lap in FC, well clear of his class competitors. And then back in FE2, it was actually not much of a battle yesterday, but it's the same two protagonists. It's, I say that. Where has Steve Whitston gone? I think it's just this is a timing issue.
Yeah, I think this is.
Yeah, it's Whitston leading from Matteo Naranjo, no matter what timing says.
Yeah, and Brendan, I think the challenge that we're having, at least for those that are maybe checking in using the race monitor app, is it actually will it's set to automatically update when you cross over into another sector, and we've had some issues with some of the timing loops dropping out there. So let's take a look here. It is Dudley Fleck, the first racer to come across the line here to complete lap number 2 with John McAleer, Graham Jacobson, Larry Howard, and then Jean-Luc Liverato comes across the line in the number 5 machine. Over in Continental, your leader, Brandon Dixon, with Chris Charno just now coming across the line, and Charno running second, and then we've Paul Douglas will be your next racer there with Mark Stern running in 4th. Over in FE2, it is Steve Whitston with Matteo Naranjo running in 2nd. Keith Jocelyn, Tyler O'Connor. Now, again, yesterday we had a great fight between Naranjo and O'Connor. Jocelyn really wasn't a factor in the race, but for the moment now, Matteo Naranjo running about 3 seconds back from our leader. And then in the prototypes, as you said, it's Daryl Schaff and Wade Richardson here as yesterday's race winner, Todd Vanacore, a no-show for today.
Really interesting race beginning to set up in Formula A here, Greg, and the proper Formula Atlantics, the Swift 016 chassis. Excuse me, Dudley Fleck is out in front, but it's interesting from Graham Jacobson's perspective. Remember, he was in the battle with Dudley Fleck at the end of yesterday's race. He now finds himself back in 3rd, stuck behind John McAleer in the number 68. I say it's stuck. It's not really stuck.
Not stuck.
But it is where he finds himself in this race. I wonder, actually, I think he has gone by. It just changed as they came out of the final corner and onto the front straightaway. So there's one of those 2 items done and dusted with that number 9, the red rear wing end plates of that number 9, clear of John McAleer. Now he'll go set after Dudley Fleck, but just in those first 2 laps, Greg, 3 laps now, he's 4.5 seconds back. Now, that sounds like a lot. But remember how that gap closed in the later stages of yesterday's race. On top of that, we're going at least 5 laps longer today, potentially 10 minutes longer if this race ends up going to time. A lot of tire management required here. 35 minutes is a long time on a reasonably quick circuit with a lot of long corners, short braking zones, and a lot of energy through these tires to have to manage grip right the way through, especially in this heat and these weather conditions. So eyes on Graham Jacobson, eyes on Dudley Fleck as we go through the next couple of laps here, Greg.
All right, here now is in FE2, the number 77 machine, Russell Straight, trying to make up a little bit of ground. He's had some challenges here this weekend, currently running 6th. And he's got both Formula Continental driver directly behind him, as well as our only racer today in Prototype 2, Matt Strand, in the Black 144 machine, coming up on him as well. As we mentioned, Strand running a Store WF1, the same machine that Chris Young ran yesterday, took to a win. Strand with a lot of issues in his machine yesterday, had retired early during qualifying as well as during the race, and switched over to a known good chassis, the chassis that Young ran for yesterday's race.
Elsewhere in the field, Greg, FE2, Keith Jocelyn defending from Tyler O'Connor. Well, I should double check that against my other timing source here to make sure that's the case. Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Just about a second between them. That is 55 from number 3. They should be headed up through turns 3 and 4 right about now, if my estimations are correct. Indeed, they are.
they
Now,
are.
remember the front wing damage we saw on Tyler O'Connor's number 3 yesterday, Greg, with the end plate on the, I think it was the left-hand side, kind of flipped up and slightly deranged. Today, it's actually Keith Jocelyn's turn. You can see as the car came toward the camera and down into the braking zone at turn number 5, it looks like it's dropped off the upright in the center of the nose. Look at it here. As it comes to the screen, you can see it's low on
all
the
the way
side.
leaned over, exactly.
It's driver's right, left-hand side of the shot. Looks relatively attached at the moment. They don't generate a ton of downforce. They're mostly for show. A little bit of stability. Let's see what that does to the handling of that car. Nothing like that yesterday really seemed to hurt Tyler O'Connor in the number 3. Actually, if anything, it seemed like it gave him a little bit of performance.
Exactly.
Maybe the same thing happens to Keith Jocelyn here. Just keep an eye on that number 55, the green car through your shot now.
Yeah, I think probably the biggest worry would be whether or not it gets pulled off by going over the curbing and having maybe the backside of the curbing rip it down.
Yes, exactly. And then the worry is that it gets tucked underneath the car.
Yeah.
And now you've got a car that won't turn because the front wheels are in the air. Propped up on the wing.
And actually, looking back to the June sprints this year, Russell Straight, Formula FE2 racer, had it happen going down into turn 5. Looked like the car was up on jack stands and it couldn't go anywhere. So same thing here as those racers now come out of turn 1, heading up into the carousel and working lap number 6.
Other battles developing. If you look in Formula A, Bryce Cornett, Jarrett Voorhees. Cornet. Try that again. Bryce Cornet in the number 65. Jarrett Voorhees in the number 15. Those are two of those Formula Mazda FMZR chassis.
Right. With the 2-liter Mazda MZR motors, about 200 horsepower thereabouts.
Let's call it a Star Mazda Plus. It's not quite the same, but let's call it a Star Mazda Plus. Kind of takes the place in that Formula A category.
Right.
In a way, it's its own little subclass here, but that is the battle for the lead in that subclass, 65 versus 15, and I think they're headed down towards turn number 1. It'll be the blue and black car of Cornet, followed by the mostly black, number 15 there in the background. Ooh, a little bit of sliding through turn number 1 there, 4th gear corner. Not a ton of grip, and high track temperatures mean these cars will move around a fair bit, but well held by Jarrett Voorhees in the number 15. Try and get the draft on the run down into turn number 5 here, but nowhere near close enough to do anything with the number 65 ahead.
Yeah, and yesterday Cornet was the fastest of the Formula Mazda ZRs, with Brock Evans finishing second. And I don't mean to say fastest, but Cornet was the first to finish on track yesterday with Brock Evans second. Evans having not the success today, as I believe I heard that he had brought the car onto the pit lane, and he's currently showing his 2 laps down. Now, as Jean-Luc Liverato gets around Bryce Cornet, Cornet had briefly passed the number 5 machine, and that repass has now been made.
Overall lead battle goes out once again, Greg. It was 4.4 seconds, now 5.4 seconds in favor of Dudley Fleck. Excuse me. Grant Jacobson slides a little bit further back.
All right, and quickly over in prototypes, we had Daryl Schaff and Wade Richardson. Richardson brought his car down the pit lane. Crew took a look at his store WF1. He has now just rejoined the action. Again, 2 laps down from Daryl Schaff.
New fastest lap time in Formula C. Brandon Dixon resets the fastest lap there, 126.359. Steve Whitston does the same in FE2, 126.4. And in doing so, stretches his margin back to Matteo Naranjo's number 80 out to 5.7 seconds. Jocelyn and Charnow also setting personal bests that time through. Tyler O'Connor just able to actually hang with Keith Jocelyn there, even while he sets that PB, and keeps that gap right at just about 0.2 of a second in the battle for second place in FE2. I'm sorry, third place in FE2.
All right, we just had a real good shot here, and coming down the hill, that is the 56 machine of Wade Richardson that's just rejoined. But for a moment there, we were had an isolation on Daryl Schaff, in the number 94 Elan DPO2. There you go with, I think, Jared Voorhees directly behind in one of the Formula Atlantic Mazdas. And that Mazda now coming up right behind, and I think directly ahead is Bryce Cornet. The Elan starting to get a little loose here early on. And, as we are about 8 laps into this, actually working lap 9, I think that he probably has the tires up to temp, as he is now going to go right alongside Cornet and picks up a position there coming out of the hairpin.
The Elan DPO2 doesn't look like very much when you see it from far away on a camera, but you get up close to it, and it's a very intricate car design. It's been updated multiple times over the years. Remember, those Elan DPO2s were the old IMSA Lights chassis, the prototype Lights chassis. Ooh, that's a spin for Jared Voorhees in the number 15. So kind of pushing there to try and stay with Bryce Cornet's number 65, who's just up ahead of Darrell Schaff. Gets it wrong. Where did we saw this in the other open wheel race, Greg? Right where the road drops away at turn 8, the museum corner, and you head down the hill. Where that road drops away, it can really rotate the car around its rear axis on the left rear tire, especially if you're transitioning the weight to the left rear as you come back in the throttle, and it sends the car, if it's yawed at all, it'll send the car the rest of the way around. Looks like that's exactly what happened. Jared Voorhees in the number 15.
All right, now some of you may have noticed on our timing tower on the left-hand side of the screen that we still have 22 minutes remaining in this race. This race here, as well as all of our remaining races this afternoon, they are 35 minutes or 21 laps. This group and all of our following ones had the shorter sprint races, the 25-minute races yesterday. And so these are the longer format races. I know we didn't mention it right at the beginning here, but hopefully some time for Voorhees now to recover, as I think he's also had a couple of other racers get around him, like, actually he was able to hold off Aiden Shu in another one of the Mazdas, but I have to check if we're having a timing issue perhaps with Jean-Luc Liverato. It's showing him moving up and moving down in the order. It may actually be what's happening on track, but I thought the 5 was perhaps a little bit further ahead than Cornet and Voorhees, and indeed I'm starting to show him back again 2 more positions. So you may see him jump around on our timing and scoring in Formula Atlantic. I think we're having some transponder issues with him.
Either that or it's one of the sector loops out there, because it's right when he comes across the line to complete another lap. Indeed, he does this time. Yep. And does it update to complete lap 10? Yes, it does. So that takes care of that. All is still well for Jean-Luc Liverato. Voorhees didn't lose any class positions, by the way, there. Ended up staying behind Bryce Cornet, but he did lose about 5 seconds in that whole thing. Worth noting, Greg, one of the advantages of having a spec class with really close racing is that you have cars stay. Oh, that's a big tank slapper at turn number 1. That car is going to be in the wall pretty hard to driver's right there, Greg. I didn't catch who that was, but just out of the corner of our eyes and right on screen, the car just started to step out at high speed.
And I think that was the 14 machine.
Yeah.
Brian,
Aiden Shu.
Yeah, Aiden Shu off over at turn 1.
Yeah.
And we are going to a full course caution here at Barber Motorsports Park. All right, so here is the safety car will now deploy, and going to try to pick up our leader. We do have another safety car out on the course, besides on the pit lane, that's going to deploy over by the S's at turns 9 and 10. And there you go. You see the Lexus there, and as our leader, Dudley Fleck, is coming out of the museum corner now, and actually coming down through the S's there. There is Dudley Fleck now, and the safety car will pick up our leader, Dudley Fleck, as we're working lap 12.
Yeah, we'll head to break here in a minute, Greg, but that car is definitely in the wall, pretty hard, driver's right, and as was mentioned in the chat here, it was 100 mile an hour plus slide off. That's probably close to correct, 90 to 100 miles an hour as you get on the brakes there. looks like maybe he tried to carry too much speed. The car started to swap ends, overcorrected, and scrubbed off virtually nothing when it got to the gravel trap on driver's right. Hope everybody's okay over there. We'll wait for word from race control as to whether or not that's the case. Either way, good job to get the race neutralized quickly and get EVs over to the scene of the incident there.
Attention in the paddock, race group 5, Super Touring Under, Super Touring Light, T3 and T4. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. Race group 5, STU, STL, T3 and T4. Please head to the grid. All right, we're going to take a quick break, and hopefully we'll have a little bit more information for you. Or we'll be back to Green Flag Racing here at Barber in just a few moments. Don't go away.
Shopping for tires used to really rub me the wrong way. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack's tire decision guide made it easy to find the right tires. Talk about secret sauce. You might ask, well, you bought them, now how are you gonna put them on? No problem. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose one that does mobile installation. A technician brought the tires right to my house. He's installing them now.
Almost finished, Herb.
Take your time. I'm just marinating. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It is the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Barber Motorsports Park. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brendan Kaczmarek. Tom O'Gorman will be rejoining us here in, I think, for our next race, as he has now recovered from his SMX battles. And we are still under full course caution here at the raceway. And again, driver is okay. Again, that was Aiden Shu. was Aiden Chu, correct? Or did I? Yes,
Yep.
Aiden Chu in the Formula Atlantic Mazda, and he is okay out of the car and back in the paddock. But I think we have possibly some residual tire wall and Armco repair here over at turn 1, Brendan.
Not actually sure it's tire wall, Greg. I'm not sure what these barriers are made of, but they are meant to be
deformed.
Well, they're meant to be motorcycle friendly.
Yes, that's
right.
true.
Which you don't tend to get tire walls. They tend to be assembled or compacted blocks.
Blocks, yeah.
Sometimes it's foam. Sometimes they're hay. I'm not really sure what they are. I do know I've been here when they've caught fire. That definitely wasn't the case here today.
So it might be hay.
It might be. But in this case, it knocked a couple of them over.
Right.
And obviously the car will have shoved some of them out of the way, and that's what is going to need to be repaired in particular there. It was a pretty high-speed impact. We saw it happen.
Right.
It didn't scrub a lot of speed off. So in addition to getting the car pulled away from the wall, put on a hook, and recovered to the paddock, they're also going to have to do some rearranging there. Good news is, today's the longer race, 35 minutes on the clock. Bad news is we're down to 12.
12, exactly. All right, so to run down the field here in Formula Atlantic, and your overall leader is Dudley Fleck with Graham Jacobson second. And I think we've got some slower traffic between those two race cars right now, Brennan. So likely that Jacobson is not going to be starting directly behind Fleck when we go back to green. John McAleer third in Atlantic with Larry Howard fourth, John Liverato in fifth, Bryce Cornet sixth. Over in Continental, it's Brandon Dixon and Chris Charno, as it's been since the start of this race. Paul Douglas third, Mark Stern fourth, a lap down. Over in FE2, Steve Whitston is your leader. Matteo Naranjo second, Tyler O'Connor in third, Keith Jocelyn fourth. In the prototypes, it is Daryl Schaff, your leader. Wade Richardson, who, when we went to the full course caution, was on the pit lane. He returned behind the safety car and behind the entire line of cars. Did one circuit of Barber and then came down the pit lane again. Just saw him head back to the paddock. So his day is now done. Daryl Schaff, your only remaining prototype class car, or P class car. And then over in P2, it is Matt Strand, your sole racer here today.
You're absolutely right with the number of cars that Graham Jacobson has between himself and Dudley Fleck there, Greg. It's at least 3 of them, and I think at least 2 of them are other FA class cars. Indeed, they are, plus Matteo Naranjo in the number 80. It actually looks like what I'm seeing over there at turn number 1. Actually, Zach, can we pick up turn number 1 as they go through this process here?
Right back behind the ticker.
Is that car being driven away from the incident? That is unbelievable.
Huh.
That is genuinely... I am incredulous. For the amount of speed that car carried off to the right side of the track, the lack of runoff over there at turn number 1, and the way the tire marks look, for that matter, the way the car looked on the security cameras here at the track, I am genuinely incredulous that would be the case.
So you're incredulous. Tom O'Gorman was boggled. And
befuddled, baffled?
Well, that's usually me. I'm just befuddled.
Great. Now, that being said, he is returning it to the paddock under its own power.
Right.
It is making the left-hand turn and going up the hill towards the gate at the top of the paddock.
And judging by what the rear of the car looked like, it should make left-hand turns very easily now. I wouldn't have wanted to bring it around the carousel with a big right-hand turn. It might have been problematic for that car.
Bear in mind, when we had the IndyCars here earlier in the spring, Joseph Newgarden, I think, was it Newgarden or McLaughlin? I think it was McLaughlin. Went out backwards at turn number 1.
Yeah.
Ended up going through the barriers. Such was the energy of the impact. No, those cars are a lot faster and they weigh a lot more than an FA car. But I'll tell you what, the incidents didn't look terribly different. And for that to be the outcome, to me, what a great sales pitch for the FMZR. Not only was the driver okay, the car was drivable.
Yeah.
That is incredible. We'll put that to one side for the rest of the race, because I think now that the car is out of the way, we should get pretty quick tire barrier repair done over there between 1 and 2, and hopefully this will allow us to go back to racing sooner rather than later.
So, Brendan, we've got Swim Mom Race Team in the chat. and she says someone has been using a word of the day calendar.
Incredulous?
Yes, apparently so.
It's usually word of the hour. I just find a word I like and use it enough till I get bored of it, and then I find something.
And then you find something new?
Yeah. Which, I have, and the same way with hobbies. These things happen. Safety car with some velocity. Headed towards turns 11 and 12. Lights are out, Greg.
Yeah, lights are going to be out on the safety car. We're going back to racing here. It'll be a little bit less than 8 minutes remaining on the clock when we go back to green. Brendan, let me get this done and out of the way then. Let's make a call to the grid for our next group, because I haven't heard those chimes in at least a minute and a half. Attention in the paddock, race group 5, Super Touring Under and Super Touring Light T3 and T4, please head to the grid. Race group 5, please head to the grid. And of course, we've got 4 MLA 4D27. Got to work on your handle, my friend. Says that Fleck, Jacobson, Howard, and Liberato all running out of the Cahill Motorsports banners. The green flag is in the air for Dudley Fleck as he leads the field now down to turn 1. And Jacobson having to dispatch with some Continentals directly ahead of him, trying to get back up to the Miller Lite car of Dudley Fleck as they now come through. Larry Howard going very wide over at turn 1 up through the grass. He may lose a position on track with that, as he is now getting challenged from, I think that was McAleer directly behind him, able to pull within about 2 car lengths. And we'll see if it makes a difference, as we now have a car dead stick on the front straight, and that is the number 3 car.
It is.
And we are going to a full course caution.
Yeah, it's Tyler O'Connor. Unfortunately, it looks like that car was dead stick, or are those tire marks? Okay, the producer says those have been there. So looks like it ground to a halt here on the front straightaway. We thought, after all of that, Greg, we were going to get a couple of good laps of racing in here before the end.
No, that would have been too
We might
easy.
get 1 or 2, but otherwise it's going to be tough to get this car on a strap and recovered back to the pit lane with just 6.5 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, so again, that Tyler O'Connor in his Formula Enterprise 2 entry. And Tyler had a good run yesterday in Enterprises, finishing second. Was the Alliance Autosport driver out of New Hartford, Connecticut. Unfortunately, not going to have a repeat of that today. And so in FE2, again, Whitston and Naranjo, then Keith Jocelyn, then Michael Frailer, and Russell Straight, with O'Connor again at a standstill there on the front straight. In the prototypes, Daryl Schaff, your only remaining racer, Matt Strand in P2. In Formula Atlantic, Dudley Fleck with Graham Jacobson, John McAleer, John-Luc Liverato. And then in Continental, it's Brandon Dixon, Chris Charno, Paul Douglas, Mark Stern. And so now with 5.5 minutes remaining on the clock.
Yeah, we haven't even gotten the EVs over to Tyler O'Connor there, Greg.
Yeah, safety car does have Dudley Fleck, our leader, bring him down to Charlotte's Web now.
And remember, this is the supplemental regulations specify that
You
we're
need
not
time for a
green white checker.
Yeah.
You're not just going to do a 1-lap dash to the finish in any form of racing at this level. It's just not what we're looking to accomplish here. As much as we would like to see the racing, it would be, as we said, get the under 5 notification. It will take some hustle from the Barber response team here to get this done. Not saying it can't be done. Remember, if it's just a flat toe, all they really need is to get the strap out to Tyler in the white and blue number 3 on the front straightaway.
And drag him away.
They might do this, If they have the pace car pick up the pace a little bit. Oh, nope.
Nope, it's over, Brendan.
They made the decision they're going to call this one. Lights on and into the pit lane for the pace car. I got to tell you, Greg, I think there was actually a chance they could have gotten this done. This car is going to be out of the way. And as long as they can do with the EV not being home, so to speak,
right,
would have been just about enough time for a couple of 1-minute 22s or so to get this thing to the checkered.
Yep, but that is not to be. And so safety car is going to bring the field onto the pit lane where Dudley Fleck will take the overall win, take the win in Atlantic with Graham Jacobson, John McAleer, Jean-Luc Liverato, and Larry Howard, your top 5. In Continental, Brandon Dixon, Chris Charno, Paul Douglas, with Mark Stern finishing just off the podium in 4th. In FE2, Steve Whitston with Mateo Naranjo 2nd, Keith Jocelyn, Mark Frailer, Russell Straight, your top 5. In prototypes, Daryl Schaff with Wade Richardson finishing in 2nd, and in prototype 2, just a single racer today, Matt Strand. In his store, he'll take the win there.
Yeah, Matt did not take the checkered flag, however.
No.
That car was in the pit lane just before we went back to green last time. Well, the only time. On, I think it was lap number 9.
All right, so that's going to wrap things up for our final open wheel race of the day. We're going to transition to our super touring and touring racers next here at Barber Motorsports Park. We'll be back with that race in just a few moments. Don't go away.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Welcome back to Barber Motorsports Park in the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Greg, and welcome back to the booth, Tom O'Gorman. And next up, Super Touring and Touring. Like yesterday, we're going to have a split start. We'll have our touring drivers, both classes T3 and T4 at the front. We'll have Super Touring under. Back behind, let's run down the starting order. Starting on the pole today in Touring 3, it is Simon Foulweather out of Birmingham, Alabama in his BMW. Javier Sanchez in a Toyota GR86, the Libra Racing Machine out of Miami, Florida, will start second. Tristan Smith from Atlanta, Georgia in the T-Rex Racing Nissan starts third. Ben Sedler will start fourth in his Global MX-5 Cup car. That is another T3 machine. And then we got Madden Workman. He's your T4 pole sitter. He's going to start fifth. He's out of Canal Winchester, Ohio, and he is in a Mazda MX-5. Andrea King will start sixth. She's in Touring 3 in a BMW 330 Ci, while Robert Spence in his T4 Mazda MX-5 is scheduled to start seventh in that first group. He's out of Ackworth, Georgia. Leanne Falk in her Mazda 3 sedan will start eighth. She's out of Toller, Texas in the Cork Sport Machine, with Dick Strasfeld in the Touring 4 Mazda Miata. He starts ninth. And then we've got Derek Ambrose in his Cork Sport Mazda 2, scheduled to start 10th. Now, over in Super Touring Under and Super Touring Light, starting on the pole with a qualifying time of 137.59 is Peter St. Pierre in his Hawkstone Racing Honda Civic. On the outside of the front row is our STL pole sitter, Jose Osiris Pena, in his Moss Race Team Honda CRX. We got Nick Leveroni in his STL Mazda Miata starting in third, with Mike Taylor starting fourth. He's our defending national champion in the class. He is in an Acura Integra. That's the Just Track It E3 storage machine. Trevor Dejanay will start in fifth position inside of row number 3. He is in the number 18 motion control suspension Acura, with Christopher Jerem scheduled to start in sixth position. He is in the number, he is in the number 14 Mazda Miata. Then we've got Gavin Wardle, also an STL, driving the number 169 Mazda Miata, starting alongside Benham Abernethy. Then we got Zach Hillman out of Chicago, Illinois, in a BMW 330i. It's an STU machine, and Ethan Swindell out of Gainesville, Florida, in the dark blue Hawkstone Race Prep Honda CRX. Ray Philibert next up in the number 51 STU MR Drywall Services Mazda. He's out of Pompano Beach, Florida. Austin Hilliard was scheduled to start 12th. Hilliard had some mechanical issues, a money shift yesterday, and he's listening to us from I-85 on his way back to Greenville, South Carolina. Gonzalo Aponte is next on the grid, starting 13th, with Emmy Kissick right alongside. Aponte in a Mazda MX-5, much like Emmy Kissick. Then we got Peter Federlin in his STU Toyota Supra, the DDPR machine, with Peter Davis right alongside in his Honda S2000. As the lights are out on the pace car, the first field led by Simon Foulweather in his BMW, coming to the line, already spreading out as the green flag flies. And Foulweather, not a great start for him, as he's going to fall back in the fourth position as they come across the line. Great start by Ben Sedler in the black number 43 Global MX-5 Cup car, Tom.
And Javier Sanchez as well. I'd go as far to say that was a terrible start for Foulweather, but he's got the pace to fight back. He settles into third in front of Andrea King. And meanwhile, Workman stays in front of Spence as the green flag flies for Super Touring.
All right, and as they do, Peter St. Pierre with that turbocharged 2-liter Honda beats our STL pole sitter Osiris Pena to the first turn as they motor up the hill, and looking for a much better start than he had yesterday. He was your pole sitter in STL yesterday. Mike Taylor, for a moment there, had pulled right alongside the CRX. He's going to slot in third. His teammate, Dejanay, directly behind. And then we got Gavin Wardle and Benham Abernethy as they come out of the carousel, make the run down to the hairpin.
Oh, look at Abernathy on the brakes down the inside. That's the gray Spec MX-5. He was just out there, probably still on warm tires, in fact, and he nearly got up to the top 3 The lack of power in that car shuffles him back. The poor start in this race is Nick Leveroni, who's just now pulling to the outside of Abernathy to pick up 5th once again. He was battling for the win yesterday, Greg, and he's barely in the top 6.
Yeah, and so, again, Tom, this is a 35-minute race instead of the 25-minute short race that we had yesterday, and I'm really starting to wonder whether or not Osiris Pena is going to be able to keep the rear end of his CRX underneath him today. He had a lot of challenges with it yesterday as he jumps out to the early lead now in STL, but had some huge word slides when Nick Leveroni challenged him through the last series of corners, but at the moment not under challenge from Mike Taylor or the rest of the STL field.
So far, though, starting this race with a whole lot less pressure. Back to the Touring 3 battle. Javier Sanchez will lead the first lap in his GR86 Silver Machine coming up over turn 4. Simon Foulweather about 1.2 seconds back at the start-finish line, as he can take his time maybe a little bit more today to ease back towards. He's had the pace to cover the Touring 3 field this weekend, but right now sits about those 10 car lengths back after that burner start from Sedler and Sanchez. Sedler has slipped to 3rd. There's the Touring 4 battle, the black and white MX-5s at the back of that train between Workman and Spence.
All right, so Javier Sanchez with the great start there. Simon Foulweather, though, on the march. Again, he was yesterday's race winner and ran almost 2 full seconds faster than Sanchez during yesterday's race, and that's been about the difference between those two racers here through the course of the weekend. As we take a look through at as our STL racers and Super Touring Under racers come out of Charlotte's Web, and that Global MX-5 Cup car that had such a great start. Ben Sedler starting to come under pressure from a number of other racers here, as I believe we have now had, or actually I'm talking about the wrong field here. I was talking about Benham Abernathy. He's starting to come under pressure from the CRX of Ethan Swindell, as well as Gavin Wardle now, as we've got one of our STL racers with a challenge there coming through the S's there at turn 7 and 8.
Yeah, it looks like a little spin and resume. That was the 23 machine of Lucas Jensen in the red. Maybe a Spec Miata spec car in STL. But watching this battle in STL, they'll be on the front straight just a moment. Jose Pena in the CRX with the yellow highlights. Then it's Mike Taylor in the first of the 2 Acura Integras. Trevor Dijonay, another strong start today. Maybe he can keep that pace running a little bit stronger for the rest of today, as he faded a bit more yesterday. And again, Leveroni on the back foot. He's the Miata in 4th, just now coming into our camera shots. You see Taylor really pushing the Integra hard, a bit of a dirt drop as he gets set up for turn 2. Meanwhile, Peter St. Pierre in the newer Civic leads this race group. He's the only car in STU in the top 5 in this race start group.
Yeah, next STU racer, that is Ray Filbert in his Mazda Miata, and again, in order to get up to Dejanay, or probably in order to get up to Peter St. Pierre, he'd have to get past 1, 2, 3, well, let's say a lot of STL cars here as they make the run once again, and already we've got St. Pierre starting to make his way through the back of the touring car field. I think that's Dick Strassfeld in the T4 Miata out of Sealy, Texas, that he passes as they go into the museum turn.
It can be a difficult challenge in a race like this, 35 minutes, and sometimes SCCA races get even longer, to settle into a rhythm rather than just pushing as hard as you can. You can certainly just go out and push as hard as you can, but it's obviously harder on the car. It's also harder on your body and the mind. You can really start to run out of bandwidth as your body starts to overheat as you push the car without strategy. So you have to be a little bit restrained, be able to pull back and hit marks very consistently, keep the mind cool as well as the car obviously as cool as you can. Both of our Touring 4 cars here on camera up the front straight just got through on Andrea King in the blue BMW, so they run nose to tail. And I also just saw maybe one of the other cars a little further back in Touring 4 interrupting the Super Touring light battle, delayed Mike Taylor and Trevor Dijonay just slightly. That's brought Nick Leveroni just a bit further closer, and and pushed Jose Pena a bit further away.
Yeah, and I believe that was, oh my gosh, right ahead of him.
It's going through on Dirk Strassfeld.
I think so. Yeah.
Didn't do anything other than be there.
Be there, exactly. I think the same racer there as the next group of drivers go through.
Really close. They'll look at Leveroni thinking up the inside, fades back in line. All three of these cars, no anti-lock brakes. You got to be even more strategic in that. Not even strategic, just careful down at turn 5.
Watching a great fight actually now coming out of turn 5. We talked about it a little bit earlier over in STL as we got Benham Abernethy and Ethan Swindell. Abernethy in the silver and gray MX-5 NC car, and then Swindell in the dark blue Honda CRX. And still now door to door as they come down through the corkscrew through the museum turn. They were door to door through Charlotte's Web. They've swapped positions now 3 separate times already over the course of 3 laps.
Power advantage to the CRX, handling advantage to the MX-5. A little more comfortable in some of these high-speed corners, but the battle for STL is on. This is all for second place. Taylor, DeJournay, and Leveroni through the compression at turn 13. Leveroni was so strong in this section of the racetrack yesterday. Ended up taking the win here, in fact, on that very last lap. There's the distance up to Pena. Leveroni not able to use the strength of that car this lap. Taylor pulls away, maybe a car length up the front straightaway as this Super Touring group already passing the back half of the Touring start.
And Taylor with a great run out of the final corner now as he comes into our view. He opens up maybe 2.5 car lengths. And here we go, coming down. If we can jump over to the museum turn here. Battle for the lead in Touring 3 as Simon Foulweather has been able to pull right up to the back of Javier Sanchez after that, don't want to call it a disaster start, but the weak start there from the BMW driver now, and he's been carrying about, he's been lapping at about 0.4 of a second to half a second a lap faster than the GR86 directly in front of him, and it has taken now 4.5 laps for Simon Foulweather to pull up behind that Toyota.
Those new GR86 is so quick in the corners, so much fun to drive as well. I think this is maybe one of the best suited racetracks on the Super Tour for that car, but the power advantage is in the BMW's hands, working the apex of 15 up onto the front straightaway. We'll see if Foulweather can get a run. It's so difficult to make a pass into turn 1, but he's there, tucked in maybe a car length back. Not going to happen this time, I don't think. Is he going to pop? Not quite.
Not quite close enough. We may have some in-car video from Foulweather. If we have it, we'll be able to bring it up, but haven't gotten word of that yet. All right, so there you go. Let's go on board now with Simon Foulweather. That looks actually pretty darn good as he goes and grabs a gear. And Tom, just like when we had your in-car video, you could see all the undulations here as they came out of the carousel, and now the big drop under braking heading into the carousel as Foulweather taking a very different entry here from the Toyota. As the Toyota tried to open up the corner as much as possible, not crank in the wheel and carry as much momentum since he doesn't have the horsepower advantage and torque advantage of the BMW.
Right, the power and the distance versus speed method right there you see unfold in front of you. Really enjoyable battle to watch, but we'll keep you posted on STL as well. Mike Taylor has slipped to 4th, DeJournay to 2nd, Leveroni to third. They're over exiting turn 5. As we talked about the power advantage of the BMW, it doesn't seem to be all that big here, Greg, as we're still on board with Foulweather into turn 12. Follow the compression, has to grab a downshift through that section. That's a tough downshift to hit. But he gets a great run back into the back bumper of Sanchez. Nowhere to go with it, though. Dancing on the brakes. The car wants to rotate so badly there. If it doesn't want to rotate, it's just shoving the front end, not turning. Sanchez on the back foot, a little bit offline, up onto the front straight. It's a poor run. Foulweather seemed not to quite know what to do with it, though, and all of a sudden doesn't have a run at all. He looks slightly to the inside, gets a sight line for the braking point, just inside the 2. Throw it down in there, 76 mile an hour min speed through turn 1.
All right, and Tom, getting word that Robert Spence, driver the number 59, Touring 4 MX-5, may be dragging the rear bumper cap along. It was a great race yesterday between he, Med, and Workman until it wasn't. But we'll see if that 59 car can continue. We'll try and track him down, see if we can get a view on that car. And it sounds like the 59 car, well, he's taken to the pit lane. His day is now done.
Battle in Touring 3 continues. The GR86 of Sanchez leading. over Simon Foulweather in the E46 just behind. You can see Sanchez really working hard to keep momentum in that car, spending a lot of time turning even when he could be accelerating, and it's just to maintain as much speed as possible. It's going to be tough on the tires though, Greg. It's got to be careful with that with 23 minutes left to go, but at some point it's all you can do. Well, if we cut over to the to the museum turn at turn 9, we're going to go side by side for a moment in Super Touring Light. Mike Taylor trying to get back through on Nick Leveroni. They're exiting this corner here. Pena still leads the way by a good margin over. Now it's going to be Dijonet next. Taylor thought about it in the previous corner. I don't think he was able to get there, though.
Yeah, he got a great run out of the hairpin here, but as they head down to the S's, has fallen back about 2.5 car lengths now from the Mazda as they come down the hill, as Dejanay and Leveroni and Taylor coming up on some slower traffic. And that is our T4 leader. That is Madden Workman.
Plenty of speed available to a T4 car on these tires. Leveroni up the inside, takes a peek, tries to rattle Dijonet, who's having none of it. That's going to slow his roll up onto the front straightaway. Mike Taylor now finds himself with a run. Can't get to the inside, goes to the outside. That's a pretty good move for turn 1 if he's there. He's just not quite able to do it. That speed for the NB of Leveroni, able just to maintain that spot. What a great scrap between these two.
Yeah, and I mean, Leveroni took the car all the way to the wall. Drivers left down the front straight to hold off Taylor, and Taylor had to make adjustments very, very quickly. Unfortunately for him, not able to carry the speed up the hill out of turn 1 as Leveroni had perhaps compromised his exit just a bit.
They will go nose to tail once again. See ever so slightly the Miata in the middle of this sandwich at a disadvantage coming off of turn 5. Leveroni's going to know that is his weak spot. He has to minimize the damage there, maximize his advantage everywhere else. Holds off Taylor once again into this braking zone for the corkscrew at the museum turn. By the way, at the top of STL, the gap across the start-finish line last time after all this battling, 9 seconds up the road to Jose Pena. He can kind of back the speed down, start to take it a little bit easier on the brakes as we have a big dive into turn 1 for Touring 3. It's Foulweather and Sanchez still. Foulweather gets him on the inside of turn 1.
Very late lunge on the brakes from the BMW driver, able to get the pass made, and so we now have a new leader in Touring 3, looking for his second win this weekend. As Simon Foulweather out of Birmingham, Alabama, probably had about a 10-minute drive here this morning. Lots of time to get ready, just reset the fastest lap of the race as he went through and did that, went purple that last time by.
Watching him come into the museum turn now. Sanchez dropped pretty far back on the exit of turn 5. That lead now about 3 car lengths, maybe even 5, as they expand out on the straightaway. Foulweather likely to check out at this point. He's not quite perfectly there yet. Can't quite just cruise. Meanwhile, Peter St. Pierre just reset the fast lap. Maybe you just said that.
No, I did not.
Oh, he just reset I heard you say fast lap.
Oh, well, Foulweather had it momentarily.
Yeah, now down into the 39s for St. Pierre, who is the Super Touring under leader.
And a great race from him yesterday. Well, ended up having a spin coming out of the hairpin yesterday. Was actually facing counter race. Rejoined 4th in STU, was able to work his way all the way back up to the lead and the win in that class, and came into the day again right on the front row of our Super Touring start here. As it looks like we got a little issue there with Foulweather's video. And over in STL, as Pena, as you said, Tom, has extended his lead now to almost 9 seconds coming across the line. Dejanay, Leveroni now side by side as they go down into turn number 1. Dejanay to the outside, Leveroni to the inside, and Leveroni later on the brake slices by the Integra, and all the while Mike Taylor, your defending national champion, makes up some ground on his teammate here, but not enough to take advantage and get by as well. So now Leveroni works his way up into second and made a great run through there. Actually picked up about 4 car lengths just in the process.
Leveroni just chucked it down in there.
Yeah.
That was like putting the dice in the Yahtzee cup and just throwing
it out. Yeah,
he made it work though. Rear-wheel drive versus a pair of front-wheel drive cars who will have a bit of tire deg to think about as this race goes on, although the really aggressive race differentials in those cars typically means that they will get faster and faster for a little bit, the front just pulling along wherever you got the wheel pointed. But they both find themselves at a disadvantage for the first time this race. Leveroni has worked his way back to second, but unfortunately he has no sight line to Pena, which is going to be a little discouraging. At this point, they may be just racing for second.
Yeah, indeed. Now foul weather as he comes across the stripe to complete lap number 10. He's opened up the advantage to 3.6 seconds over Javier Sanchez just in the span of 2 laps. Just had a retirement. That was the number 27 STL Mazda Miata of William Snyder. And he retires from 10th position. Here as that battle for second now coming onto the front straight. And look at that, Nick Leveroni getting a draft all the way down the front straight from the MX-5 Cup car of Ben Sedler. Steps to the inside just before the braking zone. And that's going to make things, I think, very difficult for the 2 Integras, Tom, coming through this section of the course now because, although they definitely have the horsepower advantage, they don't have the handling advantage on this car. But Sedler keeping the car all the way to the outside. He's not going to make it hard on the Integras if they need to get by before they go into the hairpin.
Yeah, now that he's started to get past, he's letting everybody go for the most part. I don't think he wanted to get past on the front straight, Greg, though. You saw him protect to the middle, but the horsepower was too much to overcome. Leveroni drove right by him. And just here on this little chute, Dijonet and Taylor will do the same. Just past halfway in this race with 17 minutes to go. What have they saved in those Integras? Do they have anything for the NB? Up at the front of the field, Simon Foulweather continues to reset fast lap after fast lap, down nearly into the 138s. Peter St. Pierre has no challenge, leading by a minute right now in STU. Madden Workman leading by 50 seconds in Touring 4. We've had quite a few cars just kind of drop out from this race prior to the start, even some double dippers in STL, etc. So the field thinned out just slightly.
All right, well, Tom, we are just about halfway through this 35-minute race, and lo and behold, no cautions here to help us along the way. What we're going to do, we're going to make a first call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a little break. Attention in the paddock, first call for race group number 6, GT1 and GTA, not GTA, GT1 and GT2, GTX, American Sedan, Touring 1 and Touring 2, please head to the grid. Race group 6, this is your first call to the grid, GT1 and 2, GTX, American Sedan, T1 and T2. All right, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with more racing action here from Barber. Stay with us.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Welcome back to Barber Motorsports Park and the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Right after we went to break, Tom, big changes here in the battle for second in STL. Nick Leveroni appeared to just come out of the throttle. Maybe the car shut down on him or something on the front straight. Trevor Desjardins, even before they got to the braking zone at turn one, was able to drive right by. Mike Taylor followed him through, and almost as soon as that, or as immediately as that happened, Leveroni was back on the throttle again, and he's right back there in contention for a podium position.
Yeah, my first thought when that kind of thing happens is always a missed shift. But it could be any number of things. Either way, the net result is Leveroni back to fourth. Desjardins is back to second. Mike Taylor finds himself in third.
We're coming up on Workman.
Number 27 of William Snyder coming through the final sector here. I think the pace advantage still to Leveroni, but he finds himself all the way back at the start where he's got to work his way past these two, if he can, onto the front straightaway now with 10.5 minutes to go or so.
You know, we really need to talk to these Miata drivers about having that offset stripe on the hood. I thought it was Madden Workman there for a moment.
Very different choices of line there. Mike Taylor so confident to carry the speed, but really riding the right front as you see the difference to Desjardins, who gets the thing squared up, powering just a little bit sooner back at turn one. Very similar cars here. 1.8 liter engines in both. I believe Leveroni also running a 1.8 engine, so going to be very similar minimum weights as well. Just small modifiers based on driveline, based on modifications that you make to the car in STL, but effectively everything that's allowed for one car is allowed for the other.
And I'm fairly certain that the Integras, or the B Series Integras, still need to run with a restrictor plate on them to kind of pull down the maximum power. I think that is still the case. And of course, as you mentioned, Leveroni, we think running a 2-liter motor max, although the Class STL allows up to 2 liters, so there could be slightly either punched out or could be a 2-liter MZR for that matter.
Mike Taylor gets the nose up the inside at 12, but over-rotates it through.
Oh my.
The back end goes for an over-under because Desjardins is off kilter. Now they're going to go side-by-side the other way around. Taylor into the dirt. Desjardins holds onto it. Leveroni looks to have backed out of it and said, I don't want any of that. And it didn't create an opportunity for him. Or maybe did he have another issue with the car as he's continued to drop even further?
Yeah, he's even with those two Integras going at it, coming through that sequence now, Leveroni drops even further back, and maybe he did get out of the throttle predicting impending doom, but he now is carrying through. All the while, again, Osiris Pena is heading into the hairpin now over turn 5. It's actually starting to close up a little bit on St. Pierre's STU car. That last time by, almost 0.7 of a second faster than Peter St. Pierre's Honda Civic.
Kind of makes it even more fun when you know the drivers have a personal relationship. They're friends off the track, do a lot of races and track day weekends together. That's Dijonais and Taylor. So I'm sure they're having just as much fun as they are trying to maintain the position between the two. Dijonais having a really strong race in the later half here, 8.5 minutes to go. Taylor has come up on him a couple of times, but has yet to find a way through. As Pena now 15 seconds up the road in his CRX.
And just watching a nice little fight right now back in STL. Abernethy in the 133 MX-5, and then Gavin Wardle in another one of the SMX cars, the 169 car. They were separated by 6/1000ths of a second, Tom, when they completed their 15th lap, and then side by side right up the hill. Abernethy right now with the advantage as they come out of the hairpin.
Ooh, issues on the front straightaway for Peter St. Pierre. Trying to get a visual on this car. It has no left front wheel. No, it does. It has a left front wheel.
It has a left front wheel. It just appears to be, maybe it's down?
There is a wheel on the front, though.
Yeah, there is a, and I'm wondering, is it perhaps maybe a rear hub failure on that car? I mean, it looks, obviously the wheel.
Leveroni. Look, Leveroni also has mechanical issues. He's exiting the hairpin, or the chicane on the back straightaway. Maybe just between two of our camera shots. So maybe a left front failure and something for Peter St. Pierre, an entire wheel departure from the Miata for Leveroni, and he stopped on the back straight.
Yeah, and of course we saw Leveroni continuing to slow, so he is now on that back straight, driver's right, before they get over to the S's over at 9 and 10.
Lots happening on the racetrack right now as well. We're side by side for STL for a moment, coming into the museum turn at turn 7, 8, and 9. Just into this shot, Mike Taylor had overlap until about halfway down the straightaway. Dijonais leaves him some room as they come into our camera shot here. Dijonais holds onto it, but runs just a little bit wide. Taylor a bit more confident to use the curb. And they're going to find out all of a sudden where Nick Leveroni went as they come through the chicane and look to their right.
All right, so that, we were talking about the battle with Abernethy and Wardle. Just ahead of him, Ethan Swindell in the dark blue Honda CRX. He now moves up into 4th position, just outside of a podium spot. Although it is, oh my gosh, he is now about 45 seconds back from that battle for 2nd. I would say as we've got about 5 minutes remaining here, Tom, let me make another call for our next race group. Attention in the paddock. Race group number 6, Big Bore, GT1, GT2, GTX, American Sedan, and T1 and T2, please head to the grid. Race Group 6, GT1, GT2, GTX, American Sedan, T1, and T2. Please head to the grid.
No movement right now in either of our touring classes. Is still Simon Foulweather leading the way. Now 19 seconds up the road for Sanchez, who has slipped off the pace just a bit there in the GR86. Ben Sedler in 3rd. And Madden Workman is over a lap up right now on Derek Strassfeld.
And now remember, we do have a local caution being displayed down at turn 1, so no passes there. We've got the local caution now on the back straight as well. Actually just past the S's at 10 and 11 to cover the Leveroni Miata.
And just coming by here now, Dijonais, finds himself all alone. Mike Taylor has slipped about 20 car lengths back. I'm not exactly sure if that was an isolated mistake or if that's just been an ongoing issue, but his pace has certainly dropped, leaving Dijonais a fairly lonely 2nd at this point in STL. But that battle was so hot for so long. Certainly got our entertainment's value out of it.
And a couple more retirements now. We had Peter Davis in his Honda S2000 head back to the pits a couple laps ago. Now on the pit lane is the number 21 car as well, and that race now run for him. That's Gonzalo Aponte in his STL Mazda MX-5, so his race is now run, and he'll retire from 7th.
One of the first times we've seen Jose Pena on our pictures here on the run down to the museum turn. Again, way, way, way up the road, 18 seconds last time across the line. Has eased off the throttle, I think, just a little bit, but he's still pushing. Main thing that you want to do when you're in a position like this is just loosen up the urgency a bit. You want to slow the shifts down just a little bit. Maybe not attack the brake zones at the absolute brake marker that the car will stop. Just kind of roll it in a little bit slower. And sometimes if you settle down a bit, you actually end up going faster while trying to chill out. It's kind of a cool dynamic in a race car like this. But he's coming up on Javier Sanchez, running second in Touring 3.
All right, next time our overall leader, Simon Foulweather, comes to the front straight. He'll see the white flag, working our penultimate lap. Also just received word that they're going to be dropping the local caution down the back straight just after the S's at 10 and 11 to cover Nick Leveroni, as all the racers have seen that car right up against the wall for the past number of laps. And I think one of the closer battles on track, and I'm trying to pick them up here, and I don't think that's accurate. I want to see when Desjardins comes across the line. There he is. Mike Taylor, Tom, for as much ground as he lost on the prior lap, Mike Taylor now within about 6 or 7 car lengths of Desjardins. They're likely gonna still have 2 laps, as Foulweather has not come to the line yet.
Taylor was 1.6 seconds faster than Desjardins last time across the start-finish line. The deficit between the two of them is still a little bit over 2 seconds, but Taylor is charging hard down in turn 5.
Yeah, as they come through Charlotte's Web now and make the run up the hill, Desjardins, I mean, looks like he's able to dig out of the corner fairly well. Gets, again, a bit of an advantage on Taylor. Didn't see where he might have had problems that dropped him back just a bit here as they make the run towards us.
I agree. I have to wonder if Taylor's maybe worked those front tires a little bit harder. He's had to come from behind a couple extra times, and we've seen him, even especially in turn 1, really leaning on the front end of that car. Again there, Trevor pointed where he wants to go, just a beat earlier than Taylor, but Taylor is pushing harder than the two of them, harder of the two, excuse me, pounds the curb through the chicane. He's eased up another couple of car lengths visually here, I'd say, Greg.
All right, as Foulweather now is working his final lap, and over in in Touring 3, Javier Sanchez now begins his 21st and final lap, about 25 seconds in arrears.
Just saw Mike Taylor closed in those final couple car lengths through 13 and into 14. Across the start-finish line, it was about 2 seconds last time. What is it this time? 6/10.
Wow, and he closed up almost 2 car lengths under braking here going into turn 1. As he now pulls right up underneath the wing of the 18. And Foulweather working his way down the back straight, just gets through the S's at 10 and 11.
Here we go. Taylor trying to maybe throw a bit of a feint on Desjardins. It might have worked. Desjardins runs deep. He's in really hot, squares it up and gets off the corner just okay. That's allowed Taylor to close up, but he doesn't have a run on Desjardins this time. This will be the last time in the museum turn as well.
All right, as Foulweather now coming onto the front straight here, headlights on for safety, Tom, and taking the checkered flag for the second day in a row, your winner in Touring 3 and overall winner here, Simon Foulweather, out of Birmingham, Alabama. As we continue with this battle, this is for second in STL, as our leader in STL, Jose Osiris Pena, we should see him coming to the line here in just a moment. He's on the front straight, got the weave going on. He'll take the win. He finishes on track just behind our second place finisher in STU, Javier Sanchez. So let's jump back over to that battle here. Coming through the final 2 corners, Mike Taylor tries to sneak right underneath the 18 car, coming through the second to final corner here. And as they come to the line, Desjardins goes to cover, and he's going to beat Mike Taylor to the line margin. They're 0.17 of a second, so Osiris Pena takes the win in STL. Desjardins, will finish second. Mike Taylor will finish in third. And then finishing fourth, Ethan Swindell in his Honda CRX. Over in STU, Ray Philibert will take the win. Of course, Peter St. Pierre was the only other STU racer here today, and he will finish second 4 laps down. Over in Touring 4, it's Madden Workman, your leader, and your winner here today. Dirk Strasfield just crosses the line. He'll finish second. And Robert Spence, unfortunately, only completes 6 laps. He finishes third. Leanne Falk, she took the pace lap. She did not complete a lap under green, however. All right, let's make a final call to the grid for our next race group. We've got 2 more races coming up for you here this afternoon. GT1, GT2, GTX, American Sedan, Touring 1 and Touring 2 racers. This is your final call to the grid. Race Group 6, GT1 and GT2, GTX, American Sedan, Touring 1 and Touring 2. This is your final call to the grid. All right, Tom, let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments. Don't go away.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I'll wake up.
My name's Pat Prevenus. Dave Onischuk, Chicago region.
I'm Tiffany Bingheim, and I'm with Milwaukee region.
My name is Carter Kundinger. I'm a part of the Milwaukee region, and I have been doing this for 3 years.
Since about 88, so 30-some years. I've been doing this for 50 years.
2009 is when I started, so I don't remember a year how long.
What makes you keep coming back?
It is honestly, it's one of those, the cars and the racing are great, but you stay for the people. It's come for the racing, but stay for the people.
Racing and, good people.
It's not only the racing, but it's the people too. I mean, I can't go away from that. I've met a lot of my very close friends here, and just connections that you make with your fellow workers, even drivers, safety crew, just about anyone is honestly just something that, it just keeps me coming every single year, every single weekend.
Because both my son and my daughter and my brother also flag, so it's a family thing. Well, there's a lot of excitement. There's a lot of excitement. If you're a race fan, there's no better spot. There's been a lot of great memories, a lot of friends, a lot of racing friends. It's a great group of people. Everybody cares for one another, helps each other out. Those are probably the biggest memories, more than just the racing.
I mean, it's fellow workers, the drivers. It's been amazing. I've met my best friend here. My husband. So it's really a family event. I mean, it's great.
I came out here when I was a high school student as a spectator and kind of fell in love with the place. And during my college years, I joined as an SCCA member and started working corners right away, and I've been doing it ever since. This is the best seat in the house.
2 more races to go here at Barber Motorsports Park, and next up, it's the big boys, our GT classes, American Sedan, the pony cars, as well as Touring 1 and Touring 2. Let's take a look at the starting order. We are again going to have a split start. We've got our GT cars behind the first pace car. We'll have our Touring and American Sedan cars behind the second. Scheduled to start on pole today, but we've already noticed he is not there. It was scheduled to be Tony Ave, your GT2 pole sitter in his Porsche 991.2 Cup car. So our new pole setter, it is the 02 car of John Atwell. He's your GT2 pole sitter in his Ford Mustang. Dane Smith will start alongside. He's in the number 62 GT1 Ford Mustang. Then on row number 2, on the inside row, it's going to be Adam Ramito in his GT1 Toyota Camry. Starting alongside Ramito will be Frank Whitmoser in his number 22 GT2 class Ford Mustang. Lonnie Hostetler in his Chevy Camaro will start on the inside of row number 3 with Patrick Paul right alongside in the number 134 GT1 Ford Mustang. Row number 5 is Jim Lebecco in the number 89 GT2 Ford Mustang with Gary Crook, our sole GTX racer, in his Norma M30 starting alongside. Now we got Steven Sowers in his GT2 Ford Mustang. He is going to start alongside Jack Stanford. Say it with me, everybody. He's in a GT2 Ford Mustang. Tiger Tom Patton now makes up the inside of row number, I guess it would be row number 6, right? That is a Sunbeam Tiger, of course. He's got Ian Barberi in his BMW M3 starting alongside. Then Robert Kaprowitz in a GT2 Ford Mustang, the number 27 car, alongside Paul Ruth in his GT2 Chevy Camaro, and then Dana Blackhurst in a GT2 Toyota Camry. Let's move over now to the touring cars, where Wes Humphreys in the number 49 Touring 1 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT4 will start on pole. William Bolt in his Touring 1 Ford Mustang Boss will start second. Alec King, your Touring 2 pole sitter, will start in third position. He's in the number 84 BMW M2 Club Sport Racer. Tim Moser in his Touring 2 Chevy Corvette will start fourth. Christopher Miranda in a Corvette will start fifth. That's the number 17 car with Rafael Sunkow in the number 38 Touring 2 Porsche Cayman starting in sixth position. Then we got Amy Wilson in her Chevy Corvette alongside Bart Adams. Is this correct? Yeah, I think it is. Then we got Robert Wellington in a BMW M235 IR alongside our sole American sedan racer this weekend, Michael Kamalian. As our starter looks over the field, and away our GT racers go. Big brake lockup going down into turn number 1 from the second row, and I think that was Lonnie Hostetler. We got a number of cars off and around as they all come together there at the corner. And we are going immediately to a full course caution. Our touring cars did not get the start. They will not get the start here as they are yet to even come around the final corner. But we have got a huge, we'll use the word conflagration. There you go. Is that the word of the day, calendar? I just used a new big word here today, Tom. But we had a big brake lockup going into one. And I think it was from the second row, and it looks like a number of damaged cars.
Yeah, I don't want to speculate on who it could have been, but it did start with a simple mistake there, that lockup. And you can see the tire tracks actually from, unfortunately, we can't get it on our camera angle. I'll describe it. The tires were locked up from about the second brake marker, the two board, I should say, and all the way down into the corner, and there's just nowhere to go. I think plenty of us have seen plenty of big accidents here at Barber Turn 1 when something small goes wrong. And unfortunately, the back half of the field had not packed up nearly at all. They came through with not much clue of what had happened, and everybody seems to have avoided it other than that first pack up. There's at least 5 cars stuck and stranded. There were at least 3 others that had contact as a result of that start as well. Definitely not what this group was looking for in race number 2. So I know for sure we've got Jim Lebecco stranded there. We also have the green Mustang out of Touring 1 stranded as well.
And we'll try and get a few of the other car numbers there. I think let's see, the 49 car of Wes Humphreys and the Mercedes-Benz. So the GT4 cars, pardon me, the the touring cars did actually get a start before we went to full course caution, and I think that might also be where some of those racers were out. And we have gone to black flag. We want to get all these cars off the course. We don't want them circulating behind the safety car with all that track blockage over at turn 1. But let's see here. Yeah, I'll tell you what, I think we've got a replay going into turn 1. We may be able to pick up what precipitated this on the start, but let's take a look as they come now down the front straight. They've just gotten the green flag. There's that brake lockup. And, you know, and the cars that locked up the brakes, Tom, they made it through free and clear. Because again, I think it was from the second row, and I think it was either Widmoser or Hostetler. As they went through side by side, one of the cars ended up locking up there. All right, so, and we've just got word, it's we've got not a black flag situation. What they're actually doing, Tom, is they're bringing the cars behind the safety car down the pit lane. Just simply when they rejoin the course, they'll be rejoining after the incident at turn 1, and you see there the safety car bringing the field through.
Yep, that makes plenty of sense. And that original lockup, I think you're correct, it was maybe the 134 that maybe prompted a bit of panic for everybody else behind who just stacked up and stacked up and stacked up.
Yeah, and maybe overreacted to what they saw a lot of smoke in the air, and maybe didn't know where they could go from.
Yep, and then can see for sure Jim Lebecco got some help from, I think, the 42 from behind. Wes Humphreys in the AMG GT4 gets into Lebecco. The 189 from GT2, one of the late models, also involved. But that car was able to continue rolling on.
All right, so before we go, and don't want to put our timing scoring graphic up here, but taking a look at where things are. So it's Atwell, Widmoser, Hostetler, and then Gary Crook fourth, as I think Crook had to navigate. Maybe that car was the best suited to navigate its way through the mess that was there. Then Dane Smith in the 62 car, who did lose a couple positions. It looks like Paul Ruth, Roger Roos, Ian Barberi, and Blackhurst. And then Alec King now running is our T2 leader. Actually managed his way around a number of the GT cars that had come to a complete stop and then later on continued.
Not sure if we caught it before or mentioned it before the start, but Adam Romito started from the back of the pack in his GT1 car as well. He was scheduled to start on the very front row. He would have been clear of the incident either way, but he did have to come into that much later than planned. Was able to get through maybe 2 or 3 cars, but we'll keep an eye on that Camry when the race resumes for the GT1 field.
And, you know, and interesting there that he made the decision to start from the back of the pack. We had talked this morning during qualifying how he started somewhere around 12th fastest, or started like 12th on the grid for yesterday's race towards the back of that the touring car field, or probably the GT field. And with the qualifying today, he wouldn't have the challenges that he's had. He ended up having to work his way through a big mess there at turn 1.
There may be something to be said for working on your racecraft. I think it's a big roll of the die to start at the back of the field on purpose anytime you're racing, but we've seen him do it a couple times, and it's hard when, you know, we don't know for a fact whether he's doing it on purpose or not.
Yeah, he might have, he may have, for some reason, they may have been working on the car and late to the grid or what have you. You know, it always seems to work out as a rookie in iRacing, but then again, a little different here today. All right, so let's try as the field is coming down the front straight coming down the pit lane behind the safety car. We'll try and reset the field here as, again, this is a 35-minute race. The clock did start with the green flag in the air. Over in GT1, Patrick Paul is your leader with Dane Smith second, then Romito, then Garcia. Big difference there. Patrick Paul is sitting second in line Dane Smith 5th in line, Adam Ramito currently 28th in line, and Brian Garcia, I think may have been one of the affected cars. Actually, I'm not showing Garcia as having set a time at all, so may have been off there. Over in GT2, John Atwell, who's your overall leader, with Frank Widmoser, Lonnie Hostetler, Tiger Tom, and Jack Stanford, your top 5. In Touring 1, it is Richard Grant in the Porsche Cayman, your leader. And again, we saw Wes Humphreys was involved in the incident, and William Bolt, I believe, also was involved there as well, as they are both showing as having taken the green but not having completed a lap. And over in Touring 2, Alec King is your leader with Chris Miranda, Rafael Ascenso, then Amy Wilson, Robert Wellington, your top 5.
Yep, you're certainly right. William Bolt, we've seen him before in a Corvette. He's actually in a Mustang this weekend. That's what threw me there. So he was the Mustang, stopped. I caught a couple other cars with damage that I know were maybe collateral from that, but have continued. The number 11 of Paul Ruth was into the back of somebody for a couple of moments. There's a bit of damage on that car. The 15 of Jack Stanford has a little bit of damage on one of the rear quarters. I think maybe those two are the ones that made contact. And I mentioned the 189 of Bobby Roos, who also was involved for a little bit but was able to resume. I've also noticed, Greg, a handful of cars use the opportunity coming through the pit lane based on how they're taking this safety caution period. They use the opportunity to stop at the pit box and inspect the car as well. Gary Crook is still sitting there. And now one of the cars that was involved, just watched it do a U-turn into the cut through.
Yeah,
and it was GT2 cars.
And it was smoking very, very heavily there, and so he's going to plant his car in the cut through between where the hairpin is and then the back straight, which should hopefully keep everything from going to local caution. The 46 car came down the pit lane and then headed back out. That's Steven Sowers in his GT2 Ford Mustang. He's going to return to the field, I believe, in 33rd position overall. And we also have, there is some debris on track, essentially the cutout for the driver's side door of one of our GT2 cars. I noticed that when it came down the pit lane the last time here, right behind Tiger Tom Patton, that is the 15 car. Of course, there's a window net there I don't think you have to worry about the driver falling out of the car. That's Jack Stanford in his Ford Mustang.
You know, Greg, the other thing I'm noticing, a handful of these TA2 cars running in GT2 have a half door.
Right.
It makes it easy to climb in over the car. You don't have to squeeze through fully like like NASCAR, but it kind of pops off. And a handful of the drivers are not running them today.
Yeah.
Stanford's missing one. One of the cars we just saw with the damage was missing one. I'm wondering if that's due to cockpit temperature.
Possibly.
We'll look into that a little bit later.
Well, and again, it sounds like one of them found its way onto the track surface, that perhaps it wasn't an intentional thing.
It's possible multiple were knocked off.
Yeah, exactly. But I would think, and as you look at them, the window net does extend down to the primary portion of the door there, and it just happens to increase the opening, and probably to get a little bit more air and cooling in there. Jack Stanford, I'm sure, pretty happy about the situation, at least that situation. All right, so again, we are under full course caution here. About 11 minutes. And here, so why don't we do this? And we now have the one Jim Lebeco in the 198 car pulling over to have the crew take a look. Why don't we go, Tom? Because it sounds like we may be under full course caution for a few more laps. Why don't we take our break? And hopefully then we'll be able to come back. We'll be ready to go to Green Flag Racing here at Barber. Don't go away.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, Precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrive the next day like clockwork. TireRack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Want to try SCCA racing but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes. Production to GTs, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event. Welcome back to Barber and the Hoosier Super Tour. I'm Greg, he's Tom, and we're both a little shocked, Tom, as far as what is going on. Clock is showing a little bit over 20 minutes remaining on the clock, a little bit over 20 minutes remaining, 14 and a half gone. We are still trying to get all of our cars cleared, and interesting to hear Tom coming over from race control communication to the safety car to, once they get all the cars past the pit lane and back on course, to pick up the pace a little bit, because we've been slowly but surely, lap over lap, losing some of our cars that they're pulling into the pit lane, and some of them going back to the paddock, and we suspect a lot of them perhaps having some temperature issues here because of the pace of the laps behind the safety car.
Yeah, big engines, race motors, they need a lot of air going through them. They're not designed, even at paddock, you come to a racetrack and you see some of these cars going through paddock at 20, 25 miles an hour. That's the slowest they'll go. They want to be at speed, running and revving. So it's certainly to accommodate those drivers. I think in total we may have had about 5 or 6 retirements when we all is said and done from that lap 1, turn 1 incident. And just kind of started with a stack up, a big brake lockup, and then a small amount of contact turned into a lot of ping-ponging. We've got one car left to get back out there. Before we can get back out there, I should say, back over at turn 1. Your overall race leader, when we go back to it, will be John Atwell. Patrick Paul is in second overall. He's your GT1 leader in a very similar-looking Mustang. Then we got then we have Frank Widmoser, Lonnie Hostetler, second and third in GT2, third and fourth overall. That's the yellow, number 22, is Widmoser. Then we have Dane Smith in GT1, running fifth overall, second in his class. Tom Patton, Jack Stanford, Paul Ruth, Roger Roos, and Ian Barbary will round out the top 10 overall, all in GT2. We started this weekend with 25 GT2 cars, and even though 3 or 4 of them were just caught up in that, still lots of them to race. Yeah. And it'll be interesting when we go back to racing, who kind of comes out with the speed. As yesterday, we had some surprises. People found pace in the race that they hadn't shown in qualifying yet, and came from, I'm trying to remember who came from 12th. All the way, or 10th, all the way up to second in GT2.
Well, in GT2, I'll tell you what, I will tell you exactly. I've got it right here. Over in GT2, well, Widmoser finished second.
or pardon me, finished third behind Steven Sowers. It was Steven Sowers, I believe, that made that run in the last couple of laps to close in. Tony Ave never really was under much threat there, but yeah, Sowers with a great run in his Carter Racing Mustang.
And Sowers was involved with some contact. He's got a bit of damage on the right front, but he is still circulating. So maybe that'll be a fun thing to watch. He's in 33rd overall, 19th in GT2.
All right, real quick, Tom, let me make a call to the grid for our next group as the clock continues to run here. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Now, race group 8. This is your first call to the grid. Please head to the grid now. Your race is next. Race group 8, or not 8, there is no group 8. Group 7, let's get this right. Group 7, E production, F production, H production, and B-Spec racers. Please head to the grid. Race group 7, E production, F production, H production, and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. I want to thank you all for sticking around with us here today. We've got a bunch of folks here in the chat. Of course, we mentioned Tim Adelson, Harry's, Andy Dorito here with, as well as Trey Coleman. That guy named the Daily Racer. Yeah, he's here too. And let's see. Oh, even, hey, look, Tom O'Gorman's in the chat. Excellent. Thank you. All right, heading back.
Supposed to be working.
That's right. What are you doing there? All right, and heading back to the pits now. Lost another car. He's made multiple runs down the pit lane. William Bolt in the Touring 1 Ford Mustang 302 out of Alpharetta, Georgia. His race is now done. All right, so here is a good development, Tom. This next time by, we're not going to be going green, but the safety car is going to bring the field down the front straight and through turn 1. As it sounds like our emergency services teams have likely cleared out the sole remaining car over there. That was the Touring 1, the Touring 1 Mercedes AMG of Wes Humphreys.
So maybe drivers to watch. That car in 5th, the little sleeker and lower-looking Mustang. That is your GT1 second-place driver, Dane Smith. He's battling for position with the car in the 2nd position in the overall train, Patrick Paul. And then the other, as I mentioned, the other 8 cars in the top 10 are all in GT2. The big gainer of all of this, somehow, I'm not really sure if he just found the slippery way through all that, but Alec
King, the T2 pole setter,
nearly into top 10. Yeah, and by the way, this group has been kind of track record central as well. Track record was improved in Touring 2. Was previously actually pretty soft. I think it was almost in the 150s. But it's legitimate now. It said it yesterday at a 137.1. Maybe have the chance to go faster today. We also reset the track record in GT1 by a whole 0.01. And that was that lap that Adam Amito was able to pull out pretty late in the race. 2 of the 5 classes have had their track records reset.
All right, so as the safety car brought the field through turn 1, report back from the safety car is that the track surface appears to be in very good shape, and with that communication, race control has decided that this will be the very last lap behind the safety car, and we'll be going back to green flag racing this next time by.
Still all kinds of time to play as well. It would be something just under 13 minutes by the time the green flag waves. Pace is picked up. It's been so hot in these cars. I can't even imagine. These drivers need to get back in the zone, and it's so difficult when you've been cooking in your cockpit that entire time. But the job is at hand. Here's the time to do it.
Hey, want to congratulate Steven Sowers, who also has set the fastest lap of the race so far. He's lapped almost 2 seconds faster than the rest of the field, and one of the reasons is he's made multiple runs, not behind the safety car, but has just come down for the crew to take a look at the car. He's actually missing his right front fender as it was ripped away from the car during the incident. Fastest car or not, he's sitting, I think, somewhere around 30th in the field. So it's gonna be a tough run for him, especially since, as we mentioned, he finished 2nd overall yesterday. All right, green flag is in the air And now the 22 machine of Frank Widmoser challenging Patrick Paul into turn number 1, not able to get alongside, but right back behind him. It's Camaro on Mustang as Dane Smith and Lonnie Hostetler goes door-to-door. Hostetler sweeps around the outside, and the Camaro now going to get around Dane Smith, Tiger Tom Patton, Jack Stanford right back from there as we have now got our first laps under green and a little bit further back in the field. Oh, wow, that 46 car of Sowers missing the front fender. It's lifting up the hood as all the air comes right underneath there. We'll see how long he can keep that car running without a lot of vision.
Good breakaway at the front, though, for our GT2 leader. Gets away by a couple car lengths, and that is Hostetler, I think, right? No, that is, excuse me, that's John Atwell.
John Atwell.
Started to drive off into the distance just a little bit. It's about 10 car lengths as they come back into our view. GT1 leader is still in second position overall. Patrick Paul, a really good start for Dane Smith from the 5th spot, but I think he maybe had flashbacks to what happened at that first restart.
Yeah.
He broke so early for turn 1 and actually fell right back into where he started, dealing with pressure from behind from the number 15 of Jack Stanford. But that's your GT2 and race leader broken away from the rest of the field. Now Dane Smith falls victim to the GT2, number 15, the black and blue Mustang. Loses one more spot down to 6th overall.
All right, as we got now one lap completed fully under green, Tom, we have about 11 and a half minutes remaining. We're actually working lap number 9 here as cars continue to filter across. And again, your leader in GT2, John Atwell, with Widmoser and Hostetler second. In Touring 1, Richard Grant in his that yellow and black Porsche came in the number 30 car. Interesting to see Grant in that machine as he's been a GT1 racer for so very long. William Bolt in the 198 Mustang second. Then over in Touring 2, again, Al King with a substantial lead over Chris Miranda and Rafael Sensao. We'll take a look there as Sensao and Miranda were, I think, almost door-to-door coming through the hairpin now as they come down into the museum corner here.
This is a really cool battle. That's the number 11 of Paul Ruth, Ian Barbary, and Roger Roos. 3 different cars. The BMW in the back, the late model in the middle, the TA2 car in the front. Adam Romito, your GT1 car, that blue and neon green coming up quick as well. But that battle all for position, deep on the brakes for the late model. Tries to get the car turned in, does so, picks up the spot. Ian Barbary not quite anywhere to go with it, and Romito has run them down almost instantly. Kind of gets parked as they figure things out. Just knifes up underneath Barbary and splits that battle slightly.
Yeah, and so that is currently the battle there with those GT2 cars running, I believe, battle for 8th in, well, actually that's 8th overall, for 7th in GT2. As again, Romito, as you mentioned, coming up through them now. And Tom, going to make another announcement here real quick, if you'll pardon the interruption. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Would the driver of the number 198 GT2 car, 198, let's try that again. The 189 GT2 car, Bobby Roos. Please see the race director in tech. Again, Bobby Roos, driver of the number 189 GT2 car. Please see the race director in tech. Also, second call to the grid for race group 7. E production, F production, H production, and B-Spec. Please head to the grid.
Over at the museum turn, we've got a battle for second in Touring 2. We didn't give them a whole lot of love yesterday, but the yellow Corvette and the white Cayman going at it. That is, that is, oh, they keep moving around on my screen. I can't quite figure it out. Christopher Miranda and Rafael Osensao battling it out in class. This is the slowest class by design in this race group. So that is why they're a little further back in the field, but going at it and just up the road slightly is your race leader in Touring 2, the BMW. Probably a little far out of reach at this stage of the race with 8.5 minutes to go unless he makes a mistake. But the podium still to play for there in Touring 2 is a new fastest lap. Adam Romito is booking it. He's flying down into the 128s. We saw 27s this morning, Greg. I don't know if he's going to get clear track for that, but I guarantee the car can do it.
All right, well, we do have a local caution now, Tom, coming out of the museum turn. The 34 of Paul Evans, one of the GT4 Panoses there has pulled off to the side of the track. I think driver's left and has not managed to continue. I think he's far enough off the side of the track, though, that it should make a difference. Also, sounds like some additional debris may have found its way onto the track surface.
Asitsau in the white Cayman still hounding the back of that C5 Z06 for Chris Miranda. Miranda a little bit faster down the straightaway. Looks like he pulled out from turns 2 to 5. Very evenly matched, these two cars. And this is one of the closest battles on the racetrack, 0.6 of a second across the start-finish line as John Atwell resets his fastest lap in the 128s as well. Your overall in GT2 race leader. They're crossing the start-finish line now. Haven't had much development in that top grouping as the one car goes around the number 11
That's
car.
another one of our Panoses, I believe.
The Camaro of Paul Root.
Oh, yes, it is.
He was involved in a little bit of the turn 1 incident, having a second one here.
Yeah, another bit of contact. Let's see, it looks like he's going to goose the throttle, get it around, and continue. So that local caution there will be withdrawn.
I don't know, Greg. What do you pick? Barber Motorsports Park mid-engine Cayman or front-engine rear-drive Corvette?
Well, if you
keep like a little bit slower through those big long radius, but as soon as he gets it up onto the front straight, sets it up beautifully and pulls out a couple car lengths.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, as long as he can keep the car on the cam, I definitely look to the Cayman to power through here. I think, again, a little bit more nimble, going to help that car quite a bit here now as they come out of the carousel and into our view.
Yeah, Asensau out in the gray, coming through the exit of turn 2, just loses a bit more time there. You can see a bit of auxiliary aero, some aftermarket or maybe factory spec aero on that car, which will be allowed in Touring 2, differently to the Corvette, running just a tiny little wicker on the back.
And I think probably the bigger question is going to be the brake package under those cars as well. And I think probably the biggest saving grace here, Tom, is we only have 5.5 minutes remaining. Is that, well, we only have 5.5 minutes remaining, and because I think obviously the better balance of the Cayman might have given it an advantage under braking as well. It looks like so far the Corvette able to hold them off.
Yeah, those C5 and C6 platform Corvettes, they're so capable, but you really have to know what you're doing to get the most out of them, as they are fairly soft, not a lot of aerodynamic, lots of lift. Well, both drivers a little bit out of sorts coming into turns 12 and 13. Asensau is the one to fall off the racetrack, and did he lose some underbody?
Yeah, I think he might have lost a little under chin spoiler there as it went flipping up through the air.
And now he's got a tire rub. Unfortunately, some damage. Is that on the left rear? It is.
Yeah.
Sorry, the right rear.
Right rear.
Doesn't look too bad down the straightaways, but every time the car loads up, we'll probably see some white puff off the back there.
All right, we do have another local caution. There we go, coming out of the carousel.
That's Dane Smith, the GT1 car that was running second spot. Just lost it somehow and ended up facing up the hill.
And of course, he's in a pretty bad spot if he's going to try to loop it around there. Going to use as much of the grass as possible. Obviously, can't really put it into the gravel trap, but also wants to be able to see the cars as they crest over the hill there, Tom, and not drive right onto the track blind as other cars are approaching him.
Yeah, he may be right in the spot to look at the turn 2 corner station, which will be able to help him get going. But with there's still 40 cars on the racetrack.
Yeah.
There's just not really going to be a good break.
Yeah, there's
to drop the clutch.
Well, actually, there's a good break right now. Well, it's not going to be that great at the speed they come up the hill.
Under 4 minutes to go. John Atwell still leads the way overall and in GT2. In GT1, it's still roll down far enough. Patrick Paul
leading
the way, but Adam Romito has been on a charge. It's only 2.5 seconds, in fact, at the start-finish line. Ian Barbary having potentially a mechanical issue over at turn 13. Just caught that on our cameras, moving slowly. See if that BMW dives to the pit lane. Indeed, it does.
It does. And that Cayman is, well, the Cayman now, Tom is giving up place on track to a slightly different Porsche with quite a bit more horsepower to it. And I think the Cayman is falling off the pace there quite a bit compared to the Corvette ahead. Here, and we'll check in here. It looks like the 62 is still stationary there at the top of the hill with the local caution in the carousel, as we're getting word that our leader, John Atwell, in his Ford Mustang will get the white flag this next time by, or whoever may be our leader at the time, is Patrick Paul, still about 3.5 seconds back from Atwell, with Widmoser very close behind.
Finally found Adam Romito, and he has caught Patrick Paul at turn 5. Into the braking zone they go, and there are now no cars between them. Lonnie Hostetler gets pushed around the outside. Frank Widmoser gets pushed around the outside, but the power of the GT1 car, now headed towards the museum turn, will easily motor past. We've got a race for the lead in GT1. Coming out of the museum turn now and headed up onto the back straight, the bright blue Camry. Oh, and it's going to end up with a bit of traffic right in front of them. The 140 gets spun, or spins, not sure quite which. Richard Ruck goes around. Neither of our GT1 leaders get caught up in it, but Romito does get a bigger delay, slips back 5 car lengths or so. The white Mustang coming into turn 12 right now. That's your GT1 leader with the blue stripes, then the blue Camry right behind, trying to catch. He's got way more pace, but he's only going to get, is it going to be 1 lap or is it going to be less? Or one more, sorry, 1 or 2.
Well, we're going to get the white flag here in just a moment. Just ahead of them is Atwell should be coming onto the front straight now. Atwell crossing the stripe is the white Mustang, and white flag is in the air. 1 more lap. But I'll tell you, both Romito and Paul. Romito was ahead of Paul at the line. And as Romito runs up the hill, takes the outside line on one of our touring Corvettes. Atwell, again, not for class here, as Atwell is our leader in GT2, but Romito might have a chance here to take the overall win.
He very well might, and that's a full-on proper GT1 car, probably pushing closer to 900 horsepower, where Patrick Paul seems to be in a TA2 car.
TA2 car, so
maybe bumped up in some other way, maybe hopped up slightly, but it certainly has way less horsepower, as Romito just flew by him down the front straightaway. Romito might have a shot here to win the race overall. Not that far behind, and he's got a big old wide open throttle moment here coming to start to pick up pace. And Patrick Paul locks up the right front coming down the hill, slips a little bit wide and allows Widmoser to get through. That'll put a car between Widmoser and Hostetler. Bit of a breather there.
A lot of dust in the air as drivers dropping wheels coming out of turn 13 and down the hill. And this race about to come to an end as John Atwell in the 02 GT2 Ford Mustang out of Asley, Texas, will take the checkered flag after this ill-fated start. Adam Romito will finish a little less than 2 seconds back. He's your winner in GT2. Frank Widmoser finishes 3rd overall, 2nd in GT2, with Lonnie Hostetler taking the last podium position in GT2, finishing 4th. Then we got Patrick Paul. He comes across the line, 5th overall, 2nd in GT1. Then we've got Jack Stanford, Tom Patton, Roger Roos, Joe Ruppert. Will round out your top 9, and finishing 10th overall, there you go, Alec King, who just somehow managed to squirt through all the mayhem at turn 1 at the start of this race. And so Alec King in his BMW, he'll take his second race win of the weekend, with Rafael Sunsao finishing 2nd in his Cayman, getting around Amy Wilson's Corvette She will finish in third. Bart Adams fourth. Robert Wellington finishing in fifth. Over in Touring 1, it was Richard Grant, our sole racer at the end here in the number 30. Came in at Germantown, Tennessee. William Bolt, of course, having got caught up in the initial incident, he will finish second in class, but only completes a single lap. And let's take a look, of course, Gary Crook in the Norma, our sole GTX car. Where did he finish up? Finished up 26th overall, and our sole American sedan car, Michael Kamalian, he retired, looks like 6 laps early, and finishes 34th overall. All right, let's make a final call for our last race group of the weekend in our inaugural Super Tour here at Barber. Attention the paddock, final call for race group 7, E production, F production, H production, and B-Spec is your final call to the grid. Race group 7 is your final call to the grid. All right, Tom, I mean, we had a lot of time for us to decompress and calm down early on in the race. Picked up again here at the end, and we're going to take a break and do that once again. I got to hydrate, so we're ready for that monster B-Spec race that's coming up here at Barber Motorsports Park. So hang on, we'll be right back.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic. I think they kind of cater to the whole crowd of people. They got the SUVs for the soccer moms and stuff like that, but then you got your Miatas and your Speed 3s for your car enthusiasts. So I think they cater to all crowds, and so I think that's something that everyone can get behind.
In terms of maintaining equipment, I mean, running a prep shop, I mean, day in, day out, we're maintaining cars for customers all over the country. Mazda, hands down, is probably the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none in terms of specific competition parts availability, pricing, access to their technical knowledge and base. It just feels right. You feel connected. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support, contingency support as well. All of this is done through our website and the team support program and the Parts 800 number. We have two main ways that customers can acquire parts from Mazda Motorsports. It's through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. You know, simple information, prove that you're a racer with a race result. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives basically 5 days a week.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform. You know, a lot of guys would run double stints just to get time on track. They're super reliable, don't break. And Mazda Motorsports has some of the best just support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else. So they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
There's nothing else like this. There's no other big class that has the highest quality of drivers in it. And it's really attracted the right level of people. The other aspect is I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and so it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
It's one of those things that once you get hooked into it, it just never leaves. Really helps understanding where they come from. It helps the communication between customer relations. You can very much understand their needs of the day. May not necessarily be the same each day, but you know how to adapt to it, and you know how to best serve the customer is really what it comes down to.
It is the final race of the day, the final race of the weekend, the final race of the season here for the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. It is small bore production, E production, F production, and H production, and B-Spec. Let's run down the starting order. Starting on the pole, and we're going to do a split start once again here. Our production cars behind the first pace car, our B-Spec racers behind the second. Starting on pole today for our production cars, driving the number 145 F production Mazda Miata, it's Stephen Powers. Starting alongside will be Steve Sargis, who was yesterday's overall race winner, driving the number 8 H production Triumph Spitfire. He's your defending champion. Then we got Ken Kennard in the number 51 F production Mazda Miata. He's starting third. And Don Tucker driving the number 9 E production Mazda Miata. Mason Workman in the number 52 car, the F production Mazda Miata. Didn't see him on the grid, and I don't believe he's there. I think nor did I see Mark Weber driving the number 82 E production Mazda Miata. So let's move over now to B-Spec. Starting on the pole today, driving the number 4 Honda Fit, it's Miles Gertz. Josh Schmidt in Cinnamon, the number 119 Chevy Sonic will start on the outside of the front row. Gail Corley will start third today. He's in the number 59 Mazda 2, right alongside the Soul Ford Fiesta. Soul Ford Fiesta for now. Getting word there may be quite a bit more joining us next season. It's Chris Capaldi. He's in the number 31 car. Eric Yeagle, our defending national champion, in his Honda Fit will start fifth, with John Robinson III starting in sixth. He's in the number 35 Mazda 2. Then we got Derek Ambrose. He's in the 62 Mazda 2. He will start ninth, right along, or probably start seventh. Let's try this again. We got Rice Robinson. He's going to start seventh. Chris Taylor in his Nissan Versa will start eighth. Then we got Derek Ambrose and Kent Carter. They're going to start 9th and 10th. Starting 11th in a Honda Fit, Peter Zeckert with Stuart Black in his Chevy Sonic, and then the Toyota Yaris of Joseph Gersh right alongside Mark Goodman's Mazda 2. And then rounding out the field, driving the number 34 Mazda 2, it's Michael Wagner.
Of course, that big shakeup in B-Spec today. I would argue, Greg, basically anybody in the top 10 can win this race. But Miles Gertz, after a late podium yesterday, jumps up to the pole in qualifying. And then that whole stream of very different but very similar B-Spec cars behind. That'll be a lot of fun to watch for the next 35 minutes. But first, the prod start.
That's right. So Gail Corley in B-Spec took the win yesterday. He's going to start third in the field. As you mentioned, Chris Taylor, who finished second, starts all the way back in eighth. As the starter looks over our 4-car production field here on the front straight, and an early green flag, and we are underway. And much like we saw yesterday, the H production Spitfire of Steve Sargis gets bottled up behind Ken Kennard, Don Tucker, and Stephen Powers. Now as our B-Spec racers take the green flag, and they're going to head down to turn 1 with Miles Gertz on the inside in the blue and white number 4 Honda Fit, Schmidt in the burgundy 119 Chevy Sonic, Corley, and then Chris Capaldi as they come down the hill. Capaldi with good position there on the inside, driver's right, coming through the carousel, but he's going to be stuck to the outside, Tom, as they run down into the hairpin at Charles Webb turn 5, as Corley's going to hold off Josh Schmidt. We'll see if the torque of that 1.8 liter motor can get him up alongside the Honda Fit here as they make the run down to the museum corner. Let's also welcome in once again here today and this afternoon, Dorian Davis. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Happy to be here checking out this B-Spec field. Very impressed with their performance this weekend as they've made it through turn 5 cleanly, where a lot of our other classes and just cars in general have a lot of issues getting through there cleanly. So I want to send a shout out to our drivers for just being mindful of each other down there in that turn.
A great start for Miles Gertz. He went early on the front straight. Josh Schmidt almost ran him down. They were side by side through the first 5 corners. You watch that happen now. 3-car breakaway for Gertz, Schmidt, and Corley. Then it's Chris Capaldi a little further back in the Ford Fiesta, running in 4th. by a little further. You can see the gap there. It's only maybe another car length or two. The Ford Fiesta won a national championship, by the way, in 2018 at Sonoma. So this is a plenty fast B-Spec car. It just kind of ebbs and flows as who's got what sitting around, who feels like they can win with what. Chris Capaldi really leaning into this Ford Fiesta, as we heard, over the next year especially. But up onto the front straight for the first time, Miles Gertz will lead lap number 1 in B-Spec, and we've got basically the rest of the field on the front straight still. Maybe 1 or 2 cars starting to fall off the back.
Yeah, and good start there from Chris Taylor. Started in 8th, got around both Rice Robinson and John Robinson. Had a spectacular start yesterday to move up a number of positions to take the lead. Led the B-Spec race for the majority. Then we had our final race winner, Gail Corley, get around, I think, with 3 laps remaining. And that race ended under, well, it was very interesting. We had gone to a full course caution period, had a restart, and I think caught some of our drivers out now as we have a new leader in B-Spec, as it is now Josh Schmidt in the Chevy Sonic getting around Miles Gertz. Gertz gives him a nice little tap up the hill, trying to separate out from the rest of the field.
That was some co-opetition, Greg. As soon as Josh Schmidt showed his intention, Gertz got on the brakes to make sure they didn't do that corner side by side, and it worked perfectly. He's still in second, and he's still in play for this race. Didn't lose any extra positions, but Josh Schmidt looking to power away just a little bit. Gail Corley will have to become the new teammate for Gertz.
Absolutely, and Gertz making some nice moves, as we saw, and then we've got that really nice bump draft there on the mid straight taking place very early on the straight, going to separate those 2 cars from the pack and allow them to take that extra 1-2 miles an hour all the way down to turn 8.
All right, and sitting there in 5th in that second group, Eric Yeagle in the red Honda Fit. Is it the Coke car?
It actually says cake. Now.
That's right. It's the cake car. Even better, as we go on board, we're actually going into the Nissan Versa of Chris Taylor, right behind our defending national champion Eric Yeagle. Yeagle, this morning when our B-Spec racers went out for qualifying, actually had the 3rd fastest time of the weekend. Chose not to qualify, and lost 2 positions as both the Robinsons moved ahead of him on the starting order. And so Yeagle, a little bit on the back foot here, might have had a second row start if he'd gone out for qualifying.
And I noticed, Greg, when they were rolling off the grid, Chris Capaldi had sticker tires on the front of that Ford Fiesta. The rest of them, I did not see stickers. It's uncommon to run multiple sets of tires on these club race weekends, even at the national level, just for budget reasons. So Capaldi really throwing everything at it. He does seem to be maybe a bit of a cork in the bottle, though. They're in 4th. Yeagle was all over him. Now Chris Taylor even pokes to the left or to the right just a little bit to get a sight line potentially. Or is he alongside? He doesn't quite go for it, but he's definitely trying to be on the move right now.
Yeah, the black 151 backing out as they came into 7A, into the museum turn there, and not wanting to upset Eric Yeagle, as they are, again, right behind Capaldi's gray Ford Fiesta. And then right behind them, it is that, I don't know, do you call it pink? Do you call it fuchsia? What is it? The Rice Robinson number 50 car out of Wilson, Wyoming.
And as we take a look here at our B-Spec group, we do have the podium cars, the first 3 pulling away, starting to develop a little bit of a gap there on the rest of the field. So that's something we'll watch, see if those cars can break away.
Of course, Spec Goodyear tires on these cars, 15-inch race tires that everybody has to use. They're pretty durable, but you do have to manage them just a little bit over the stint. If you're just really ham-fisting it, they're going to punish you. But for the most part, you can get away with a lot in a B-Spec car. The top 2 looking stronger than everybody else this time. Josh Schmidt still at the point over Miles Gertz. Over in production, everybody's still running. No changes, though. Sargis, with the overall race lead, has gotten back to the front over Powers, Kennard, and Tucker. So this B-Spec battle, you're going to see a lot of it here in this race group. And this is why, look at all of them still absolutely glued together. Gail Corley kind of wandering around a little bit awkwardly on the exit there of turn 2. Appears to, I don't want to say he's struggling with the car just yet. That was just the first hint, but he slipped back now to the rest of the train, starting with 3rd.
Yeah, as Capaldi and Yeagle and Taylor and Rice Robinson all came up right right to the back there of Corley as they went through the hairpin over at turn 5, but that Mazda 2 got a heck of a run out and able to open up about 4 car lengths now on that second pack.
Unfortunately, we see Michael Wagner lagging a little bit behind the rest of the field. Not exactly sure how he got back there, but hopefully something will allow him to catch back up. And Tom, I love what you said about that spec tire. It really is a strong tire, and it's very communicative as also. In the middle of a turn, you can really kind of feel through the steering wheel whether or not that car is really at its limit of grip.
Yeah, and matter of fact, so just a couple nights ago, there was a town hall meeting for the B-Spec racers, and Tom, it was announced that Goodyear will be the tire provider for the B-Spec class, I believe, for the next 3 years as well. And these drivers have been very happy, not only with the dry weather tires, but also the wet weather tires that doesn't rain all that often here on the Super Tour. It's probably primarily because of Tom's and my shining personalities that there's no rain. But the wet weather tires have been absolutely a blessing to some of these drivers. They love the grip that it provides.
Gale Corley continuing to ping pong up and down in that gap between second and fourth. This time he's strong in the final 2 sectors of the lap. Gets a little bit closer to the top 2, but Josh Schmidt and Miles Gertz, excuse me, Miles, continuing to pull away, and I think Gertz especially showed his cards pretty early. He's willing to work with Josh Schmidt if he's fast enough to try to get away from the rest of this pack. Down on the brakes into turn 5, working lap number 5.
And I know we haven't checked in with our production car racers. Let me give you a quick update there. As Mark Webber did make the race, and so in E-Production, Don Tucker is your leader over Mark Webber. Mark Webber a lap down in the number 82 machine. Stephen Powers, your leader in F-Production, with Ken Kennard running in second. And then, of course, our sole racer in H-Production, it is Steve Sargis. Currently, the 2 F-Production racers at the front of the field. Then Sargis, then Don Tucker's number 9 machine.
As unfortunately we have the number 50 coming to a stop there after turn 9. That's Rice Robinson over there, driver's right, seemingly without any power to those front wheels. So if nothing changes, we just might have a full course caution here.
Yeah, and we saw him get on the brakes there as well. That car, at least for the moment, isn't moving forward. I think folks in race control will likely give him a little bit of time.
That is a bit of a canyon in the same way that the kink to Canada Corner at Road America is a bit of a canyon. There's really nowhere to go until you get towards that chicane. He came up maybe a couple hundred feet short of the first cutout he could have gotten to.
And what will be interesting here is the fact that we are still very early in this race, and the field hasn't spread out much, but under that full course, we are likely to bunch them up a lot and get pretty much a repeat of our initial start to this race. So it'll be interesting to see if some of those drivers who've maybe fallen back a little bit will be able to regain some positions under that new restart, assuming that we do go full course.
And there we go. We are going to a full course caution, so that will pack the B-Spec field back up. And Tom, almost as importantly, this will give us an opportunity to see the restart procedures in B-Spec today.
Well,
absolutely, yeah.
And unfortunately also Chris Taylor had just pulled the pin on trying to attack Eric Yeagle. He got alongside as the full course came out, saw that it had come out, and backed it down.
Yeah, so as we go now to full course caution in B-Spec, it is Josh Schmidt, Miles Gertz, Gale Corley, Chris Capaldi, Eric Yeagle, your top 5, and then Chris Taylor, John Robinson, Kent Carter, and Stuart Black. All right, so as we're under full course caution here, and we still have about 25 minutes remaining on the clock, so if they can get the Rice Robinson Mazda 2 cleared pretty quickly, going to have a lot of opportunity for green flag racing. But I want to take our break now, our final break of the afternoon, and when we come back, we'll take you all the way to the checkered flag here for the final event of the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Don't go away.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Shopping for tires used to really ruffle my feathers. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack made it easy to identify the right tires. No more searching high and low, I got the best deal. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose a mobile installer. They brought the tires to my neck of the woods and put them on, right here in my driveway.
You're all done?
Thank you. When it's time for new tires, trust the experts. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
It is the last event of the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. It's been the inaugural weekend at Barber Motorsports Park, a very successful event and successful year. And had him on the mic a little bit earlier today, but I think it's time that we turn it over to our fearless leader from DriversEye Live, Brendan Kaczmarek.
No, that's not right.
Okay, our feared leader?
The name is right. The title is wrong.
Okay, what is it?
We'll talk about it.
Grand
before we
Poobah?
go. Yeah, you could. The Big Cheese.
Big Cheese.
No, I tend to do this. I have done this at the end of every Super Tour season for the past couple of years, Greg. When we did this the first time back in 2023, it really was a pretty emotional experience, actually. It was
You did cry.
I probably did.
Yeah.
It was a pretty action-packed season, and we were doing a lot of new things for the first time. I think it's becoming a little bit more old hat now, but it doesn't mean we've stopped the hard work. Certainly, this season has been a big lift to try and do some new things, and hopefully it's come across that way. But it's not really to talk about what DriversEye Live does. This is more my opportunity to say thank you to everybody who makes this whole thing possible, that goes kind of quietly behind the scenes while we do a lot to put it on screen and to talk about it and make it exciting and digestible and fun. There's a lot more happening from places that you don't know about, or places that you don't hear about, or people that you don't hear about. And this is my chance to say thank you and to acknowledge them. So at the very top, Eric Prill, Sidney Davis-Yeagle, both involved at the top of the road racing department in the SCCA, greenlight this whole thing year after year. And they give us the runway and the latitude to do things that we like to do. Of course, it's amateur road racing, and amateur budgets are still a thing. But within those constraints, we have the ability to be creative and be fun and enjoy ourselves. So those are the two people that ultimately always make it happen. When we're on the road, Scott Dobler, behind the wheel of the SCCA livery truck and trailer, many thousands of miles on the road this year.
And series manager.
And series manager Scott Dobler. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, absolutely right, Greg. Scott Schmidt, fewer miles on the road, but chief of tech for the Super Tour. I think the title is right. And one of the most recognizable men in the paddock, one of the most fun men in the paddock, and has, other than the West Coast events, has been ever present along the ride in this 2026 Super Tour. Up here in race control, Joel Harleman and Kevin Coulter are the clerks of the course. Anytime I need to get out on track to fix a camera or any sort of integration that we need to have with the region or with the Super Tour, everything runs through both of those two. They're both great friends, great people. Kevin especially, through some of the more challenging weekends on the Super Tour. It always seems to be Kevin. Just a tremendous guy, and super, super helpful through the year. Downstairs, if you've been had to see the race director at any point, it's been Joe Stadelman or Kathy Barnes, who has since retired from the Hoosier Super Tour.
we wish her well in the future and other things she does in SCCA road racing. But they've been the ever-presence down in the trailer as race directors. The graphics you see on the left-hand side, all of that is powered by timing data, and that comes from Bill Skibby and Carol Reber, the chiefs of timing. Two of the hardest working people you will see on the Hoosier Super Tour in any specialty. But Bill, when his hair's on fire, is a joy to be around, no matter how badly things are going. Usually they're not going that badly. And always fun to trade some punches back and forth and have a little fun with Carol and Bill, usually right up over our shoulders here, as they are this weekend. This year, kind of new along the side of the Super Tour, Blair Deffenbaugh is our contact in the SCCA marketing department. Yeah, there it is. Very good. Blair is as invested in this project as anybody, and Blair works awfully hard to make this great for us, make it right for the SCCA, and engage the right people in the right ways. And is a lot of fun just to kind of generally hang out with, whether it's in person, like he was down at Road Atlanta when he was racing, or it's just in the Discord channel here. We do have a lot of fun behind the scenes. Blair's a big part of that. Everybody else is kind of DriversEye adjacent. Our commentators this year, Gregg Ginsberg, I say flicking him in the back of the head. Brian Belansky is our other play-by-play announcer this year. Greg Creamer was along for the ride as well. Tom O'Gorman, all but one weekend. I finally, after a year of working with him, got to meet Tom this weekend. Super guy. Happy to have him along for the ride for the Super Tour this year. It's been a tremendous value add for all of us. Hopefully that has come through on the microphones on the viewership side as well. Hopefully you've enjoyed Tom's insight and live commentary from the race car. Tom did a big lift to get that all put together for us this week, and I thought it was pretty cool. Hopefully we can do that again sometime in the future and maybe clean it up a little bit, but always up to try new things here, and Tom's been a big part of pulling all that together. Joseph Mudrak is our technical director, if you like. All the timing graphics you see down the left-hand side, the new updates this weekend, we pour new stuff into this pylon and these timing graphics every single weekend. Another big update, more to come for the runoffs on that front as well. And ultimately, you can decide whether or not my efforts have been worth it, but there are people behind the scenes that ultimately make this thing go for hours and hours and hours on end, and those are our producers. And this year it was Jordan Worth who did the bulk of the season. This weekend specifically, we've turned it back over to Zach Johnson for his first Super Tour since 2023. And in that way, maybe it's fitting that we come to this point at the end of the year. Zach, more than anyone can, I'm sure, acknowledge just how far this thing has come in the last 4 years. And super to be working with Zach again, even if it's just a one-off in this case. And yeah, have really enjoyed it. So with that, thank you all, finally, to the viewers. Right? We don't receive accolades in any sort of way. We don't. We really rarely even get a, hey, great job or whatever. It's just part of what we're expected to do. But the interaction with you all and the engagement with you all and the viewership numbers and those things all make this totally, totally worth it. So thank you for being with us on the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Thank you for being a part of the SCCA and loving the club and participating and making it great. We will see you for my first SCCA runoffs coming up in 1 month's time up at Road America, where not only will DriversEye be providing qualifying video coverage for the first time ever, but I'll also be on the microphones with Tom for the race sessions on Saturday and Sunday. Cannot wait to get up there to Road America. Thank you, thank you, thank you all for a great Super Tour season, and we will see you again in 2026. Greg, Tom, the floor is yours. We're about to go back racing.
That is indeed the case. So, and don't forget Dorian as well, as we have received word from Race Control that we will be going back to green flag racing here in just a moment, as the pace car now, safety car, pardon me, I have to break that habit. Oh my gosh, is heading now onto the pit lane, turning the field over to our leader on track. That is Stephen Powers in the number 145 F Production Mazda Miata. He's got Ken Kennard directly behind, and as they come out of the final corner, they are off like a shot. And Ken Kennard with a heck of a run, heading down into turn number 1. He's able to pull right alongside brand new Mazda Miata, but Stephen Powers past and through turn 1 up the hill here as the B-Spec race gets back underway. Maybe a little bit of contact between yesterday's race winner Gail Corley and Chris Capaldi as they come up the hill, Tom.
Look at Capaldi around the outside of turn one, time to start perfectly, and now picks up the third spot. Eric Yeagel's going to try to get a run in here as well. The battle for third is on. Capaldi has him covered into the braking zone. Corley in fourth, Yeagle in fifth, and Chris Taylor is right behind them as well for sixth place. Notice at the start of this restart, Steve Sargis was just not interested in being very aggressive at all. He dropped way back, which put the green flag for the B-Spec cars all the way back in the second to last corner. They all came onto the front straight at full chat, and it was Capaldi that timed it perfectly. Corley gets back by, though, coming out of turn 5, back onto the podium.
Yeah, very nice move there from Corley on that mid-straight. Very impressive work. And you just know during that yellow, all these drivers were sitting there staring at the rear bumper of the car in front of them thinking, how am I going to get around this guy? And that green dropped, and they were able to start executing some of those moves.
All right, real quick here, perhaps what might be the last use of these awful noises through the end of this season here. Let's make a call to the grid. Attention in the paddock, would driver of the number 46 GT2 car, Steven Sowers, please report to the race director and tech over at the SCCA trailer. Again, GT2 driver number 46, Steven Sowers, please see the race director in tech.
Got a race on in F production as well. Ken Kennard has kept the pace up, and he's still only a couple car lengths back. Corley in the wall, hard impact.
And contact. Yeah, we do have a car nose in there at turn 16, 17 area. The issue there is all the cars are making that right-hand turn, and we honestly got a little bit of a pit maneuver there.
Yeah, it was a little contact.
Yeah, that sent that driver there into the wall, so we are going to end up having to go full course again, which is uncharacteristic of the B-Spec drivers this weekend, seemingly taking things up a little bit of one more notch here for the last race of the weekend end of the season for some of these drivers.
Yeah, we talked yesterday about the quality of the close racing that we saw there at the front of the field, and unfortunately, big impact there for Gail Corley, and that has already brought out the full course caution here with now just a touch over 11 minutes remaining, and as you saw, not only are they going to have to see about removing the car, and of course, hopefully Gail Corley is okay. A lot of debris on the track surface as well.
Yeah, Chris Capaldi had gotten the headlight up underneath the inside of Corley coming into that turn 14. There's so many line options, and in racing, you tend to tighten up the entry. In a hot lap, you tend to open up the entry quite a bit. Either way, they were still slightly side by side. Corley maybe didn't have the eyes on the overlap and just came across as if Capaldi was not there. Really difficult moment for both of those drivers. Chris Taylor did sneak through on both and now sits third in the class. Yeagle fourth. Capaldi recovers to fifth. And then the rest of the field, but with 10.5 minutes to go, and that car is not that far from the pit lane, still optimistic we'll get a green flag finish, or at least an opportunity to race this thing out between the F production drivers and the B-Spec drivers.
Absolutely. They've got our safety car crawling at a pretty slow pace as they approach the incident. And yeah, that incident really was a tough one there for both drivers. We'll have to go back and look at it. I'm sure our stewards would do a great job checking it out, but really just unfortunate to see that happen there and that turn this late in the season and this late in the race.
Yeah, from the looks of it there, Gail Corley didn't really give Capaldi a lot of room. Capaldi had the right wheels over the almost over the back edge of the curbing, kind of got pinched there, and there wasn't much room for him to exit. Whether or not Capaldi maybe should have backed out a little bit going into the corner, I'm not going to be the one to say here, but I think it's definitely, Tom, something that probably could have been avoided here with a little bit more patience.
Absolutely. My question would just be, when was that overlap established? You know, we look at rules of engagement, and we want to know at what point was that driver near the A-pillar of the leading car or close thereabouts to where the driver can say, hey, this is the point where I'm going to have to sacrifice some of this racing room. I got to leave at least a car width on that other side of me for the other car.
All right, so coming down the pit lane now and being taken down by the safety car. We've seen this all many times here in order to avoid that incident here because the pace car, or the safety car, pardon me, was able to take the pit lane entrance prior to the incident, and then they come on to the front straight. And again, now with just under 9 minutes remaining, Stephen Powers is your leader in F production over Ken Kennard. Steve Sargis currently sitting third. He is our sole H production racer. Don Tucker, our sole E production racer, running in fourth. In B-Spec, it is Josh Schmidt with Miles Gertz, currently your leader. And again, we're then Gail Corley. When they come across the line, our timing scoring is going to reset, but Gail Corley is going to drop through the order. Chris Capaldi is going to move now up into third position with Eric Yeagle in fourth, Chris Taylor in fifth, Bryce Robinson, Kent Carter, Stuart Black, and Peter Zeckert. And then finally, Joseph Gertz will round out the top 10 in B-Spec.
You know, we hate to see incidents like this, but they do provide a full course yellow. And I'd like to take this opportunity to shout out a few of our local region members. We have some region executives up there. We have Tom Harrington working really hard to make this event possible, and Joshua Toxey, both of those guys doing a lot of work pre the event, and also they're going to do a lot after the event to make sure everything goes smoothly. So huge shout out to our local region executives. Also got Lane Downs, our treasurer here at the ALSCCA, doing a lot of work on the front end to make sure everything goes smoothly. And also would love to send a shout out to just every one of our local region volunteers, people who've even traveled from outside of the local regions. I know a buddy of mine, Lee Tilton, has come up from New Orleans to work this event. And I just want to say a huge shout out to everybody who's helped to make this thing possible. We don't have racing without marshals. We don't have racing without grid people. We don't have racing without tech people. So thank you to everybody who's out here working in this hot Alabama sun to make sure that we can go racing and have some fun.
Yeah, I say it often, Tom. You know, with the SCCA, it truly is a club, and you know, these are all volunteers that put on these events, and we could not make it possible without the large number of members that come from all over the nation. Of course, you talked about so many in the Southeast Division. I know we also have a number of volunteers that have come from North Carolina and the North Carolina region, Central Carolina region, as well as the Atlanta region as well. I'm a DC region member myself, so I'm here and enjoying it, and always happy to see some great racing and help put on these events. As now our starters are on the starter bridge, and they are displaying the checkered flag, Tom. So unfortunately, our final race of the day and of the event and of the 2026 Super Tour is going to finish under caution.
A big bummer, but I'm going to suspect there might be some barrier repair required, and that is the reason. Just speculating there. Stephen Powers wants to take it on the front straight, though. Here he comes.
Well, yeah, there you go. I think possibly the safety car may have turned off the lights. Is all the entire field now coming down the front straight.
There we go.
Or at least the entire production car field coming down the front straight. Where is Steve Sargis? No, you know what? Safety car has Steve Sargis and the B-Spec field, and the lights are still on, coming down the pit lane. And so, as we say many times, going to let race control make a decision on that.
When the safety car comes out, we begin to play a game of telephone.
Exactly. Exactly. All right. So it is going to be Stephen Powers, your winner in F production. Steve Sargis, your H production winner. Don Tucker, your E production winner. And in B-Spec, Josh Schmidt will take the win. Miles Gertz will finish second. Chris Capaldi will finish third on track. And actually, is that the case, or did I get it wrong? Did Eric Yeagle get around? Yeah, you know what? Let me rephrase that, because I think now it's my time to have timing and scoring issues. Josh Schmidt, Miles Gertz. Then Chris Taylor is showing in third, Eric Yeagle fourth, then Chris Capaldi fifth as he dropped back after the incident. Then John Robinson, Kent Carter, Stuart Black, Peter Zeckert, and Joseph Gersh is your top 10 in B-Spec. Now I think I've got it right. All right, so that, ladies and gentlemen, wraps up our final race of the weekend here at Barber Motorsports Park. I have a great feeling after this weekend that we will be back next year, that this is going to become a regular stop on the Super Tour. Tom, now it's my time to, and I'm not going to be nearly as wordy as Brendan Kaczmarek, but I'm going to thank you. You've been great to work with all season long, and of course we'll work together again at the runoffs as well. Thank you so much for a great job your inaugural season on the Super Tour.
Thank you, Greg, and thank you, everybody. Yeah, I'd definitely like to give a thank you to you all. I've really found a passion for this commentary thing over the last couple of years, and it's been an absolute blast to get to talk about and present my favorite thing and hopefully take you inside the car, hopefully do it justice for all the racers out there, give everybody what they deserve, that they put on a show for us. So also thank you to Mazda Motorsports for the opportunity to race in SMX this weekend. The whole purpose of that was to put the commentator in the car, get hands-on, and figure out exactly what it's like. I leave even more impressed. I think you and I have talked about SMX being one of the highest quality classes across the Super Tour regularly, and that's what I experienced in the car. I can't wait to talk about them at the runoffs. But just in general, to you and Brendan and everybody at SCCA as well, to give me the opportunity to practice and get better at this thing that I figured out I love with this broadcast commentary and with putting on a show. So thank you all for watching this year. Thank you all for letting me be here. And I'll see you at the runoffs. This will be my 8th year, holy cow, being the voice of the runoffs, one of the 4.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. And so I want to thank everybody again for a wonderful season. I want to thank our partner, as Brendan did already, but thank our partner Brian Belansky, who picked up the first half of the season while I picked up the tail. And of course, you, Tom O'Gorman. I want to also thank Dorian. Thank you for joining us here today and all weekend long. We really appreciate it. Of course, Brendan Kaczmarek from DriversEye Live and our director this weekend, Zach Johnson. So for the entire crew here at DriversEye Live, thank you so much for joining us. And we'll see you in just about a month when qualifying runs around for the 2026 Mission Foods SCCA National Championship runoffs. Thanks so much. We'll see you then.